Hello and welcome to the second season of eFootball.Pro. I'm Mark Scott and I'll be your host today. Really excited to be here in a new set with new clubs and plenty more players on show as well. Delighted to have these two alongside me today. Harry Channon, who'll be the commentator, and Stuart Wesley, or Wezza as he's known on the PES scene, who'll be our pundit and analyst. Guys, very warm welcome.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's absolutely wonderful to be here. First time in the eFootball Pro set for me. It's an absolutely wonderful monument to the game, so to speak. And yeah, I'm really excited to kick off this season.
Yeah, it's great for me to be back as Season 2 unfolds. New players, new clubs, hopefully a whole load of tactics that we get to pick at and go over as the game weeks go on.
Great stuff. Well, plenty more from those two as the day goes on. Now, the man who's regularly going to be in this hot seat is Adam Butcher, just as he was during the first season. He can't be here today, unfortunately, but he has sent us this video.
Yes, thanks Mark for the introduction. Firstly, apologies that I can't be with you all in the studio, but I will be watching it all unfold, and it promises to be a truly groundbreaking day of esports action. One brilliant game, some top players, and if that's not enough, not only are we going to be welcoming back teams the likes of the mighty Barcelona, or last year's winners of course, AS Monaco, but we are also going to be introducing even more global football institutions. I, for one, can't wait for it all to get started. So good luck, firstly, to all the players and the teams. And I'll be back with you all in the studio for the next match day. Mark, back to you.
Thanks very much, Adam. Almost like having him here, isn't it? Time for another video for you now, as this season has had some changes. Here we go.
eFootball.Pro is the professional competition of eFootball.Pro Evolution Soccer 2020. eFootball.Pro is a 3v3 tournament with professional players representing top-level football clubs. This season will last from December 2019 to May 2020 and will have a regular league and a knockout stage. All clubs will face each other during the regular league from December to April. Each match will have 2 games, a first leg and a second leg, that will be played on the same day. After each game, 3 points will be awarded for a victory and 1 point will go for each team in case of a draw. The total amount of points gotten by each team after the full match will be added to the league table. To give more fairness to the competition, all in-game clubs will have uniform overall ratings. One of this season's news is that the pass support level will be set to 1. After the regular league, the 6 clubs with the most points will advance to the knockout stage. In the knockout stage, the best 2 teams of the regular league qualify directly to semi-finals, and the teams ranked 3rd to 6th play quarter-finals. There will be a match for the 3rd and 4th place of the competition, and the final match that will decide the eFootball.Pro winner. All regular league positions will be awarded with prize money, and the best teams of the knockout stage will also have a reward. In addition, there will be individual prizes for the top scorer, the top assists provider, and the best defensive player of the season, as well as for the best goal and the MVP of each match day.
Okay, so as you would have seen, there's one main difference from last season. That is the matches format. There won't be an overall result. Instead, each game will either give 3 or 1 points depending on the result. Harry, what do you make of that?
I like it. I like it a lot. It gives a chance to any team that might lose the first leg. They still have something to play for in that second leg. So even if you lose the first game 3-0, you still have that second leg to still try and get 3 points at the end of the entire match result. So for me, it's a good addition.
And Wezza, the other new pass support level moving to 1, what do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to afford a lot more creativity from these players. I know a pretty big criticism last year was of, well, if they're on passes 2 or 3, it's a little bit too assisted. I think we're going to see more creativity, and we're going to see a little bit more flair from these players this year, I think. So it'll be very interesting to see how that pans out for the rest of the season.
Brilliant. And finally, there'll be lots of awards for the best players at the beginning of Matchday 2 will give the awards for the MVP and the best goal of Matchday 1 as well. So make sure that you don't miss the beginning of the programme. In terms of the MVP selection, the 5 players with the most co-op points given by PES will be selected, and then from those 5, Konami and eFootball.Pro organisers will choose the MVP. So let's have a look at the action we have coming up for you today. Take it away, Harry.
Yes, we have a myriad of games, I suppose you could say, today. 5 matches here on match day number 1. First off, kicking off the entire eFootball.Pro 2020 season, we have FC Nantes taking on Boavista FC of Portugal, the French outfit and the Portuguese outfit, of course, both in eFootball last season. We have Schalke versus Celtic as our second match, kicking off at about 2 o'clock local time. Schalke versus Celtic, that'll be a fun one. Arsenal FC, a newcomer to the league. What a gauntlet they have ahead of them. Trial by fire, I suppose. They take on the reigning champions, AS Monaco. Manchester United and Bayern Munich, both new to the eFootball.Pro League as well, kick off our 4th match. And then the final match of the day, FC Barcelona versus Juventus. 2 mammoth clubs. I mean, they're all mammoth clubs really to be here in the eFootball.Pro League, but those 2 in particular, that last game of the day is going to be a fun and fiery affair. Yeah,
can't wait. Some real mouth-watering matches on the horizon for us. The players, of course, are getting set for those matches. We can take a little look at how they're getting on right now, as well as they get pet through their paces to work out how they're going to approach the game. And guys, what will they be up to at the moment?
Well, I think they'll be looking to make sure all of their tactics are in the right spot. There's that last bit of fine-tuning. You need to make sure that your chemistry is there with your players. Obviously, you'll have practiced at home and you'll have practiced locally, maybe at some of the clubs, but ultimately it's how are you fixed for today? How is your team working today? And I think they'll be looking to refine those pretty light. As you can see there, Arsenal well in preparation, Bayern.
And it's also a new training room for the players as well, so it's a help for them, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's the perfect environment. It's such a long season. We have so many match days ahead of us, especially with the new partner clubs in eFootball PES as well as the eFootball.Pro League. Such a long season. You want to try and settle in as soon as you can. That training room it has all the resources you need to not only practice with your teammates, but also just sort of settle into the competition, make yourself at home and make sure you're playing the best that you can be.
Okay, so the first match today, Nantes against Boavista. Let's have a look at the players. We'll start with FC Nantes, and their lineup is AS Babisk, Roxa and Zizou, the trio for them. As for Boavista FC, the 3 players representing the Portuguese side are Barbosa, Yu and Yunin. We talked with both of the teams earlier, and this is what they had to say.
We are expecting so much. We will try to win this competition, and I hope we'll do our best.
Well, this is our first year, my first year, and the first year too of my teammates. So we don't have so many high expectations, but of course we want to win all the games and try to be in the 6th place minimum.
Okay, gents, so first of all, what did you make of those pre-match comments?
Very contrasting answers, aren't they? I mean, on one hand, you have Roxa from FC Nantes. He says they want to win the whole thing. They want to win the entire competition. On the other side, you have Yunin from FC Boavista. They know they're the newcomers in the eFootball.Pro in the 2020 season. Not expecting too much, 6th minimum. So, you know, that's what they're aiming for. Very contrasting answers.
Yeah, and I think if you're looking at it from an outsider looking into the first game of the day, you might see some nerves from both sides of the game here. And I think Boavista, it's a little bit of a luxury for them. It's a bit of a free hit. It's a case of, okay, well, we can get all of our nervous energy out. Whether it plays into advantage or whether they crumble, it remains to be seen. Nantes, previous semi-finalists, AS Babisk leading the line. He's got 2 new counterparts in Roska and in Zizou, so it's going to be an interesting game to lead off with.
Yep, certainly is going to be very, very interesting indeed, and it's time to present the match. Okay, so as you can see, the players are getting set and we are almost good to go. It's time to hand you over to your commentary team for this and the rest of the matches. It'll be Weza, but first of all, it's Harry Channon.
Thank you very much, Mark. Yes, it's time to kick off the eFootball.Pro 2020 season. Where's great first match to kick off. Obviously, we have FC Nantes of France taking on Boavista of Portugal. We can see here the teams and the respective players setting up their squads. Anything jumping out to you immediately? Anything you expect to see out of this match? I mean, it's going to be a great one, but what do you expect to see off the bat?
Well, it's like I mentioned, if you have that nervous energy going into the first game, I think we might see a cagey affair in the first game. Once those nerves have then kind of been thrown off, you might see a bit of more of an attacking game in the second. But even with that, you know, both games are now worth points, so you may see that actually it's just attacking from minute one. You'd expect Nantes to go through Koulibaly as their main focal point. You'd expect Boavista to maybe use the wings. They have quite good wingers that are able to use, especially with the stat balancing, so it should be a very interesting game to watch.
Of course, you can keep up to date with us, as you see there, or saw rather, at the bottom of your screen, all the official channels, all the websites you need to keep up to date. And looking at these lineups, I mean, on one hand, for me, it screams experience. On the FC Nantes side, you have Asbabisk last season with Nantes, the returning Nantes player, got to the semi-finals. Bitterly disappointing, of course, for him to not get to the grand finals. But do you think he can maybe repeat that feat with this new squad? He has a lot of talent around him and a lot of experience as well.
Yeah, I think Nantes have gone out and have recruited 3 very, very good players to go alongside him. We know that obviously Kepa isn't here this week, or this match day, but he is a very, very, very capable player. You've got Rossat, who is a very, very good player. He has weapons around him now that actually might benefit and get in the push. I mean, you know, we talk about, you know, Nantes on the same side of it. Boavista, although their players are probably not well known to those at home, around the Portuguese PES circuit, they are very well known and they're very capable. So, you know, this game very much could go either way.
Absolutely. Boavista, certainly no pushovers. They have acquired quite a fancy roster, I suppose, of their own. And after last season's almost disappointment, I want to say, of not getting to that knockout stage, they will want to try and put things right. They have put some faith, I suppose, in some youngsters and some unproven talent. Now is the time for them to step up and repay the faith of the Portuguese outfit. We are moments away from kicking off the eFootball.Pro 2020 season, and Wes, I mean, while we wait for this match to start, we are moments away, as I just said, but this set, this entire studio, this entire position that these players are in right now, it's every PES player's dream, and they are living it here on the stage.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, it's the goal for everybody as we get ready for kickoff here. But yeah, it'll be a great watch.
Absolutely. So here we go then. We kick off with Boavista attacking from right to left, and FC Nantes of France attacking in their yellow strip. Nice early chance here for Nantes. They have been over on this right-hand side. Oh no, he's actually found Ewan in. First chance, first goal. FC Nantes within 4 in-game minutes. They are certainly starting how they mean to go on here in the eFootball.Pro League. Early advantage, and what a goal that was. Boavista, they are shell-shocked.
Yeah, I mean, we talked just in the beginning about Koulibaly being their focal point. We completely forgot about Moses Simon on their right-hand side. You can see really good interplay there. Defender loses his man, and the manual goalkeeping, it can always be tricky. If you don't time it right, if you don't get the save right, you can always have that. But it's a lovely bit of interchange from Nantes. And starting off bright and early like we kind of expected.
Yeah, that's going to be the worst possible start, really.
He's actually found
Ewan in. First chance, first. As you see the replays there, hand slaps all round, high fives.
4 in-game minutes.
And a tremendous. They are certainly starting how they mean.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you can see Boavista are going to try and get this goal back quite quickly, but it's all in Nantes' hands now.
Absolutely. Koulibaly now on the right-hand side. Has a player in the middle here to look for. It's Yuan again, the goal scorer, but it's not able to find him. Now a chance for Boavista to really get into the game. They hadn't had a touch, essentially, albeit they did concede first. They were not able really to get a hold of the ball, and again, just look a little bit unsure in midfield as FC Nantes in their yellow strip attacking once again. Koulibaly looking for the run down the middle. This is a good chance here. Has a chance, has Ewan in the middle here as well. Just crowded out there by the Boavista defenders, but Boavista, they need to steady the ship here early on, whereas they are certainly looking susceptible as, again, a pass cut out right there. Not going well at the moment for Boavista.
Yeah, I mean, you're expecting Boavista to maybe take 5 or 10 minutes, just get their foot on the ball, control the game a little bit, and work their way back in. You know, it was quite an early conceding of a goal, as they've just given away a free kick there. There's still a lot of time on the clock. They can still play their way back into this.
Claro to whip it in. Goalkeeper will punch away. Paulinho now. G. Here is Aka just outside the centre circle, and this is a little bit better from Boavista, but just as I say that, another sloppy pass.
We completely...
Looks like Babisk here on the ball, looking for Koulibaly. That was Roxa with a chance, but unfortunately just gets away from him here.
Yeah, I mean, you can see there they were looking and being patient. There was a nice little kind of tee up to himself. Probably unsteadied the final finish there, but you know, you can see there Nantes trying to be really positive and really attacking from the get-go.
Certainly don't seem to be wasting any time here in the eFootball.Pro season. Of course, we do play 2 legs, each worth a maximum of 3 points, so vital to win both legs. Here is Ricardo Costa looking for Tavares on this right-hand side. Does get a little bit fortunate there with the bounce, but passing to a marked player. That again, this is just, I suppose you could say, the inexperience of the Boavista players here on the stage. Maybe the occasion getting to them here a little bit as not potentially have a chance. 50-50 ball, but yeah, the inexperience, you might say, so far for Boavista. You're just looking for them to maybe settle into the game here a little bit and just relax. Maybe the occasion getting the best of them.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at it from the outside and looking in. Nantes seem to be in very much control of this as they try and feed the ball up to Koulibaly. But you're just looking for a little bit of luck to break for Boavista in the right sense to really get them back into the game.
Absolutely. Nantes playing with tremendous direction, I suppose you could say. A foul there will put the pressure onto FC Nantes. But yellow stripped side, it's got to be said, very, very direct in the way they are attacking, and their counter-attacks, whether or not their team lineups are set for that kind of gameplay, certainly remains to be seen. But they are attacking with absolute venom. Prado now looking for Simon on this right-hand side. Has Koulibaly in the middle here to look for as well. Just look out for that run. You can see it is the captain Barbosa of Boavista FC, just covering that inside run, winning actually a throw-in in the end in his own half. So maybe a little bit of respite here for Boavista as well, as they maybe try and make an attack of their own.
Yeah, I mean, you can see there they're trying to build it up. It's a good little play into the middle.
Gets wrestled off the ball.
Ball's broke luckily. It just goes a miss again.
Just nothing doing at the moment for Boavista. I suppose you could credit that a little bit to some great defence here from Nantes, and turning defence into attack, just looking for Ewan there. Controlled by the captain, AS Babisk. Couldn't quite find him. Good pressure there. Good defence actually from Boavista. They need a little bit more of that, because these Nantes attacks will not stop coming. Boavista though on the attack now. Here is Tavares, almost breaking for him. That would have been a tremendous position for a potential attack, and just as I say that, another attack here for FC Nantes. Here is Simon on the right-hand side. Can't quite find Johan in the middle. It will be, in the end, a Boavista throw. I thought that one might go to FC Nantes, but no, Boavista winning the throw-in.
Yeah, you can really see that Boavista are trying to get back into the game as Nantes, they went close. It's these little touches here and there that are really going to define this game.
Absolutely. Don't forget, playing with past assist level 1 here in the eFootball.Pro as well. There is very small margin for error, and do you think that's maybe why Boavista might be getting a little bit caught out here, Wes? You can see them trying to string things together but can't quite get that clinical pass.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how much you've had in the off-season. Have you had enough preparation? Have you prepared for PA1? But as we see them breaking into the box,
So close.
Oh, it was close.
So close there. We can see the build-up once again.
Yeah, it's lovely play. As we were saying, they're starting to get used to it. It was a great save from the keeper, but Boavista, their first real signs of life in this game.
Absolutely. It will be a goal kick, though, so a little bit of a let-off for FC Nantes here. Just 3 in-game minutes, or 2 rather, as it ticks over to half-time. So maybe some changes to come if Boavista aren't too happy with the way they are playing. This is actually given away, though. Toure, Koulibaly can't quite find Prado he was looking for, so turnover here now to Boavista. But again, that's a little bit sluggish, a little bit indecisive, I suppose, from Boavista. Will give a chance. One more attack for FC Nantes. Here is Johan on this left-hand side. Koulibaly might look for a shot. He has a player in the middle.
Oh, that's a great finish. That's a super finish.
Tremendous finish. And it's 2 before the break in game number 1 for FC Nantes, the semi-finalists from last season. They get their second goal before half-time, and a well-worked one it was as well.
Again, it's Koulibaly. He's certainly the game changer in this game. You can see that the positive work that Nantes really did going down this wing here. Yuan cuts in, gets it into Koulibaly. He gets a little bit of a nick off a defender. It's a little bit lucky. It's a little bit fortuitous, but in this type of league, you need that slice of luck to really get you through. And it was a great finish there from Roscat. Really, really good.
Absolutely, and you can see Boavista so disappointed, and they feel maybe their defenders should have done a little bit better there, but FC Nantes absolutely buzzing is the only word to say as we move into half-time. They are buzzing with their performance. We can see the statistics at half-time.
Yeah.
Really, the one that sort of screams out to me there is the amount of tackles coming in from FC Nantes as well, but also the possession, not actually that far away, only 51 to 49 in favour of FC Nantes, so not that big of a swing despite Boavista giving away the ball very cheaply.
Well, it's the old football rule. It's, you know, you can have the possession, but it's what you do with the ball that really counts. And you know, Nantes, to their absolute credit, have taken control of this game. And like I said, even at 1-0, it was theirs to lose at 2-0. It is theirs to just control this game and see it out, really.
52 to 48, actually, it was in favour of Nantes. As we see there, the entirety of the stats looks like we are just about ready to go into the second half. A couple of things being changed, no doubt, from the Boavista side, who will be disappointed.
Yeah, well, you would imagine that they'd look to change something up here, because certainly the formation that they've gone with, I believe it was a 4-3-3. It's not benefiting it to the way that Nantes are playing. They've certainly got control of this game, and you know, it's going to be difficult to see their way through from this, but a quick goal, you know, early doors, second half, could make all the difference for Boavista and really give them a bit of a morale boost going into this.
So then, second half of game number 1, just moments away, and another look there at the tremendous eFootball.Pro stage. The referee is just making sure that everything is in order, competitive integrity is at its highest. And boy, that really is a baptism by fire for the Boavista boys on the stage, isn't it? It's a very tricky FC Nantes team to come up against in their first match. Obviously, still the second half of game number 1 to play, so it's not to say that they can't bring this back, but this certainly is I don't want to say a culture shock for them, but it's certainly not the start they would have wanted.
No, and like I said at the beginning, or at the top of the show, it's a case of that nervous energy. It can either go in one favour for you, or it can go against you. At this point, it's going against them. They seem to be playing within themselves, although there were signs of life in that kind of tail end of that first half. We're going to see whether they can try and carry that forward, because that sucker punch of a second goal to concede just before half-time. Can they bounce back from it?
There you can see the FC Nantes players on the stage. FC Nantes, founded in 1943, Wes, during World War II. Nicknamed the Canaries for their yellow strip, and of course they have a tremendous pedigree in the French division behind them as well. They will want their players up there on the stage to represent them to their fullest abilities here in the eFootball.Pro. As we kick off the second half, Nantes leading Boavista 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, it's going to be an interesting game here. I think the next goal is crucial. I really do. I think looking at it, it's, you know, if it goes to a 3-0, I think it's going to be curtains for Boavista. But if they get one back, anything is possible in the game of PES.
Here is Tavares.
It's a great run.
Has a man over. Here is Stojic Ilkovic. I'm not great at pronouncing Serbian names, but there is the Serbian man. I did my best. Here is Torre now. Prado. Oh, lovely bit of skill and a bit of flair coming out here in the eFootball.Pro season. Koulibaly now has a chance. Bit of ping-ponging around. Here is Johan. Can he finish? Looks for the back post.
Kindly.
And I tell you what, that little piece of skill in the middle of the pitch absolutely deserved that goal. That is the third goal for FC Nantes. And Boavista, they have a hole to climb themselves out of.
Well, it was the captain that started the move, and it was the captain that finished it. I mean, that granted, it breaks kindly at the edge of the box, but again, you still need that composure to finish that top of chance off. Could have easily gone for the shot. Instead, he looked across, saw a free man, and it's an easy tap in. And like we said, that first goal of that second half, I think that's going to define the rest of this game.
There it is. There is that goal. You can see what it means to the captain there. So bitterly disappointed. Asdin last year in the semi-finals couldn't quite make it that extra step to the grand finals. He is, well and truly on his way to making amends and repaying the faith that FC Nantes have in him. Boavista though, can they conjure something here? Doesn't come to anything from that attack, and FC Nantes again, every single time they get the ball here, Wes, look like scoring. A bit of a misplaced pass there from Koulibaly will allow Boavista back into things. Potential chance here, but again, snuffed out there by FC Nantes. Very good defending.
It's this counter-attack from Nantes. It's very much taken a hold in this game. I think telling from the stats as well, every Nantes player has had an assist or a goal to their name at this point, so it really is providing a great kind of advert for their team game.
Paulinho sprays it to the Serbian. Here is Mateus. Here on this left-hand side. No way through though, will be a throw-in, so pressure will stay on. And I tell you what, I was about to say, I would be surprised to see a pause come in, no doubt, from the Boavista squad, and something needs to change here for them. They need to, at this point, throw everything at the game. It's not like last season where the aggregate score matters. You don't need to worry about leaking goals at this point. All you can do is try and salvage a result from this particular game. So not surprising to see maybe some changes, some attacking changes come in from Boavista. Yeah,
definitely. I mean, you know, like we said, the difference in the change in the match format now makes it so, you know, if you are 3-0 down, you can just go and throw the kitchen sink, or the proverbial kitchen sink, at the Nantes defence. However, you still run the risk then of leaking even more goals. So, you know, there's a little bit of risk and reward in there. Do they take their lumps and try and figure out how to play for the next game, or do they try and press on at this point?
Well, substitutions, no doubt, from both sides. The attack remains here with Boavista, though. Paulinho, good pass. Great pass, as you say. Looking for Cassiano there in the middle. Cleared by Asbabisk. Still possession retained with Boavista. Can they go again? Matthias finds Marlon. 1-2 on if he wants it, and he does. Surely will be a free kick, referee. Ref says no, though. Very physical play by the Nantes defence.
That's a poor giveaway there.
As you say, Wes, poor giveaway. Well recovered, though. By the captain once again, Asbabisk. He's playing very well, looking for a searching through ball again. What's impressed me from FC Nantes, despite this pass-assist level being at just the 1, very surgical with their passes. Here is Cassiano, though, on the left side. But I've got to say, this is much better from Boavista. Paulinho looking for Mateus there.
No foul.
No foul, says the referee. Marlon there. Just pressured too early by the Nantes player, and now a potential break for the French side. Man over on this left-hand side is what they're looking for, but we'll just stem the flow for now. Koulibaly on this right-hand side, looking for his teammate Coco. There is a player in the middle, but well defended there. Bit of an interesting shot there. I think that was from Roxer actually going for it. He will win his team a throw. But at this point, when you're 3-0 up, why not go for those magical goals?
Well, yeah, well, when your tails are up, everything will seem to go your way. You know, they're playing with a lot of confidence. Having Zizou coming in has seemed to have kind of helped steady the ship a fair bit with his experience. One of the oldest players in the league. but clearly showing that he's got a lot to offer this Nantes team. Not to mention, obviously, of course, Roska and AS Monaco, who, like I say, on any given day can turn over teams.
It's an interesting dynamic on this FC Nantes team. As we mentioned at the top of the show, Kepa not here at the moment due to other commitments in esports tournaments. Here is Paulinho, though, for Boavista. Finding Matthias on this left side. Here is Cassiano now. Good build up there for Boavista, but it seems they're just a little bit too hesitant, and that allows a split second for the Nantes defenders to get in position, get organised. Koulibaly moves it back. Find player in midfield. Well cut out though by Idris. Oh, this is very dangerous. Here is Simon, could maybe lay that one off, but it's still very dangerous here for Boavista. And it will be a corner for FC Nantes. Boavista, that's a very suspect defending.
Well, this is pressure. It's pressure. It's having the pressure of that front line, that non-attacking front line, pressing you at every point. If you've not got Koulibaly challenging you, it's Simon. If it's not Simon, it's Coco. There's a lot of pressure on that back line.
Wonderful game number 1 to kick off the eFootball.Pro season. Corner here in the 83rd minute. Whipped in, cleared by Yiu. There's Blas, well found there on the left-hand side, looking for Koulibaly again in the middle, but Nantes' vision and the way they are spraying the ball about here, Wes, is so impressive. Throw in though, as Nantes look to continue their assault. Long throw to Koulibaly, looking to knock it down to Simon, but that one will be huffed away. Cassiano making a run on the left-hand side, but Tavares is just offside, a little bit too early. I thought the better option might have been Cassiano on that left-hand side, but just a little bit too early there in the middle.
Well, if it's a split second, and now they're back under pressure. Defending another Nantes attack, it's those very fine margins in games that will really cost you.
Simon here in the middle, can he get to it before the keeper? Not quite, will be another FC Nantes corner in the 89th minute. Will be Roxa to whip this one in. You can see in the camera directing traffic, telling his teammates where he wants them to go. Look out for Koulibaly here at this front post. Boavista certainly know that as well. That's what happens. You cover the front post with the keeper, leaves the rest of the goal wide open. That will be the 4th goal for FC Nantes. 4-0 against Boavista.
If the right one won't get you, the left one will, and especially at that corner, it looked, and it was a great bit of organisation, as we pointed out at the start of that corner. Rossi directing traffic. Play it, look like you're going to play the ball to Koulibaly and just disguise the pass into the middle of the box. And as soon as that goalkeeper came out, you knew that if that ball gets anywhere near into the box, it's an easy tapping.
It is the French forward Marcus Coco to header this one in. We'll see it again here on the replay. Beats 2 Boavista defenders, maybe a little bit too easy, and the Boavista players, certainly you can see by their reaction, no doubt disappointed, but also feel that that was a little bit too easy for Coco to get up and head that one into the goal. 4-0 then, as we are in the 2nd minute of time added on. Is there a chance for redemption for Boavista, or at least a consolation? The FC Nantes defence says no, and that will be how we end the first match of the eFootball.Pro 2020 season. FC Nantes 4, Boavista 0.
Yeah, I mean, it was a masterclass of defending and counter-attacking from Nantes. As we saw there, they didn't have the majority of the ball. It was very much 50-50, and it was all about what they did with the ball. And that was the key thing there. I think Zizou was the player that had the most co-op points there. So, a big performance from the most experienced player.
Yeah, someone we haven't really spoken about. An X-factor for this FC Nantes side, the oldest player in the competition alongside Gol, who plays for Schalke. We'll be seeing them up a little bit later on against Celtic FC. We will be, of course, seeing game number 2 between these two teams first of all. Let's talk a little bit, though, Wes, about the outfit of FC Nantes that they're fielding here in the eFootball.Pro. obviously we've just saw them win their first game 4-0. They have a player who isn't here, but the makeup and the complexion of their squad here in the eFootball.Pro season is quite fascinating, because you have two French players in Zizou and AS Monaco, but you also have Kepa and Roxa who have played in co-op competitions alongside each other as well. So it's a really fun dynamic. It's a very interesting one that might just lead to FC Nantes' success in this season.
Yeah, I mean, the question marks when all of these teams are announced, I'm sure we'll get to the other teams later in the show, but the main question for this, before this first game week, is how are these teams going to blend? You know, we've seen, you know, AS Monaco, who led the line there and was superb. And then you've got Zizou, and you've got Roska, and some people would argue that their best player isn't actually here this week. Which, to be fair, if you're performing like that with your best player not here, imagine what it's going to be like when your best player is here. And I think, you know, obviously it was 4-0. There's game 2 still to come up. I think it's going to be a very interesting dynamic to see exactly how game 2 pans out, because Boavista will be very disappointed with it. I would anticipate changes in terms of their formation and in terms of their tactics. I
was going to say, no doubt we'll see some changes. Anything in particular you want to see? Not so much from their game plan essentially, but maybe in the way that they play, in the way that they build up attacks that just wasn't working for them in that game number 1 that you'd like to see them change?
Well, there were glimpses. There were glimpses of really good attacks there. We saw good passing. We even saw, you know, when the orange bar pops up, you'll notice that that's actually manual passing. We saw a lot of manual passing and trying to really create some really good chances. If they can hone that into getting, you know, just one shot on goal where it kind of goes in, the momentum suddenly shifts, and all of a sudden then their tails will be up and they'll be more positive with their outlook. I think with their formation, I think it needs to be a case of you look a little bit more defensively, because Nantes on the counter were very, very good, and they were picking holes at will in that defence.
Well, the Canaries will be looking to do that once again in game number 2. The boys are ready. Boavista on the other side. We're about to see what they truly are made of. They said before the game when we spoke to them here at the eFootball.Pro studio that 6th was the benchmark for them. They're not expecting too much. There's a new squad coming into the eFootball.Pro league. They just want to set themselves a benchmark, and right now they are, I mean, it's a nightmare start for them.
Yeah.
But I suppose you could argue that FC Nantes are one of the powerhouses here in the eFootball.Pro league.
Yeah, well, if you look at the makeup of their actual team, I mean, a lot of the pro players from last season were earmarking Nantes as the best team to be because of their physicality, their strength, and like we mentioned, Koulibaly is a powerhouse up front, and it's very hard to break them down as well. Their centre midfield seems to be very, very much packed out and is willing to get those tackles and interceptions.
So then, game number 2 between these two teams is underway. Boavista, 0 points from game number 1. FC Nantes taking all 3 with that emphatic 4-0 win. They will be looking to repeat that feat here in game 2, starting off early with possession. Looking for Koulibaly, that's a bit of a raking pass, and maybe one on pass assist level 3 you might see actually connect with the player, but not here in the eFootball.Pro. Here is Aka for Boavista, looking for Tavares, but cut out there. Chance though, again, for Boavista to build, but just a little bit too sluggish, maybe not alert to the danger behind him, and now FC Nantes have a chance to break, but this is better though. Better from Boavista. Yiu, Portuguese man, representing Portugal in Euro 2020 next year. Coming up trumps. Here is Ng. Looking for a Serbian teammate behind him, can't find him. Now here is Simon on this right-hand side. Prado. Pass a little bit behind him, but Nantes still have a chance to break here. Simon again the target on that right-hand side. Cut out though. Better from Boavista so far in the opening 10 minutes.
Yeah, they seem to be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more confident with what they're doing. And they're certainly putting a lot more pressure, as you can see Tavares breaking free.
Paulinho looking for the Serbian in the middle. Oh, Tavares, ball's still alive. Couldn't quite find a teammate. Much better though, promising signs here for Boavista. It is a throw-in the final third. What can they do with this? Idris on the edge of the box, unmarked at the moment. You can see AS Monaco there, the green marker, doing great work defensively, just marking those players. Will be another throw-in though for Boavista. Better pressure though.
Yeah, it seems like a complete different shift from what we had from game 1. They certainly seem to be putting the pressure on. It's a bit of a waste.
Yeah.
But they seem to be putting a lot more pressure on that back line, which, you know, is not have got to be aware that this team can counter-attack as well.
You can see that Zizou, 2 goals, 1 assist, certainly the most prolific member of FC Nantes so far. And they are in possession at the moment. As I say that, they lose it. Here is Ng. Pressure so early from FC Nantes. Boavista just don't seem to have the chance to build, and need to see the same kind of thing from the Portuguese outfit. That's better. Good mark in there from Idris, controlled by the captain Barbosa. Here is Marlon finding a G on the left side, but that pressure once again, that high pressing from FC Nantes paying dividends. Simon on the ball. Good spell of pressure from both teams so far, back and forth. Koulibaly to Prado. Just a bit of a deflection on that pass there, and now Boavista have a chance potentially to build from the back.
Yeah, I think you're going to hopefully. I mean, from a commentator standpoint, I think we're going to see some more pressure as we see the ball kick given away.
That's a mistake. Here is the Serbian striker Tavares.
Free kick given.
Yeah, bit of a late one there. Referee blows up, and a chance maybe for Boavista to get a cheap one.
This will be interesting whether they go keeper side or whether they go to the gap, or whether they go to pass it.
You can see Roxa, the designated goalkeeper, plays it short to Paulinho. Here's Tavares on the right. Stojkovic. Oh, very close.
Great play.
So close. Great goalkeeping. It will be a corner to Boavista, but this is the Boavista we wanted to see in game number 1.
Yeah, it's great play from Boavista, picking out the passes. Didn't go for the shot, which can sometimes be an easy giveaway.
Defended well, though, at the front post by Roxa. And now a chance to counter-attack. Here is Moustache. Controlled by Zizou. Idris chasing. Can't quite get to him, though. Ewan. Was that a shot or was that a cross? We will never know, as it's deflected out for an FC Nantes throw-in. Better game, though, I have to say. Much more of a contest here in game number 2, as Boavista seem to have learned from their mistakes. Here is Ng. Looking for Stojkovic. Never going to get that name right, by the way. I'm going to keep trying it, though. Here is Aka. Looking for Marlon on the left. 3 bodies in the box here for Boavista. Can they find anyone? Oh, that's a nice pass. Not quite on the money, though. So it will go out for a Boavista throw. 57% possession for the Portuguese outfit. Looking for the Serbian in the middle once again. Tavares on the edge. Finds Paulinho. Okay, again looking for a man in the middle. Tavares off the post! And it's the Serbian striker!
It stands.
Who gets the goal? The goal stands, as Wes says. So much better from Boavista. We said they were the unknown quantity coming in. And they lead game number 2, 1-0.
Well, you could see that coming from Boavista's standpoint. You could see this little interchange here. Granted, they didn't get the first pass, but this little interchange, you know, you've got one of their players who just peeled off just to, in case that ball, you know, they gambled in case that ball came back, and the gamble pays off. And they've been so much better in game 2 than they were in game 1.
Nikola Stojkovic.
You're getting
That's a mouthful with the goal.
But no, it's great for the tie.
Certainly a point man for FC Boavista, but you're right, it's tremendous for the tie. And now FC Nantes, let's see what they can do on the back foot. Simon looking to try and reply as instantly as possible. Ewan, it's just knocked off the ball by Aka, and here is a pass looking for Ng, a little bit loose. Boavista, tremendous bounce back ability, and that's something you're going to need in the eFootball.Pro season. Such a long season. We have the winter break coming up, and certainly don't want to be going into it on 2 back-to-back defeats on match day number 1. Tavares looking for the ball. Good pressure again, though, from Boavista. They're certainly learning, trying to play a little bit higher tempo. That's a lovely long ball, though, cut out very well.
A bit of a panic clearance, though.
I mean, it was, but it's much better than Koulibaly being in on goal. Barbosa, I think that was actually, club captain for Boavista, snuffing that one out. And now a corner for FC Nantes. They, don't forget, conceded in the 91st minute for the corner in game number 1.
Defensive clearance.
Better than Boavista this time though. Defensive clearance, as you say, once again from the captain, Barbosa. Tavares for the 1-2 with Marlon. He finds it. Stachbo. Better in defence. Chance here for FC Nantes once again to get themselves back into the game before the half, which is rapidly approaching. Just heard the Boavista players on the stage a little bit frustrated. That was a bit of a sloppy tackle. They maybe could have got the entirety of the ball. Instead, it's a kick to FC Nantes, and that will be a goal kick, and no doubt the final kick of the half.
Yeah, I mean, I think what to anticipate from the second half. I think you'd expect a little bit more panic from Nantes. As you can see, that Boavista have been the kings of possession, 62%. They've been all over it, and you know, the way that they're playing at the moment is at a way better level than what they were at the start, and finally maybe showing that those nerves have kind of melted away a little bit from game 1, and now we're starting to see the real Boavista show up in game 2.
Key statistic for me there, Wes, 0 shots at all from FC Nantes. How clinical they were in game 1, that's not something we would have expected here in the second leg of the tie. And credit to Boavista, as you said, the adjustments have been made, as some very quick adjustments have been made here in the second half of game number 2. The adjustments were made, and it certainly has paid off very well. Here's Ng though for Boavista. A second would put them in great stead for the result here. Here's Aka, has Tavares in the middle looking for him, but good defensive work there from the Nantes players. A little bit sloppy, maybe a bit panicked here. Gets away with it though. Looking for Simon on this right-hand side. Trying to provide a run is Koulibaly. He finds him. Ewan in the middle. This surely must be a goal. Tremendous goalkeeping there. Once again from Barbosa of all people.
Well, and as we said in the first game, if you get manual goalkeeping correct, it's, you know, it's a game saver, and that right there, you can see Barbosa takes control. It's a great save, but again, Simon providing a real outball for Nantes at the moment to try and get back into this game.
Rafael Bracali, the Brazilian goalkeeper for Boavista, will be called into action here once again. Punch is clear, only as far as Toure, finding Simon. Ewan pressured early again from Boavista. This high-pressing game is such an advantage here for Boavista. It's something that FC Nantes were doing to them in game number 1, and it's working for them here. Here's Koulibaly though, has Simon in the middle. Can he find him? Yes, he can, but he's not got the best angle here. Koulibaly again in the middle. Ewan, not done yet. Looking for the chip. Marlon again. Barbosa, the captain, clearing his lines. And providing an outlet here as well to Ng. Tremendous play.
But it's this resistance now that Boavista have built up. They've all of a sudden just, you know, they've got into this defensive mindset of, we've got a lead, we need to hold it, and they're really, really battling down the hatches.
Oh, wow.
A lovely bit of interchange. Onside as well. Oh, it's a great goal. That's a super goal from Boavista.
That's the second they were looking for. Tremendous build-up play. I thought, I can't wait to see this replay, because wow, it was absolutely, it had everything. Bit of flair, great teamwork. I thought he might just be offside as this ball was played, but number 13 there for FC Nantes, a little bit sluggish to step up, and that's tremendous. Amazing for Boavista.
Barbosa again holding his run. It's a brief stop, and then he goes. You see that little drop that he did just to make sure he was onside. Keeper gets a leg to it, but it spins over him. But that build-up from Boavista, I mean, we were talking about creativity, about PA1. That's the type of creativity you can have.
And look at the passion from the Portuguese men there up on the stage, representing their Portuguese club here in the eFootball.Pro 2020 season. And they are 2-0 up in a game number 2 that we thought unlikely they might even get a result out of at all after that game 1.
I mean, you looked at their performance in game 1, you went, oh, this doesn't look like a decent Boavista side. And instead, we're looking at it now and we're going, wow, this is a team to watch out for. They're very good in terms of their defensive play at the moment. They're locking down the game so that Nantes don't really have an opportunity to get back into it. Obviously, there's tactical changes happening at the moment. We'll be interested to see exactly what changes are going on. I think it looks like it's on the Boavista side, maybe. You can see the Nantes team are in discussions at the moment as to where it's gone wrong.
captain there for FC Nantes. Asnin. Just trying to figure out exactly where the problems lie here in game number 2 between these two sides. But, I mean, it's almost a mirror image of game number 1, isn't it, Wes? Where we said at a 2-0 when FC Nantes are up, do we say the next goal wins the game, or do we say, you know what, there's still time here for FC Nantes to get a result even if they go 3 down?
There's still time on it, and I know that might sound a little bit kind of strange to those watching this, but it is a case of you're in a situation where it's 65 minutes gone. You're looking to whether you're going to put substitutions on. Sorry, 60 minutes gone. You're looking whether you're putting substitutions on. You get a quick fire goal here, then again it just opens up the game somewhat. I mean, it's a very fascinating watch here as Idris brings down Koulibaly.
Yep, tactical foul there from you. Just trying to stop the momentum there from the kickoff for FC Nantes. Free kick goes in, looking for again Koulibaly, but again it's Barbosa looking for the clearance, and that's that instant reply we were looking for from FC Nantes. Absolute thunderbolt of a goal, and they are right back in this tie.
Yeah, Prado with a super hit. They are back in this game. Boavista now, what are they going to do? Are they going to keep going for this, or are they going to hold back? What is it you do from here? Certainly you think Nantes have picked up now their confidence to go, hey, actually, we can get back into this game, and there's so much time left on the clock. Anything's possible. It was a great hit. It was Prado. It was a stunning hit.
Absolutely tremendous hit. And there's not much you can do about that if you're a goalkeeper. Amazing. And it's the goal that FC Nantes needed. Boavista now just up by the 1 goal. We'll see what they have in retaliation. And again, another test of their mental fortitude. I said before the match, not expecting too many great results. This would be a tremendous step to take, though. So early on in the season as well. Something to take into the winter break and really focus on as a positive if they can hold. Here is Cassiano. G open on that left side, but great pressure there. Here is Coco. Loser in the middle. Just tackled by Idris again, who is on a yellow card, so they need to be very tentative with their tackles. Tavares on the right-hand side. Looking for the 1-2. Don't think Barbosa was quite ready for that one. Be a corner, though. Paulinho to whip this one in, and Boavista are able to get a goal from this. This would be absolutely wonderful for their chances of sealing a victory here. Tavares looking for Cassiano, maybe a little bit too fancy. Back to Cassiano though, looking for Tavares. Great defensive work right there from players on FC Nantes. Still pressure though. And G. Idris here on the left-hand side. Cassiano will just about get there, but will be pressured early. Will be a Boavista throw though. Good spell of pressure though from the Portuguese outfit.
I think at the moment, the more time that Boavista's spending this half, they're just winding down the clock here. Not necessarily in a keeping the ball, but the more time they spend in the Nantes half, it's given Nantes less time to get that goal and make it 2-2. But like I said, we've got out balls all over the pitch. Bamba's on now. There's a lot of elements there, but Boavista again keeping the ball. They're letting their momentum just do the work.
Clock is certainly their friend at the moment. Here is Yu on the left-hand side. Bit of a fake cross there. Not going to full Zizou as he is back on the ball here again with Koulibaly. Now to Loser in the middle. Stuffed out and absolutely blasted into Rosette there by a Boavista midfielder, as more changes still to come. But the clock definitely not on the side of FC Nantes. The problem I have with Boavista still attacking and keeping pressure on is that they're still leaving that door open, though, aren't they, Wes, to that tremendous FC Nantes counter-attack. And it's something that got them 4 goals in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at, from this stance, you're looking for, does this Nantes team have enough stamina? Does their players have enough stamina? Have they utilised their substitutions enough? You can see the Coco's now on as well. Like, they do have wingers now that are full of legs. So if they get an out ball, you could see an equaliser.
And for Koulibaly once again in the centre of the pitch. Pressure though for Boavista. Here's Cassiano with the ball. Maybe rushed a little bit in the end. Will be a 50-50. We'll see which way this one's awarded. I think it's actually a Boavista throw, and it is. So 10 in-game minutes to go for Boavista to hold on to what would be a fantastic 3 points in the first match day here in the eFootball.Pro. Bamba finds Koulibaly on the right-hand side. This is dangerous. Prado in the middle, can't quite get his head onto it. Chance maybe for Boavista to break, but they have to get it out first, and they do just that. Breaks kindly to Tavares. Once again, chewing away at this clock. Cassiano making a run deep, but Tavares is the target. Look out for Cassiano. He is here in the middle again, through one-on-one. Can he finish it to put the result to bed?
Oh!
No, he can't. Great save by Alban Lafont in the FC Nantes goal. Gives them a chance.
You can see there that little bit of manual goalkeeping. You know, it was adjusted, then they went back to AI. It may have played into the eyes of the Boavista front line, but you're looking at this now, 3 in-game minutes plus a little bit of stoppage time, and they have the ball in the Nantes half, and it's a corner. You could only think that they're looking at maybe keeping this in the corner, a little bit of gamesmanship to maybe keep these 3 points.
Exactly what I was going to ask you, whether or not it's worth them even trying to play the territory here with so little time left on the clock. So tense, and this first match of the eFootball.Pro 2020 season it's been all fireworks. Despite the absolute drubbing in game number 1, Boavista have not given up whatsoever and are on the brink of what would be an amazing result.
If you look at this, it's a great advert for the league. Just to start with, if this is game 1 of match day 1, Lord knows what's going to be happening by the end of this match day.
So tense. You can see both sets of players there on the stage still making tweaks. They do not want to put a single foot wrong in these last 2.5 minutes plus added time.
You can see there their body language.
Again, for FC Nantes, Roxa seems to be calling the shots, and he knows it's such an uphill battle ahead of him in these remaining 2.5 in-game minutes. But like you said, the body language, look at FC Boavista. They are focused, they are ready. How do they play this one? It's going to be in G to swing this one.
Yep, you can see the 2 options going short.
As options short, as you say. Short to Cassiano, but would like to achieve a little bit more time off the clock. That's going to open the door now to FC Nantes. Looking for Bamba in the middle, but Cassiano wins it back, and here is Ng with a clever turn. Again, looking for Cassiano. Seems to be the point man, really, for Boavista. And look at this, retaining possession all the way back to the keeper.
Yep.
That's what it takes to get the result.
And the thing is, in your debut game, that's what you want. I mean, Tavares here, though, with Nantes pushing forward, trying to get the ball back.
Advantage played by the referee. Obiora to Tavares. It's going to be a late corner, and with 3 minutes added on, we are now into the 4th minute. I'd say that's a result for Boavista. No time left for FC Nantes to do anything. They will make certain of it with the last kick of the game from this corner. Why not cross it in? There's no one there, but tell you what, Wes, it doesn't matter whatsoever. Boavista, despite getting absolutely drowned out in game number 1, come back to win 2-1 in match number 2. Absolutely wonderful. Tremendous show of spirit by the Portuguese, and both teams leaving the tie with 3 points.
I think if you'd have offered that to Boavista at the start of the day, I think they would have taken that.
Well, thank you very much to Weza and Harry for that commentary. Two very, very different games there. We saw a heavy win for Nantes in the first match, but it was all change after that, Weza. What did change?
I think Boavista just woke up and realised that they were eFootball.Pro. They seemed to be completely different. Every challenge they were into, every second ball was theirs. They really impressed their will on the game from the early going.
Do you think in the first game that they were a little bit careless? We saw that manual goalkeeper error early on that could have come into play. Did they just warm up as the match went on?
Yeah, I think, if you're in a scenario like this, you're in brand new surroundings, you're in a brand new league, you're with a brand new team, all of a sudden that kind of can change absolutely everything. And I think them having that first game to really get adjusted, really, although they lost 4-0, it was probably the best thing for them. It was a jarring to go, hey, this is the standard you're at, this is the standard we need you to be at, and lo and behold, they really turned it around second game.
And what about Nantes? Because having won so comfortably in the first game, they'd have fancied their chances of getting another victory. Will they be asking themselves, hold on a second, we've really messed up here?
Well, I mean, the first game, they took advantage of debutants. They really did. They were the professionals that they've been for so many, tournaments and years, that it was just that type of performance. That going into the second game, you could argue that maybe a little bit of complacency maybe crept in. Maybe they thought that the game was theirs already. But certainly the resilience of the young Boavista team, I think that just changed everything.
And looking at their game management late on as well, that was quite impressive. We saw them keep the ball and just run down the clock. Showed real maturity even for debutants.
Yeah. To have that awareness to go, okay, well, we're in this situation. We don't want to get counter-attacked. We don't want to come away with a draw. I think it was a great show of maturity. Really, really good.
Okay, well, let's get some reaction now. We can go backstage and join Harry.
Thank you very much, Mark. I am here with the FC Nantes players. Roxa, a bit of a mixed bag of results. You got the 3 points from game number 1 with a resounding 4-0 win. Game 2 didn't quite go to plan. What was your assessment of the entire series?
Yes, first game we played very good. We win 4-0, but second game we start a little bad. They scored a goal, and after that we try to come back, but they score another goal. We score one, but we lose. But this ultimate equal, so it will be difficult for us.
You're here in the eFootball.Pro League. How does it feel to be representing FC Nantes in this prestigious competition?
Yes, I'm very happy because I have opportunity to play for Nantes, to represent them here, and I hope we will prove that we are good.
Let's look ahead then to Matchday 2. You have a bit of a winter break ahead of you now. Any thoughts going into Matchday 2? Obviously, you guys face Celtic. Any thoughts going into that one?
Yes, next game is Celtic. They are good. We know them very good. And I hope we can win both games, and we'll see.
Awesome, right. FC Nantes, thank you very much. Let's bring on the FC Boavista players. Congratulations, guys, 3 points. Game 1 didn't go your way. Obviously, there were lots of goals going the other way. How did you guys fix it in game number 2? What changes did you make?
Well, we made a formation change. We changed the 4-3-3 to 4-4-2. And I think with this change, we won this game. We have more the players hiding, and we have the capacity to improve with this style.
Obviously, you guys are all Portuguese. How does it feel to be representing a Portuguese club here in the eFootball.Pro League?
Well, it's an honor for us. It's very, very good that Portuguese clubs are improving this type of competitions, and it's very important for us representing our club from our country.
Let's look ahead then to Matchday 2. You guys have a bit of a break now to work on some things. What are you expecting out of Matchday 2?
Well, it will be a very difficult game too. We don't have here any easy game, so we have to work. We have to work a lot. We have to work more, and good. With very good play. I think we can do good things this year here.
Awesome, guys. Thank you so much. Congratulations on the 3 points. Back over to Mark and Wes to break down the next match.
Thank you very much, Harry. Yes, very interesting to hear the reaction there, and also interesting to hear the mentioned formation, which you said yourself.
Oh, I'm not going to say that I'm an expert on anything, but you could see there was a visible shift in the way that Boavista conducted themselves to go from a 4-3-3 to make it a bit more secure. I think that really helped their defensive play no end, really.
Brilliant. Well, before going to the next match, remember that you can follow the latest news of the competition on the official social media channels of PES, which you can see just below me on the screen. Well, the action keeps on coming. It's another cracking match we have for you as well. The second one is FC Schalke 04 against Celtic FC. The players are as follows. We'll start with a look at the Schalke lineup for you. They are Goal, El Matador and Meromen. Meanwhile, representing the Celtic FC side, we have Indojawa, Indominator and Yorker. And we talked to them all earlier on there. You can see Yorker, Indominator and Indojawa. We chatted to both of these sides earlier, and this is what they had to say.
Well, after the last year's performance, reaching the second place with Celtic, I think from everyone the expectation will be high for us. But to be honest, we will be happy if we reach the top 6 spot, especially because this team has been formed since 2 weeks ago. Comparing to other teams, they have been playing more weeks, even months more than us. So I think they already have an advantage. But yeah, like I said, we will be happy if we can reach the top 6.
Yeah, we are very excited about the new clubs like Bayern, Juventus, very big clubs. But I think we are very good prepared for the new season, trained a lot and try to reach the knockout stages.
Okay, so some very familiar faces from the PES scene there, some big names, and it's a very appetising affair given the players that we have on show.
Yeah, really is, especially when you look at that Celtic FC roster. You have a Dominator who was playing for Celtic last season, bitterly disappointed to be a runner-up in the competition last time round. Again, similar kind of situation with the FC Nantes team. They're going to be looking to try and reverse their fortunes and try and go the entire way this season.
Okay, well, the next match is ready. It is Celtic up against Schalke.
Welcome guys, check your hand.
So Weza, just as the players get set to participate, tactically, what are you looking for in this one?
Well, I think having a look at how Schalke put themselves together last year, I think they'll be disappointed with their own performance last year. But with them being the only roster that hasn't changed, I think that actually adds an advantage. I would love to see some robust defending from their back line. I mean, you look at the likes of McKennie, you look at Mascarell, to add that little bit of reinforcement. With Celtic, you're looking for them to lead out from probably Edouard and maybe even James Forrest on the wing. I would imagine you're probably going to see mirror images of formations. They may catch me out, and I might be completely wrong, but we'll see.
And also, do you think they'll have taken anything from watching the earlier game? Because we have these news that have come in this season where they have seen that match, the Boavista Nantes affair, and maybe taken some tips from that?
I think that any of the teams are going to be looking exactly at everybody to see every game. I think it would be kind of silly of them to not look at each other's games. I think they'll be kind of buoyed by the fact that, there's only 3 points that have been, been dished out to both teams. And I think a little bit of gamesmanship from Indominator there, where he was saying, oh, well, the team's only been put together by 2 weeks, but, you've got Indojawa, twin brother. The chemistry there is already naturally there. They used to play with Total Football. They've already got that, and a little bit of Spanish there from Georgia as well, so...
Splendid stuff. Well, it looks as though the two teams are all set. Weza will be on commentary alongside your match commentator, Harry Channon.
Thank you very much, Mark. Second match already of the eFootball.Pro 2020 season. Celtic FC of Scotland, of all places, taking on FC Schalke 04, hailing from the Gelsenkirchen region of Germany. Yes, I did look at Wikipedia for that one, but yes, a tantalising affair. We say Schalke making no changes from last season. Obviously, that's not 100% true due to the 2 versus 2 versus 3 versus 3 nature of the competition, but the extra man Merriman has been playing with them for such a long time, and these players all know each other so well.
Yeah, I mean, if you looked at kind of Merriman and El Matador, they were previously part of a co-op team that even I got to a tournament to play against, and you could tell from there that they have a strong connection of their games. Goal, of course, adds a wealth of experience to their team, and I think that they might be an outfit to watch this season.
It will be interesting to see how they adapt not only to the 3 versus 3 format here of the eFootball.Pro 2020 season, but also that pass assist one. We're going to be talking about it all season long. It's going to catch a lot of these players out that might be used to using a bit more of a lax pass assist, I suppose, higher levels of PA. These experienced players, again, you know, used to coming into these types of tournaments with higher levels of pass assist, might just be caught out here.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could easily, you can make the argument that it could catch them out, but the argument I'd like to put forward is that actually we're going to see a better style of football from them. I think it'll be less direct. I think you'll actually find that it'll be a lot more kind of tiki-taka, as we're used to kind of seeing. And I think you'll see a lot more, as we saw from Boavista with the goal that they scored in the previous game. I think we'll see more of that, and I think we'll see a better quality of play as a result.
So we are moments away from kickoff. FC Schalke 04 taking on Celtic FC. Both of these two teams participating last season didn't get the results they wanted, although you could argue the men on your screen representing Schalke, the more disappointed of the two, not even making it into the knockout phase. They were knocked out in the regular season after failing to qualify. Celtic, on the other hand, led by Indominator, back when he and Eldridge O'Neill were playing under the boys, got to the semi-finals, fell short in the end to AS Monaco, but I mean, it's better than going out and not even getting into the knockout stages, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, you can easily say, if you're from a pro player's perspective, you'd be disappointed if you're not making knockout stages. And that's why I think that the Schalke team are actually ones to watch, because that disappointment will probably fuel them more than any other team that we have here. They're obviously incredibly proud to wear the shirt. They're incredibly proud to represent Schalke, and I think that, coupled with a bit of fire in the belly, might just put them over the edge, and I'd have them down as dark horses.
Dark horses of Schalke 04, I like that. I'm going to be keeping an eye on them for the rest of the season, whereas, of course, representing Schalke, such a prestigious German footballing team, established 115 years ago, have European success back to the 1996-97 season. So these players have a lot to live up to, but we talk about success.
Yeah.
What team embodies success more than their adversaries here? Celtic FC, 50 Scottish League titles, 6 domestic trebles, 19 domestic doubles. Yeah. You could argue maybe a lack of competition in Scotland, but you still have to beat who's in front of you.
Of course.
And these players, again, going to have to live up to the Celtic name and the banner that represents such a prestigious footballing organisation. Yeah,
well, I think if you've got, the likes of Indominator and Indajawa representing your club is in a very good spot. And I think the addition of Giorgio will actually kind of really add some spice to that team. I spoke to them beforehand, and they were talking about, he brings in a degree of tiki-taka. That is Indajawa and Indominator's wheelhouse. They love playing tiki-taka. They love playing passing football. And, if you can add an extra person in there of a similar mindset, you're off to the races with a really good team. So this, again, I hate to sound like a bit of a parrot, but it is going to be a fascinating watch.
It really is, and we are moments away from kickoff, from witnessing what could be, as you say, a fantastic, tantalising affair. Thumbs up from the Celtic squad, no doubt reciprocated by the Schalke boys as well. as we are almost ready to kick this one off. I like the way you bring up Indominator and Ninja Jao, though, obviously twin brothers of each other as the game gets underway. 2018 World Finals, runners up. Again, I hate to notice a pattern here where there might not be one, but runners up with Celtic, Indominator, runners up in the World Finals in 2018. Could he maybe be branded as a nearly man? Is that fair to say?
No, I think the game is there for him. The game is there that he has that game within him. It's just, you know, if you're coming up against teams like Monaco, you know, Barcelona, those types of teams, it is gonna be an impactful, you know, experience. And then if you are, you know, in Dominator, you have to have steel to come back. I mean, Celtic really positively here.
Just cleared away though from Schalke, but as you say, positive play. The referee spotted something here and will bring the play back. So it will be Schalke 04 attacking from right to left and Celtic FC from left to right. Schalke in their classic blue strip. They are nicknamed the Royal Blues. No points for guessing why that is. Here is Johnston trying to find his teammate in the middle. Abil Bentaleb out to Caligiuri. Finds the player here on the left-hand side, pressured early by Celtic, but here is Merchant. Cleared away though by Celtic, and chances for both teams early doors. Nothing doing just yet though.
Yeah, I mean, you can see again, you know, very reminiscent of game one, trying to feel their way into it. And you can see that they are just trying to just feel out, okay, so where are Celtic going to defend from, where are Schalke going to defend from, and just take it from there. I think, you know, for the Schalke, I think you're potentially looking at Animi Harit as their real point man. A lot of skill on the ball. They're lacking maybe a number 9, but I'm sure they'll prove me wrong at some stage. You know, whereas Celtic, you can see there, instead of going with Edouard, they've gone with Bayo, which is an interesting pick. You know, this stat balancing, it really does make a complete difference.
Here is Harit. Looking for Caligiuri in the middle, almost breaks for him, but El Hamid will be the Celtic man to bring the ball away. It's going to be interesting to see how Horcha, who is on the ball at the moment with Rogic, slots into this Dutch lineup. Will he, as you predicted, play that tiki-taka play that Celtic FC love to play? Forrest looking for Bayo there. Can't find him. Caligiuri will contest this one and just about win it. Looking for a quick break, a Schalke, but nothing doing there again. Here is Greg Taylor. It's a Bayo. Pinballing around once again. Bayo comes away with the ball. Horcha looking for a teammate. Will find Indajawa. Nothing doing on that pass again, though. Harit will contest it, but good bit of pressure there from Celtic, and they retain possession here as well to recycle the attack. El Hamid. Looking for maybe Rogic in the middle, but out to Greg Taylor. Finds Bayo. Forrest making a run. Johnston on the edge. Bayo. This is good from Celtic. Great block though. El Hamid will keep this one alive on the right-hand side. Bayo. Controlled by Indajawa. A little bit lax. Oh, Jamie Forrest is there, but the keeper keeps it alive for Celtic, and it will be a Celtic corner. A bit indecisive there from Schalke.
Yeah, you're looking at it, and they're a little bit panicked in defence, and you can see there that the passing style of Celtic is really starting to play out a little bit here.
Looking for a front post. Header there. Will win them another corner. Look at that possession statistic. Fair play, we're only half an hour into the match. For that front post once again, knocked on. That's an interesting tactic, but goalkeeper luckily will be there to claim. Schalke though, getting overrun here.
It's all Celtic at the moment.
It absolutely is. Johnston. Back to the left back Taylor. Oh, Sane just gets that one away. Here is Harit. He said he might be that number 9 that Schalke looked for. He has found the outlet here on the right-hand side. Bit on low. Good bit of defending. Switching the play nicely there as well. That was Horcha. He says confidently with a Spanish accent. Can't quite roll my R's though, that's the problem.
Well, you can see here, you can see that little tactical switch. It's really stretching that Schalke defence, which is normally quite robust. And you can really see they're trying to just open them up enough. They're getting some opportunities, but nothing clear-cut just yet.
Schalke getting a little bit overrun so far. There's just about 40 minutes gone in match number 1. Celtic playing very calmly out from the back. That's a little bit loose. Find its way to Jamie Forrest. Chance for an attack now. Rogic finds Forrest, who finds left-hand side man Taylor. Time and space here for the man on the ball. Johnston finds Rogic. This is good. Tries to get a ball in, but too close to Langer in the Schalke net. And nothing doing there for Celtic, lacking that little bit of class up front at the moment. Stasic tackled early by Bayo, and Schalke, I mean, again, as we edge closer to half-time, we saw the possession statistic pop up on the screen, really struggling to get a foothold here in this first half.
Well, we've known historically from Celtic they love to have the ball, and you know, obviously 37% possession to Schalke. They've not given them really that much to go on, but again, it only takes a second to score a goal. It's only going to take one opportunity for Schalke to break clear, and Celtic are in trouble. It's all good having the number, but if you don't do anything with it.
No changes made. Straight into the second half. Both teams perfectly happy with how they approached the first. Schalke are obviously confident that they can get that magic moment. They can get them the 3 points. Push through there, and that's actually going to be called back here.
Free kick. Very positive spot there.
Is it to Schalke? It most certainly is. Caligiuri standing over it. It's a goal. In fact, switches over to Merkan to take this free kick. Which side will he go? Steps up, left-footed. Can't quite get it over the wall. Will be a corner though.
Telling thing there, the Celtic didn't employ the manual goalkeeper.
Absolutely not. Felt no need for it. Mascarell dispossessed by Taylor. Here is Forrest for Celtic.
Into traffic.
Too much meat, I suppose, in the middle of the pitch there, and dangerous ball looking for Caligiuri.
A great looking ball from Harrett.
You wondered whether or not he might be that 9 that they need. Ended up being a tremendous winger in that instance. Harrett will chase it here once again. Taylor with some defending to do. Well played though from a dominator, clearing his lines, and Celtic able to build from the back. Here is El Hamid. To Rogic.
Looking very comfortable on the ball, Celtic.
Very comfortable, but a little bit too eager to be sprinting there as the Celtic man, and the referee will pull this one back. It's an interesting one, because I thought Schalke had an advantage to be played with there, but they will retain possession. 55 minutes gone. At what point, Wes, do you maybe start to look at your bench and bring on some impact players? Because both teams have had their chances. I suppose you could argue Celtic with a firmer grip on the game, but is it a stick or twist mentality at this point? We'll come back to that, as Schalke might just wrestle their way through. Wrestled down in the box though is the Schalke man.
Well, I'd look at it now. I think these types of times, around about 60, 65 minutes, for those viewers watching, they know how important that type of time frame is to make a sub. And I think looking at it, I mean, if there's a goal that comes in this next couple of minutes or in this break of play, I think you'd be looking at substitutes to try and swing it back in your favour.
Weird there by Taylor watching that run. Johnston's there as well. Indajaya back into his teammate and twin brother and dominator. Clears it wide to Horcha. Forrest is in down the right-hand side here. Looking for Bayo in the middle. Controlled by Indajaya. We'll find him. There is Horcha! Oh, that was a great opportunity. Goalkeeper stands his ground, and deadlock still here in this match between these two sides. Harrett on the left, but excuse me, down the right, but it's Caligiuri the target. Fraser Forster in goal. Gladly collects that one.
Just going back to that Celtic chance, the last person you probably want on that is Taylor, your left back. If that's somebody like an Edouard or a Tom Rogic, you're probably talking 1-0.
Speaking of Eduard, I'm not even sure if he's on the pitch at the moment.
I don't think he is.
Might be someone for Celtic players to bring on. They have space here in the middle though. Rogic, not a man around him, has a bit of time to pick a pass, and the pass he finds is to Bayo, who in turn finds Johnson, looking for Forrest in the middle. Taylor! Oh, it's off the post! Lovely shot, and I thought that one was nestling in the top corner.
These chances keep falling to Taylor as Schalke got on the counter.
Bit on defending. Harrit. Caliguri was waiting in the middle. Good defending here. Both the Sonneveld brothers covering there, but Caliguri wide open. Wonderful save. And what's it going to take for one of these two teams to score? Panicky defending. This one a gift.
It's one of those pitfalls you have of playing a possession game, is that if you get caught out of the back and there's players waiting in the box. But it was a good bit of manual keeping, which saved the day for Celtic.
75 minutes gone. The left kneecap of Fraser Forster, the difference between a Schalke lead and us being in the situation we're in right now. Celtic FC, they've had their chances.
Well, both teams now have. It's now not a case of, oh, well, one team's had a chance and the other. We've had two from Taylor, hit the woodwork with one, hit the keeper with the other. You know, and obviously chances falling into the box for Schalke there. If you're looking at the bench, they've got the likes of Rabbi Matondo that can come on and really employ some pace down the wing. Whether they choose that option is, obviously, it's down to the Schalke boys. They'll know that team inside out and know exactly who they need to bring on.
Schalke were the first German club to win a domestic double all the way back in 1937. Can they score their first points of the eFootball.Pro 2020 season? Another corner. Caliguri to whip this one in. Bit of an outswinger. Cleared by Dominator. No one up the pitch here for Celtic. Anything you're seeing from the subs there, Wes?
Yeah, I mean, looking at that, Rahman, who Belgian winger, who is very, very pacey. You got Wilson McKinney, who comes on as an American centre midfielder. Again, probably trying to short up that midfield, but also give an out ball. I think that's what they're lacking at the moment. Is they have Harrit and they have players and weapons around the pitch, but ultimately they need something more.
Taylor to Christie, a new man on the pitch here.
There's that McKinney tackle.
Rahman, two men in the box to finds one of them. Blasted wide. This was a good chance.
The substitutes combining there. McKennie playing in Rahman, and Rahman getting a decent ball into the box again. It's probably snatch and get it in the box. He had pressure on him from Celtic defenders. You know, maybe earlier in the game that's a different kettle of fish, but they've certainly brought back the possession a little bit. Now taking 43% possession. They're starting to milk it back into the game.
8 in-game minutes to go for this tightly contested game. Momentum certainly seems in favour of the German side at the moment, though. Here is Rahman. Just overhit that pass assist level 1 maybe coming into play there. And 5 in-game minutes, you'd have to say the next goal, I mean, we know how fickle PES can be, but the next goal surely would snatch the 3 points away, and that's a poor clearance by Fraser Forster.
Yeah, I mean, if there's any goal in this, I think it'll finish off. It's a lovely flick from Rahman.
Going to be rewarded with a corner here, no doubt another outswinger coming in from Caliguri, blasted straight up the centre into the heart of the Celtic box. El Hamid now, chance to break, looking for Eduard. Stambouli there. Too quick for it. 1 minute to go in regular time, and it's Schalke with the territory. What can they do with it? Stambouli finds Harrit. Potential to find player in the box here as well. Oh, that's absolutely lovely.
It's super play from the Schalke boys.
It's goal with the finish, and the finish that will see them snatch, no doubt, the 3 points from game number 1. The Celtic FC players, you can see, that means absolute nightmares for them later on tonight. But snatching it right at the death, a tremendous goal from Schalke 04.
Well, we talked about the substitutions as they came on. Rahman was instrumental in his build-up. You had Harrit, finds the ball into Rahman, Rahman, neat little ball in there, and the touch to take it away from that centre-back. I think Julian is the one who's thumping the floor in his frustration, but it was a lovely touch to take it away there. Rahman, as you can see there, neat little slip of the ball in there, and it's a great composed finish. And you've got to say that's 3 points, and you can see what it means to the Schalke boys.
It's the German, Steven Skriski, scoring the goal. Just 2 in-game minutes now for these players on the Celtic side to retrieve a point, which surely was theirs not too long ago.
Well, we said one of the pitfalls of possession football, it's if you don't do anything with it, you're not standing to win a game, or you're not standing to be into a game. Now, granted, their style of play is great, but if you're not putting a finish on it, with those 2 Taylor chances now looking very, very distantly into the past, you know, you're talking the width of a post in it to score and to maybe change the complexion of the game. But the composure there from goal, showing all those years of experience, showing that kind of grit. And he only needed that 1 chance in the game, and he's finished it off.
Absolutely. That will be a chance that they've rued, and I suppose you could say Schalke's substitutions making more of an impact here in this match as well. I mean, Sinclair for Celtic was brought on at around that 75-minute mark.
Yeah.
Has been pretty absent.
Yeah, well, as we've seen, McKennie comes on. He's a physical presence in centre midfield. Rahman, as we said, was going to cause all kinds of trouble down those wings, and lo and behold, they've really taken it on. And I mean, you're talking what, 2 in-game minutes? Unless there's something from kickoff, or unless they really put the pressure on and keep that ball in the half, it's Schalke's to lose now.
Throw the kitchen sink. That's what Celtic have to do, but it's Amine Harrit who comes away with the ball. That's a little bit risky though. We'll win the ball back.
There's the final whistle.
The referee says that's all she wrote. Celtic FC lose their first match of the eFootball.Pro season, and Schalke, the team who failed to make it into the knockout stages of last season, 3 points on the board already. Tremendous result for them.
The dark horses of Schalke.
You called it.
It's one of those that it's these kind of intangible qualities that you kind of look at and go, it's not related to the game, it's not related to, you know, anything else. It's these intangible qualities of passion, emotion, grit, determination. All of those are exactly what you need in situations like this. I mean, you're looking back at this now. This is the James Forrest chance. Gets it across to Taylor, hits the keeper. It's a golden opportunity. Whereas obviously you're looking at it, and it's these types of moments. Do you want to be playing the ball out from there? I mean, he gifted a wonderful chance there. It was only for a manual keeping, and like we said, the left knee of Fraser Forster that really kept Celtic in at that point. You know, worse signs on the wall there. I'm not quite sure.
Will we see another situation of a team who loses game number 1 coming back with a vengeance in game number 2? We will see after the short break between these 2 games. But yeah, a wonderful result really there from Schalke against, albeit a different roster than Celtic fielded last season, but still a Celtic FC organisation who came second in the entire eFootball.Pro knockout stages last season.
Yeah, I mean, and if you look at it, you know, like you said, you could make the argument that the chemistry may not be there. I know that Dominator alluded to it in the pre-match video, but you've got to look at it and go, you know what you're capable of doing. You know the types of games you can put on, and I think it's going to be vital to see how Celtic kind of put the finishing touches on it. Was not starting Edouard, you know, a talking point instead of Bayo. You know, is it a case that you push Mikey Johnson forward? Do you push James Forrest forward? Do you make it a 4-3-3? Do you open it up a bit? Or I mean, for Schalke, they just have to go again. You know, they only have to really sit on one chance, and that chance there was put away quite easily.
Absolutely. Celtic with many changes, no doubt, to make. We'll see what kind of team they field in match number 2. Again, these 2 teams just making sure they are completely ready, and nice to see, as you said, passion and grit, determination all showed as we saw there in the replay package from Schalke, but also a nice smile there on the stage. Nice to see them nice and relaxed. When we spoke to them before the show, they were a little bit you know, a little bit burly, I suppose, a little bit, you know,
a little bit hesitant,
nonchalant maybe, but nice to see them a bit more relaxed up there and seeing them, you know, enjoy their eFootball PES 2020 games.
Well, if you're a player sitting opposite that is the last thing you want to see.
Oh, yeah.
You don't want to see players that are loose and are happy and are relaxed. You want to see people that are tense. You want to see people making mistakes. You don't want to see a relaxed version of Schalke, because these guys can really, really play.
Will we see that in match number 2? 3 points in the bag already for FC Schalke 04. Celtic FC with so much to do. However, we do start afresh, a clean slate here in game number 2. It is Schalke in their famous blue strip, attacking left to right. Celtic FC, the Scots, the boys, attacking from right to left, looking to make amends from their poor result in game number 1. Here is Taylor, who had those tremendous chances, multiple of them in the first game. Good defending, though, in midfield. Caliguri now for Schalke. Here is Nabil Bentaleb, finds Merkan. Harrit is through. Will he finish?
Oh, he will.
Absolutely he will. Outside of the right boot. That's tremendous. And Schalke, the dark horses of the eFootball.Pro 2020 season, have gotten off this game absolutely on fire.
Well, in some circles, Animi Harrit is the Moroccan magician, and he proved it there. It's a wonderful piece of skill outside of the boot, and we could see it. You could see it coming from the build-up. They had men over. You could see that Harrit was free, and again the composure, just the sheer composure of going, no, this is going in Fraser Forster's corner, and he's not getting to it. It was a great bit of play. It was a great bit of play.
Man over on the right side.
Lovely finish.
Mine Harrit is going to gobble up those chances all day long, and it all comes from really just having those bodies in attack. Like you say, Schalke, when they get those gilt-edged chances like that, they're not going to miss them. I mean, we saw, yes, one save from Fraser Forster in the first game, but that was a way clearer chance, I suppose you could say, in PES terms, and boy, did they put that one away. Advantage Schalke, and a nightmare start for Celtic.
Well, looking at it, is the expectation from Celtic, being previous finalists, is that weighing down on them, that tag of we're finalists? Is it weighing down, or is it just the case that they've just gotten lucky and had the wrong players in the wrong spots?
Chance, though, maybe if it can trickle through to Bayo. But you're right, a lot of pressure on Celtic to live up to last season's expectations. Lovely ball. Can he find a player? Off the line by Bentaleb.
I mean,
unbelievable.
That is great defensive work from Merriman.
Let's see, danger not done yet, though, Forest.
And they can breathe a sigh of relief for that one.
Just about. Absolutely wonderful work from Merriman, as you say. Nabil Bentaleb on the line. Will this ball ever go in the net for Celtic? Mascarell now. Looking for Caliguri. We'll find the German up front, looking for Harrit once again. These shadow runs from Harrit have been very fruitful for Schalke, but the Scots come away with the ball. Here is Jamie Forrest. To Bitten, has Ayer on this left side. Good pressure, though, from Schalke, it's got to be said. Having to spray this ball out wide is going to just slow down the pace of Celtic. We'll get away with that one, though. Bayo tackled straight away from Sane. Harrit now has a chance to construct a bit of a counter-attack here for Schalke. Caliguri chasing. Won't get there. Lovely tackle, though. And Harrit again on this right side. Look out for Caliguri. Before he pulls it back, has seen something he's not a big fan of. And Schalke will get themselves a free kick here, about 40 yards out.
I think looking at it, I think Schalke seem to have sunk into control a little bit here, but the telling thing about Celtic is it's their possession game. It gives Schalke enough time to get back. It's times like this where they're breaking forward in numbers that is actually going to put Schalke under the most pressure. The more passing you do, the more time it gives your team to get back. And as you can see, they're flooded in the blue box there. So it's just kindly trying to break there, but Schalke clear the lines again, allows the team to reset, allows them to get players back, and it's a totally different dynamic for Celtic to be in now.
Taylor. He has been wide open for large portions of this game. Johnston now. It's a chance to find a man, but again, the pressure suffocating from Schalke. Bayo in a good position, but same story. Schalke doing so well, and so far, man of the match for me, at least in this game number 2, has been Merriman. I mean, that tremendous off-the-line clearance, saving this from being 1-1, and also setting up the 1 goal they've scored already as well.
Yeah, I mean, the captain's led the line very well. El Matador and goal, of course, being you know, a great third cog in the wheel, so to speak. That they know their games inside out. As you can see, it's great passing, moving. You know, it's only going to take, like I said, it's only going to take 1 chance for either team, and they'll be, you know, they'll be there, and they'll be, you know, if it's Celtic, they'll be back on level terms. If it's Schalke, they'll be 2-0 up, and you know, their next goal is really going to be quite divisive.
Yeah, we say that in almost every game of football we watch.
Yeah,
eFootball PES is absolutely no different. Goals win you games, and right now Celtic can't seem to find the back of the net. They'll be wondering, no doubt, what they have to do to get really a clear-cut chance, because you saw the possession there. I mean, 36 minutes gone, 58% possession I think I just saw, and that was a hefty statistic when you're not 1-0 up. I know goals win games, but being 1-0 down with that amount of possession can be frustrating. Chance for Celtic to build from the back. Long ball, looking for 2 Celtic players, but only finds a Schalke one. German forward finds Merichan. Harrit though, is he on? Flag stays down. Merichan again finding Harrit. That shadow run just shuffled off the ball there from Aya. Good defensive work there from Horcha as he prevent another chance. El Hamid now to Rogic. Johnston, this is good build-up. Chance here again. Just looking for that man on the right-hand side to get a hold on the ball. Chance again, though, as they win the ball far up the pitch. Johnston has a lot of space on the edge. They're looking for him, but Bayo is the man who retrieves it. Forrest tackled again. It's just a brick wall whenever a Celtic man tries to turn in the box. And it's 1-0 at the half to Schalke.
But it's their robust defence that we spoke about pre-game and what we were expecting. Having Sane at the back is a brick wall, you know, in terms of defenders, especially stat balancing. He's a rock to have. And you know, like I said, the Schalke guys, they don't need the possession. They're looking at it going, well, actually, we don't need this possession. We can gift it to Celtic. We know we can defend their attacks. We've kind of plotted out where we think they're going to kind of fall down, where their attacks are lying. You see a lot of the time, Mercan's picking up the ball in midfield. You see Sane's pulling out defensive stops. So these guys know where these where this ball is going. So Celtic really need to kind of change approach here.
Looking for a bit of diversity in their attacks. Looking for Harrit again on that right-hand side. He has been all over the pitch for Schalke, really using him to the best of his abilities. Here is Nastasic. Caliguri pressured immediately by Rogic. Johnston has Taylor on the overlap, looking for Bayo though. A little bit fortunate to get this one back. Bayo still with the ball. Jamie Forrest making a run in front of him. El Hamid. Bayo, can he get a shot away? Finds Johnston on the left, and again it's a block.
It's just met with a Schalke defender, and it's this defensive wall that they have built that is really just blocking off everything Celtic are throwing at them.
This is dangerous though. Forrest, edge of the box. Good tackle though. On the goal of Schalke, and a chance maybe to counter-attack. It's a 3-on-2 here at the back. Merican on the right-hand side. Look out for the man in the middle. It's Harrit. Can he get a shot away? No. Great covering there from Indajawa. Spare Celtic's blushes again, but they are playing a dangerous game here. As we look at the goals leaderboard so far, I mean, goal of Matador chiming in will put them in the running if they can get more in this game for the top scorer of week 1. Bit on here at the back for Celtic. Rogic finds Forrest. Bayo, this is better. Can they find Johnston? Looking for him now. Bayo in the middle. Oh, Sane gets it away. Tremendous. Tremendous once again from Schalke. Taylor. Again, snatched away by a Schalke man. Harrit that time. Bentaleb Caligiuri, Celtic steady themselves just for now. At what point, Wes, do you call in the subs and maybe start to make changes? That arguably was the difference maker in game one. Do you think Celtic might be a little hesitate a little bit when they come to making substitutions? I'll come back to you as Johnson here has a chance. Rogic will keep the pressure on, but Forest, again, the pressure from Schalke relentless. Do you think might be a bit of hesitation coming here from Celtic?
I think it's the belief in their own game style. I think it's kind of to a point now. You don't want to kind of be too full of pride. You want to kind of go, okay, this hasn't worked. We need to kind of switch something. And lo and behold, we see the switch coming now. You've got to take a kind of a kind of a more reserved approach. You have to kind of go, well, this isn't working. Let's switch it, because the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. This here is a prime example of that. They've played in their passing mentality. They've played with their tiki-taka, keep possession. But ultimately, the game, the game automatically changed when Schalke scored. You have to have a plan B, C, D, E, whatever amount of letters you want in the alphabet. You need to have different formations and different game plans for different situations. It's all going to be about now how they reflect to this, because this is going to be a key in-game 20 minutes. It's all going to be about the substitutes they bring on. Are they going to make the same subs they made before? Let's have a look and see. I mean, you can see there, 64% possession. But again, it's only that top left-hand corner stat that really matters.
Griffiths, tackled by Nastasic. Be a goal kick.
You can interestingly see there, Schalke have made the exact same 3 substitutions they made before. Griffiths has come on for an attacking option for Rogic. Edouard's come on again.
Not surprising to see Bayo come off. He was a little ineffective.
Scott Sinclair's come on at the same time, but it's all about what's happening here in this box.
Great save. Big right palm there from Fraser Forster prevents it from being 2. And you're right, it's the exact same substitutions made by Schalke 04. I mean, if it's not broken, why would you try and fix it? Caligiuri to swing this one in, right-footed. Could they maybe go short here? We'll have to see. Tactic coming in. Looking for an overhead kick there, that's spectacular. Harriet, is he onside?
No, he's not.
Absolutely not. I think I could have called that one from the stands. There's a let-off there for Celtic. 72 minutes gone. Time ticking away. Do you feel Celtic need a goal just to gain confidence? Even if they don't get the win here in this match, do you feel like a goal would help their confidence going into the remaining match days of the eFootball.Pro? We'll answer that in a second as Edouard almost gets on the end of that. Sinclair finds Edouard again.
He ran out of space.
Just took a little bit too long on the ball. Thought he had a bit more time than he did, and just ran the ball out of play.
Yeah, I mean, if you get a goal in the game, if you're looking ahead to try and build on it, obviously I know that we mentioned the point about Indominator saying, teams only been put together 2 weeks ago. You're going to need to have something to latch onto, especially in the winter break, as you see Edouard trying to find Griffiths, but again, this robust Schalke side really doing some damage at the back. And they're clearing their lines effectively as well. And they've got outballs. They've got outballs everywhere.
Surprising for me to see Rogic be substituted for Celtic. He was the man really preventing the danger from Schalke. Like you say, those outballs were more often than not prevented by Rogic. He's no longer on the pitch though. Here is Bitton looking for Edouard.
Yeah, you can see here Schalke are just trying to counter here.
Tutu on this left-hand side. Going to try and get into the box. That will be a corner. And again, more time chewed off the clock here for Schalke.
Similar to the first game, with the more time they spend in Celtic's half, the less time that Celtic have got to counter here, and Celtic are vastly running out of time. 16 game minutes plus stoppage. Harvey trying to head it back.
Goal here surely would win it. Naya though steps in. Danger not clear just yet. Finally, we see some advancement up the pitch from Celtic. Pressure from Schalke.
Just trying to break 3.
Absolutely crazy, and they are rewarded with the ball. Time running out though, and that's why you see them play this all the way back to the keeper. They know these 3 points come the end of the season could be the difference between them making the playoffs. Look at this, Harriet on the right-hand side. Will he play it back? Beats both men. Absolutely wonderful. El Matador that was. Here he is again with Raman. Finally, the ball snatched off him. Time for one last attack, maybe, for Celtic to get a result. Griffiths has Edouard in the middle. Pushing up the right flank. Defender all over him. Edouard to Forrest. Can he find his teammate?
Oh, what a save!
Tremendous
What a save!
We're not done yet.
It's the last kick of the game as well.
Last kick of the game. Referee calls time. And Schalke, they win both legs. 1-0 and secure all 6 points.
Wow, what a finish to both of those games. Real drama right at the end, and they both went the right way for FC Schalke 04. They scored a goal right at the end of game 1, and then a big save right at the end of game 2 to ensure another 1-0 win. Wes, your immediate thoughts?
Well, it's a massive performance of Schalke. I know that Harry alluded to it in commentary in terms of points at the end of the season. 2 wins against Celtic this early on. Not only does that send out a statement to the league, but that also sends out a statement of we're here to stay.
I mentioned the dramatic end. Do you think that over the course of the matches, though, Schalke were just better tactically?
I think that they knew their game better than Celtic. I know we made a lot of reference to the time that it's taken for Celtic to put their team together, but as I pointed out beforehand, it's that chemistry of knowing your team, knowing your players, even from last season, that they knew their roles, they knew exactly what they needed to do, and they pulled off their game plan expertly.
And you mentioned the fact that Celtic is still putting together their team. Is it just a case that they haven't gelled yet?
I think it's a case that they will gel in time, but I think there needs to be a slight change in their philosophy. A lot of it is possession based, but if you're not scoring goals, then your possession, it's great to have 60% possession. If you're not scoring goals with it though, it's not worth doing. How
much of a concern will that be, the lack of goals?
I don't think it'd be a concern from right now. I think if it was the tail end of the season they weren't scoring goals, I think that'd be a different thing entirely. But you know, like I say, for goal to score at the death in game 1, for El Matador to open it up in game 2, I think, you know, it just shows the mettle of those Schalke boys.
Okay, thanks very much, Weza. Well, we can get some reaction now down in the interview area with Harry.
Thank you very much, Mark. I'm here with the Celtic FC squad. Not the result you guys wanted. Talk me through the 2 games, just the 1 goal, the margin in both. How do you assess those 2 games?
Yeah, unfortunately, we lost both games. To be honest, we both were playing quite good, actually, very defensively also. And yeah, at the end of the first match, they were the lucky one to finish their chances. You know, we also got the chances, but didn't score them. The second match, almost the same game, but they got an early advantage already, and that was very unlucky for us. We had to play a bit more offensive after that goal in the second match. We still got the last chance at the last minute, I guess, in the second match, and just so unlucky the ball wouldn't go in. So hopefully we can play differently the next match, because this match we played defensively on purpose, because this team has been formed since 2 weeks ago only. So hopefully we can practice the last 5 matches, the next 5 weeks to play the second match day. So.
Talk to me about how it feels to represent Celtic for a second season. You got to the semi-finals with them, the finals, came second. You guys were the runner-ups last season. Can you go one step further this season?
It's gonna be difficult. This is a complete new team. Of course, after the last year's achievement, reaching the second place, the expectations are high for me as well. I'm still hoping to get the top 2 spot at the end of the season, but at the moment our goal is to reach the top 6 with this team. But yeah, it's still such an honor to wear the hoops, you know, and hopefully we can get some great results in the next matches. So.
Finally, let's look ahead to match day number 2. You have the winter break now to assess your performance and maybe fix some things. You play FC Nantes. Initial feelings about that, and what are you guys going to try and exploit from their gameplay?
Okay. Yeah, what we have known that they like to play with the long ball. We have played them before in some previous exhibition matches. We're gonna play completely different than we play today. Like I said before, we played defensively on purpose. We are at the best if we are playing very offensively, fast football. And yeah, the only thing what is going to change is, I think, the formation, maybe some offensive tactics, but yeah, we just have to believe in ourselves. Next match.
Awesome. Unlucky guys. Please give a round of applause to Celtic FC. Unfortunately, come out with no points. Let's bring in the Schalke boys who get all 6 points. Congratulations on the 2 victories, 2 1-0 victories. Give me your assessment. How do you guys feel those 2 games went?
Yeah, to be honest, in the first game we were a little bit lucky. Celtic had a few chances to score, but yeah, it was a solid team defending. So I think 1-0 is the best result in football. So yeah, cool.
A clean sheet, Schalke style, as you say. Whose call were the substitutions? Because they, for me, certainly turned the tide of the match. Who made the substitutions there?
Yeah, we have the luck to have 2 players with the super sub card, so Kutucu and Rahman. So yeah, very good players, very speedy. So that make the difference, I think.
Let's look ahead now to match day number 2 coming up. You guys have the winter break to chill out, enjoy the 6 points you guys just got. Who do you guys face? Do you guys know? And are you looking forward to facing them in match day number 2?
Yeah, I think match day number 2 is against Juventus. Yeah, we trained a lot against them. Very good team, very good single players. Yeah, with a bit of luck, I think we can get another 3 or 6 points.
Awesome. Schalke, congratulations, guys. Tremendous 2 games. Now back over to Mark and Wes to look at the next game.
Yes, thanks very much for that, Harry. Just quickly on that, Wes, it was interesting to hear them talk about the substitutions being so key.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they completely changed the game. Like, as we mentioned in commentary, it gave Schalke more of an outball. They had Harit as one outball, but as soon as you introduce Rahman, it's totally different. They've got 2 ways they can go. And you know, having McKennie come on and be such a kind of a force in midfield and was putting himself into tackles, and it's having that physical presence, especially at that time of the game. You've got fatigued players, you've got players that are drained, they're not the usual selves. You bring on McKennie, changes the game.
Okay, well, before going to the next match, remember that this season eFootball.Pro has awards for each match day for the MVP and the best goal. We'll give them at the beginning of the following match day. You can see the prizes that are on offer just down there. Now, the 3rd match of the day. They're all great games that we have here for you today, but this one really does look mouth-watering. It is Arsenal FC against AS Monaco. 2 sides packed full of quality, and we can have a look at the lineups for you now. So starting with the Arsenal side, representing the Gunners, Alex GRD, Christopher and S. Venom. As for the French side, AS Monaco, some really top-end players in their side as well. Killsy, Lotfi and Uzmakabol are the trio representing Monaco. Well, we caught up with both of the sides ahead of kickoff, and here is what they had to say.
First of all, to represent well the Gunners. They trust on us, so we will try to give them back this confidence they have on us. And so we will think step by step. The first goal is to qualify to the knockout. So be part of the 6 first teams. After, the goal will be to be between the two first teams, and finally to win the competition, the grand final. You have good ambitions, you respect all opponents, you know the level is very high, but you will work a lot to achieve our goals, and let's see, you are really impatient to start.
This season we expect like last season to win the competition and to make the back-to-back.
Well, certainly no shortage of confidence there then from the French side.
Yeah, and that's a certain element of swagger that they bring to the eFootball.Pro. Any time that they're playing a match, you almost guarantee there's going to be goals. I can't remember the last time I've watched Uzmakabol or Lotfi play where they haven't at least scored 1 goal. So you know, reigning champions, they deserve to be cocky, but this Arsenal squad, the team that Arsenal have been able to put together in their first season of the eFootball.Pro is absolutely no slouch.
Yeah, it should be an absolute belter, and we are ready for Monaco against Arsenal. Wes, I know that we've got loads of great matches on show today, but I think this was one you specifically were really looking forward to. Yeah, I mean, you look at the calibre of players that are on show. I know we alluded to with obviously Monaco being defending champions, but you look at the year that AS Monaco had last year, winning eFootball.Pro, winning the 1v1 title in London. He's, for me, the best player on the planet, and to have, you know, two very capable players in Lotfi and obviously debuting Kilizu, that chemistry is already inbuilt there. They've known each other for a while. They're great players. You look at the Arsenal team that put together, though. You've got Alex Giardi, former semi-finalist with Nantes. You've got Christopher, who, you know, to the end of last season with Boavista showed some real quality, and then performing in the PES League World Finals, was semi-finalist. Only got knocked out by AS Monaco. And then to top that off, you've got Venom, who is a bundle of energy, a bundle of emotion, and will probably be the emotional heartbeat of this team. You've got there's so many elements to this game that I can't pick a winner. Tactically, what do you think as well? What do you think the main plans are going to be from both of the sides? Well, I think you look at Arsenal, they've got loaded with pace. You've got Aubameyang, you've got Lacazette, you've got Nicolas Pepe, you've also got the creative experience of Mesut Ozil. On Monaco's side, you're looking at just, they're more of a sum of their parts type of team. Like they will just look at their players they've got. They've got Onyekuru, who is a massive pacey player. You've got Wissam Ben Yedder, who's just come into the team as well. There's players there that they can utilise. You've got the experience of Cesc Fabregas. There's loads of different elements. It just depends on what they go with on these game plans. For all I know, they could have seen something completely different and have chucked that in a completely different way. As you look there, they've got Arsenal have got Willock, Maitland-Niles. They're looking at the youth. If you look at their bench as well, they've got Saka, who's also a well-used player in regards to balancing of stats. So it's going to be a fascinating encounter. You've also got the experience of Gelson Martins on the side of Monaco. There's a lot of weaponry there, and you know, like I say, if it's dictated to by Cesc Fabregas, then I think we're in for a world of good play here. Well, Wes will be providing the analysis now. It's over to your match commentator, Harry Channon.
Thank you very much, Mark. Match number 3 of the opening set of fixtures in the eFootball.Pro 2020 season, and this one should be a cracker. I know we've said that about every single match that we've seen so far today, but this one really should. Probably the pick of the litter. AS Monaco versus Arsenal. Monaco attacking left to right and trying to strike early here with a lovely early chance off the outside of the post. Jean-Kevin Augustin, I believe that was, with an attempt on goal within the first 3 minutes of the match.
A very early start from Monaco. You're expecting that of them, reigning champions, coming into it with that confidence. You're looking at that. Now, the interesting thing you might see on your screens here, Arsenal playing with a fluid formation. So essentially with a fluid formation, you can switch formations without having to stop the game. So you can change it to a defensive mode, you change it to an attacking mode. That might prove the difference.
Nicolas Pepe on this right-hand side, such a prolific dribbler. Here is Aubameyang. Lacazette, great chance, 1-0.
And lo and behold,
first 5 minutes of the game, Arsenal, a favourite of competitive PES players, and in the eFootball.Pro, they strike first against the reigning champions, 1-0.
Well, you may have heard it on your screens at home. It was that emotional heartbeat, Venom. And like you said there, small little mistake from the defender, but at this level, those small little mistakes, you don't need much else. to really punish your opponent. It was a fantastic finish from Lacazette. And, you know, again, the kind of confidence for Aubameyang to go, yep, I'll give you the ball. And Lacazette says, thank you very much. I'll pop that in the top corner.
Through the legs of the defender, Monaco will feel a little hard done by. And it's the worst start imaginable for the reigning champions. Can they respond? Augustine offside. So no chance for the Monegasque club. It's Maccabeal and Lotfi, of course, reigning champions. They won the eFootball.Pro 2019, joined by Kilju. And we spoke earlier about Boavista's baptism by fire. This certainly is straight into the deep end for the Frenchman, born in just 2002. Very, very young, and he has to perform immediately, and there will be so much pressure on his shoulders and so many eyes watching him joining this once dominant AS Monaco team. 10 minutes gone though. Not too much to read into so far, apart from that first goal from Arsenal. And obviously the Arsenal squad have the absolute luxury of having both Aubameyang and Lacazette, two ball-playing finishers up front. So chance now for Monaco. Slimani is tackled by Holding in the end, and cleared up the pitch by Christopher.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Slimani, you can see there quite early on, he's their kind of focal point. He's their kind of Koulibaly to them. It's the same way that Koulibaly's to Nantes. So it's, you know, you can see the way they're going. But Pepe has got buckets of pace going down that wing.
Look at
and
the
again,
speed.
oh, lovely bit of skill to go around it from Alex there. And yeah, these guys looking like they're right at home playing as Arsenal.
Maccabeal plays inside. Kilju to Lotfi. Kilju, early shot. That will be dreadfully gobbled up by Bert Leno. And a chance now to play out. I like how the Arsenal boys are using Pepe on this right-hand side. We spoke about his dribbling prowess, his pace as well. He's going to be a danger man that Monaco need to look out for. Here's Gil Diaz finding Slimani. Augustine to Balde. Oh, Leno,
save.
First time gets the save done, but second time round, too much to ask for. And Monaco are right back in this tie.
And that's the quality that Monaco possess. It's not just the case that they go 1-0 down and that's it, game over. Monaco have that ability to go, right, we can get back into this. And to be fair, it was a great manual save, but the ball just very kindly popped up and it was tucked away there. You can see Slimani trying to G up the players, but you can see here, it was great little bits of play here. Gil Diaz into Slimani. It's a good little go-between there. It was a lovely ball in there. It was a great save, to give it its credit, but again, if it's going to pop up kindly to you, you're going to stick it away from there.
Got to push it out of the danger zone. Lovely ball, but a tremendous run here as well from Lotfi, I believe it was. The save from Leno, unfortunately, provides it on a plate for the second bite of the cherry. One thing I love about watching that man on screen is Maccabeal is it doesn't matter if he's scored or if he's conceded. He's always passionate. He's always barking instructions and wondering what his team can do better.
Yeah, Maccabeal never short of an emotion when he's playing PES. As you can see there, looks like he's going to break again. Oh, Mavropanos got very lucky there.
Yeah, well
very
done.
lucky indeed.
Well done in the end by Mavropanos. Pepe on this right-hand side to Aubameyang. See what he can conjure up. Maybe a little unfortunate to lose the ball there. Lucas Torreira finds his teammate Pepe. Lacazette trying to find Aubameyang. Nothing doing there. Slimani. Keita Balde. Absolutely wonderful turn away from Chambers. Jean Augustine in the middle. Tackled though by Chambers.
We've seen a lot of that today. We've seen a lot of driving down the line, and rather than having a cross going, instead of trying to pass it in, you know, with a weapon like Slimani in the box, you've got to think, actually, we can chuck it in there and give it a go.
Gil Diaz finds Slimani, lovely chance.
Speak of the devilish Shalapia.
Second goal. AS Monaco, despite the rocky start, they bounce into a lead after being 1-0 down.
They showed their class there, and as you said, no sooner were we talking about using Slimani as a weapon, He's there to stick it away to make it 2-1. Again, really good bit of play to build up. Again, you can see there, nice little crisp passing, nice little 1-2. And again, Gil Diaz, lovely ball inside there. And Silimani picks his spot.
Has all the time in the world. Just outside the penalty marker. You'll see it here, maybe sliding in a little bit too early. And like you said, picks his spot, make no mistake.
It's that risk and reward where if you dive in too early and you think you know where the ball's going to be, you can sometimes really cause yourself an issue by having a player out of position, and that's quietly what happened to Arsenal there.
8 French league titles, that's 8 for the Monegasque club, winning it as recently as the 2016-17 season. Being runners-up just a year later. They lead now against the Gunners. What have they got in store for us? Leaving the ball there in midfield, and Augustine's through. Could this be 3? Oh, you bet your bottom dollar. 3 to the good. Secret handshakes, hand slaps all round. The Monegasques, they are up 3-1.
But it's like we spoke about in the beginning. People will point to this Monaco side and go, well, it's just like a bio. This here is showing that actually Kilzu, who is having a very good start to his eFootball.Pro career, not to mention that Lotfi is chipping in as he did last season. So there is more to be said about this Monaco team than just its captain. There's way more about them. I mean, it's a great finish. Again, lovely little bit of heading. It was a great vision to see that through ball on. I believe that was Mustafi that was playing him on side there, and Augustine just, again, tucks it away. And it's very, very easy when you get to that level with that type of goal. Very easy.
These secret hand slaps. Secret handshake. Lovely bit of chemistry, and if you were wondering why we thought this match in particular would be a cracker, you now know why. 4 goals within 40 minutes. A chance for it to be 5, but Aubameyang muscled off the ball. Slimani knocks it down to Keita. Chambers should get there first, though, and you're absolutely right. Kilzu has had a field day so far for AS Monaco, loving life in the red and white strip. A chance now to attack once again. Here's Lotfi on the ball with Keita, looking for Kilzu. It's Maccabeal on the ball. Kilzu making a nice run, but called well in the end by Venom. Steadies the ship with Torreira, and now a chance to build with the absolutely emphatic player that is Christopher PW. Here he is again, the captain. With Aubameyang. Lovely bit of skill as well to control it by Pepe. Might just roll out for a throw-in. Nope, played back to Pepe, and this is wonderful. Aubameyang can't quite get it into the danger area, and with half-time rapidly approaching, Monaco will certainly be the benefactors of some tremendous attacking play.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at it, they've really taken control. After that early knock from Arsenal, which, to be fair, I can't even say was against the run of play, because Arsenal really started positively. It was that kind of equalising goal that I think has then gifted it back to Monaco. It's provided that little bit of doubt for Arsenal, where all of a sudden now they're defensively looking a little bit frailer. They're looking like they're kind of suffering at the back, and it looks as though Monaco are finding the answer to everything that Arsenal have got.
And if those of you at home are wondering maybe why a player like Kilzu has found his way onto this AS Monaco team, the reigning champions, don't forget, of the eFootball.Pro, was the European Co-op champion in PES 2019, with Manchester United player Cams fielding just 2 players in a 3 versus 3 competition. Unheard of, everyone wrote them off, but they somehow managed to qualify for the World Finals back in PES 2019. So perhaps unsurprising to those in the know as to why this young man has found himself on such a successful team in the eFootball.Pro. Starting the half lively is AS Monaco. Slimani looking for Keita, has found him. Bakayoko first side to Gil Diaz, that would have been absolutely tremendous. Nothing doing, the Arsenal defence holding true, and if they go 3 down, these 3 points might just slip away from them quickly, and I think they realise that as some changes will now come in.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's a pretty early time to be making a change as well. There's a lot of the game left to go. There's a lot of time, and there's a lot of ball playing left to be played here. As you see, Silimani breaks free to Bolde, puts it across for Augustine. Oh, it's in from Augustine. That's superb. Superb from the Frenchman. A wonderful build-up play from Monaco, that was.
Far too simple and far too easy. Arsenal's defence parting like the Red Sea. You can see the discussions, post-mortem almost, midway through the game, happening on the Arsenal side, but Monaco will be all smiles. Too simple to find that man in the middle. Lotfi, I think it was, striking a dagger through the heart. We'll see it again. Kills you on a plate. And in the end, Leno maybe could have done better, but might have seen it a little bit too late.
Well, Sermani providing that great option as a striker. He can come deep and take the ball to feet, or he can go long and be your physical presence. And again, with the likes of Balde and with Augustin running off them, a very, very prominent and very, very potent strike force that Monaco have got this year. Realistically, it's only going to spell trouble for the rest of the eFootball.Pro that these guys are performing at this level so early on in the league.
The Rouge and Blancs, the red and whites, up 4-2-1 and look good to secure all 3 points, but we know how fickle PES can be sometimes, so there is still time for Arsenal to fashion a comeback. They can't keep losing the ball though, because every time Monaco come forward, they look like fashioning a chance. Kills you with the attempted shot, blocked off in the end. Venom getting it clear. Nicola Pepe finds Lacazette. Aubameyang waiting in the middle. Oh, just wasn't ready for the 1-2, or maybe Monaco just was a little bit too quick to the punch. Gil Diaz making a run in front of Slimani. Here is, almost was, Gil Diaz. Oh, very dangerous there. Off of Augustin.
They get a 4-1, that's probably not something you want to be doing against the strike force of Monaco.
Certainly not. Here is Jean-Kevin Augustin.
The ball just keeps coming back from Monaco. It just keeps, it's relentless.
You could argue maybe Arsenal not getting the rub of the green so far in this game number 1, but that would be, I think, taking credit away from AS Monaco, because every single time they get the ball, they look like fashioning a chance. Here is Augustin, who's been truly deadly. That lovely piece of skill there from Bakayoko, not seen in the same light as me from the referee. Willock, the benefactor. Aldo will scoop that one clear, and Willock will retain possession for the Gunners for just a moment. Augustin doing so well to find Gil Diaz. Here is Slimani. Keita Balde tackle, but Slimani's there to pick up the pieces. Here is Bakayoko. Ball sliding everywhere. Finally, Arsenal get it away from the danger area, but time running out. They need a goal pretty soon here, Wes.
Yeah, I think it, you know, unless it comes soon, is like a set carried away. But you've got to be looking at this and really, you know, looking at the defence of Monaco. I mean, I think really it's been their defence has just led from the front. Their best form of defence has been attack. You know, you look at their back line. They've got two very unfashionable centre halves in Naldo and in Glick, who two regular players at PES. They're not your first names on the team sheet, but when it comes to stat balancing and uniform stats, they become physical monsters to get past. In the same way that Sane was for Schalke. They know how to utilise this team, do Monaco, and it's really coming to the fore right now.
Just about approaching the 70th minute in game. Arsenal at this point probably looking at damage limitation, but Monaco, I mean, I'm looking at Lotfi, Kildaju and Ismakabil. I think they're sniffing the performance bonuses at this point. They want to be the top scorers of the week. They want to be the MVP. They want every single title available. As changes will finally come through, we'll see what Arsenal have to show for that break. Lacazette coming off, that's an interesting one.
Yeah, I mean, you know, again, we look at, you know, you look at stat balancing and you look at these players, you kind of go, well, they must be seeing something that, you know, us on the outside don't. I mean, you look at Monaco, they've brought on Gelson Martins, who was a, you know, in terms of players you can bring off the bench, in terms of the pace he has, you know, if you got that against a tired defence, see the back heels coming out here at the moment, you can look at these players and go, well, these players are brilliant. Same goes for Pellegrini, who's come on for Monaco. And, you know, you're looking at this and going, well, these are these players that are, you know, they're unfashionable to many PES players, but in this type of scenario, they're vital.
Martinelli onto the pitch here, wrestled to the floor by Batshuayi. And that one will be going towards Arsenal. And for me, I think at this point Arsenal may be just experimenting for match number 2. Don't forget, don't play an aggregate score across these 2 games. It's 3 points for a win in each, 1 point for a draw. Monaco looking for their 5th goal. Pellegrini to Slimani. Slimani making a tremendous run again. It falls to Pellegrini. Doesn't fall kindly enough. Bakayoko trying to head it on. This is very sloppy by Monaco stand. Slimani pokes it through to Pellegrini, looking for Gelson Martins. Oh, that's a venomous shot. Not on target though.
Yeah, you can see there the tired legs of Arsenal now kind of creeping in. Obviously Pellegrini coming into the fray. Gelson Martins, he could have done better with that, but you know, given the proximity of the nearest Arsenal defender, he's got the best shot off that he could there really. But looking at this, there's what, 8 minutes left of in-game. Obviously, as we mentioned earlier, it takes a second to score a goal, but I can't see this going anywhere other than a Monaco win. But it'll be interesting to see what happens game 2. Will we see a formation change? Will we see a personnel change? You know, it's going to be interesting to see how Arsenal exactly bounce back from this.
Nduzi, very sloppy tackle there. I think it's important that we see Arsenal really mentally reset going into game 2. When I look at that roster as Monaco whipped the ball in, it's only punched away. Gelson Martins can keep this one alive. I honestly see maybe some mental fragility on the Arsenal side. This is a very interesting affair here. Slimani maybe trying to be the benefactor of it. Pinballing everywhere around. Slimani. Well, that's a horror goal to concede if you're Arsenal, but Lotfi and the boys, that will be their 5th. 5-1 this game surely will end. And Monaco have put Arsenal to the sword.
Well, it's all about clever your lines, isn't it? I mean, granted, there was a lot of ricochets, there was a lot of dawdling on the ball. Sometimes you just need to clear it. You know, you look at that there, it's a clearance straight into your own defender. It's a lot of pinball, and the beneficiary of it, again, is Slimani, who has been a thorn in this Arsenal defence all game today.
Let's call a spade a spade. That is not the prettiest goal you will see.
No, no,
in any football game. Some real Sunday League stuff, but Monaco won't care. Look at what that means. They are starting how they ended last season.
Like I said, you don't want to see smiling PES players because that means bad news for everybody. I was going to make the comment that before even that goal, if you were looking at the body language of the Monaco players, you couldn't tell whether they were winning or losing. Certainly from that, when they've celebrated, you could tell that they're definitely winning.
Absolutely. One last throw of the dice maybe for Arsenal. Nicola Pepe almost got through. Judged to be offside though as he ran back. And Monaco, no doubt, will be finishing this game with 5 to their name. Might they try and make it 6? We'll have to see. There is still time. 4 minutes added on. Jemison, though, smartly playing it back over to the goalkeeper. Time ticking down, though. Leno pressured, has to clear it. And at this point, I think most of the players on the stage looking at game number 2 in this tie. Martins, though, excuse me, finds Pellegrini. Oh, Slimani's there as well. And just as I say, they're looking at game number 2. Monaco, they find themselves a 6th.
It's the youngster again. It's Kilzu again. I believe, looking at the stats, he's MVP of this game. He's had a brilliant start. I mean, to be in the company of who he's in with is comfortable enough, but to show that you're at that level, to show that you're alongside them, is brilliant to see.
Truly stepping up to the plate here. Kilzu initially playing it through to his Maccabeal, and then actually 2 different players. They had Pellegrini there as well.
They were queuing up.
They were snapping at the bit for the chance at this goal. In the end, it is Kilzu, it is Slimani, it is 6-1 in game number 1. A nightmare start for Arsenal. And they absolutely feel that way as well. As I believe in the background that will be the full-time whistle. AS Monaco, the reigning champions, really asserting their dominance in game number 1. 6-1.
Yeah, I mean, Soleimani walks off with a match ball. I don't think he had too many of those when he was playing in England, but I'll tell you what, he's certainly come to the fore today. I mean, and you look at it, it's a demolition. But all of it could change in game 2. The fact that there's no tie element to this now, so, you know, you'd be looking at this last season and going, oh, well, okay, but at least they can get a point back. There's still 3 points on the line. Arsenal, like you said, they need to mentally reset here. They need to get out of that mindset of we've just been hammered and destroyed. We need to kind of get back to kind of winning ways. And if that does promote a different formation, a different set of game plans, as we know, Christopher, being the captain of Arsenal, has a formation and a game plan for all situations. So you've got to think he'll have something in his basket of tricks that Alex and Venom will be able to adopt.
I've got to ask you, and I might be putting you on the spot here a little bit, because when I look at the complexion of the Arsenal FC team, Alex, GRD, Christopher and Venom, it seems like a lot of contrasting play styles trying to fit into one unit. Is that how you see it as well, or do you think Christopher is trying to install a mentality for the others to follow in this team?
I think with any new makeup of a team, and we've seen it earlier on today, with any new players that are coming in, obviously this is a completely fresh team. It may take that game week or two. You know, they've not had, you know, this experience. Well, in Venom's case, he's not had this experience before. With Alex and with Christopher, they've not played with Arsenal before. It's going to take that little bit of time, you know, and it all goes down to preparation. You know, if you are preparing in between match days, if you're preparing before the first match day, you need to figure out what is your best points for Arsenal. And you know, you've got the pace of Pepe. They look really good at the start of the game. It was the composure and the mentality of Monaco that really kind of jolted them off course. And I think if they can stick to those, and I keep alluding to attacking weaponry, if you are sticking to those weapons of Pepe, Aubameyang, Lacazette, and if you were employing different players around here, so if you look there, they've got Maitland-Niles on the left wing. You're looking there, you're looking at Mavropanos and Holding at the back. Is that the right combination you want at the back? Do you not want Socrates? Do you not want these other players? It's fascinating to see what changes are here. And like I said, for the Monaco team, I mean the team's makeup are vastly similar. They play with 4 centre backs. It means that your players don't go forward. But if you look at their 2 centre backs, very unfashionable, but in stat balancing mode, it makes all the difference to have physical players. And Naldo, you're not shaking him off the ball, and Glick, you're not shaking him off the ball. So with Aubameyang and with Lacazette, they're going to need to find out a way to get around it. Rather than going through them, they need to go around them.
I think they might have just been listening to you there, Wes. They were checking out the statistics of Mavropanos here in this stat balanced mode.
Well, it's a bit of common sense to look at it and go, okay, well, what didn't work last time? We were getting caught out by, you know, different players. We were getting caught out by Soleimani's physicality. That was the main focus. And with Balde and with Augustin running off them, you've got pace. So if that knockdown comes down, you have to be prepared. And I don't know whether that Arsenal defence was prepared for it.
Well, Le Monégasques win match number 1 between these two sides, 6-1. It was a 5-goal margin, and despite conceding first, they were able to score 6 without response. As we spoke about in game number 1, it's going to be all about that mental reset. It's going to be all about that mental fortitude. We're really going to see now what Arsenal have in the locker. It will be game number 2 between Monaco and Arsenal. Monaco attacking from left to right straight away, looking for Augustin. Here's Keita. Panos across very swiftly and smartly, puts it away for a corner, but Monaco definitely starting the way that they left out game number 1.
They've just picked it up where they left off. It's that confidence. We heard it in the live line. It's Marapan. You know, they alluded to it in their pre-match interviews. We're here to win the title again. We're here to do back-to-back. It's that type of confidence that realistically is going to carry them. I don't think there's been a more confident team that have walked in, or at least not that we've seen yet.
Certainly not. Monaco really want to stamp their names on this competition. We are, of course, only in match day number 1. This is their first game played, but 6-1 emphatic, and we can see how that shaked up the goals tally. I mean, Lotfi with 4 out of the 6. That's, I suppose you could say, thanks to his teammates setting them up and putting them on a plate for him, but Lotfi is such a clinical finisher. If you give him any kind of half chance, he's going to at least make the keeper work.
Yeah, 100%. If you give any of these players that we're seeing today, if you give any of them half a chance, especially in the scenarios they've been getting themselves into, they're gonna score. There's no doubt about some of these players that they will have that confidence to score. Here's Aubameyang into Lacazette. Lacazette shoots. It's deflected wide by Naldo for a corner.
Venomous strike it was in the end. See it again here. And I was very surprised to see them take off Lacazette in game week 1. Starting with him again here in game 2, lofted into Maitland-Niles. And out of absolutely nothing, Arsenal draw first blood once again. It was a corner that broke the deadlock, and they find themselves up 1-0 against Monaco.
Well, again, it's a bit of a repeat of last game. We saw them go in front. I hope not that we don't see 6 goals again. I'd like to see us have a bit more of a balanced game, but you can certainly say at the corner, Monaco switched off a little bit. They get a little bit lucky with Maitland-Niles, tees himself up, keeper comes out, tries to make himself big, and Maitland-Niles finds the gap where the keeper's left behind.
I must admit, this caught even me off guard. Maitland-Niles with the wonderful touch to tee up the header with his right foot, and Monaco know there's nothing they can do about that. Maitland-Niles has that kind of control. He's a very tough cookie to beat. Slimani making a run in behind straight off the restart, but Arsenal now have a chance to right the wrongs of the last game. After scoring first, they then shipped 6. They can't do that again here in game 2. Here is Maitland-Niles, all the way back to Bert Leno. All the way back to Maitland-Niles. Lovely little 1-2, I suppose you could say. Jemison, though, will grab the ball. Torreira. This is a little bit sloppy, a little bit rushed maybe from Arsenal, and that could lead to possession turning over. Rush from both sides, honestly. Maitland-Niles. That was Venom who played the pass to Aubameyang. Christopher controlling him, but Kilju, the young addition to this AS Monaco team, cleaning up. Torreira. Maitland-Niles finds Pepe on this right-hand side. They had a lot of success in game 1 with this man. Aubameyang now. Lovely bit of skill, wrestled off though, and cleared by Lotfi. Now a chance for a counter. What can they make of this? Augustine. Poor pass. Very rare from Monaco. It was so clinical in game 1. It looked a little bit sloppy so far here in this first half.
I think Arsenal seem to have smartened themselves up a bit. They seem to be playing a little bit more defensive. They seem to be taking that pragmatic approach. They seem to be playing with the weapons and utilising the formations that they've got. You can kind of see portions of the game where Christopher's kind of trademark possession game is starting to kind of creep out a little bit. Maybe his teammates are starting to adopt that philosophy. Obviously, it's going to be interesting to see whether they can repel this Monaco attack, because Slimani, as we can see, is a focal point and he's always going to be a problem.
Oh, that's fortunate. Bakayoko, Slimani once again, Augustine. Oh, it's just in. I thought for a moment there might be a miraculous, weird goal line thing that happened, but Monaco had a man there to poke it in anyway, and they will tie up this match. Beautiful interplay, but once again it all comes from a mistake from Arsenal. They keep giving these balls away, chances to clear, but in the end Monaco will always make that one count. And
it's a little ricochet. It was a little ricochet from Arsenal, and as we keep saying, you know, it's going through Slimani. I sometimes think that our commentary needs to be about 20 seconds behind because we always seem to be going up. Slimani's on the ball, and no sooner as that, he's then assisted a goal. And you know, again, for the guys to keep their mentality in these situations, they, you know, we hear Klopp always mention about, you know, mentality monsters. This is exactly what we've got here in this Monaco team. I don't think anything really phases them.
I think a contributing factor towards that is the fact that they know they can score goals. Something we spoke about before the match. Here is Keita, covering by Socrates. They know they have goals in them, this AS Monaco team. They are So clinical. And it's as I said before, I don't remember the last time I watched Lotfi and his Maccabeal and saw them come away with 0 goals.
Well, they're not known for their goalless draws.
Certainly not. Aubameyang and Lacazette chasing, but smartly cleared up the pitch. Will Diaz now to Keita Balde. Slimani has been a catalyst for Monaco. Can't quite get the job done there though. Nicola Pepe finds Torreira, who finds a searching ball all the way to Maitland-Niles. This might come for Lacazette, but Maitland-Niles retrieves. Lacazette has a lot of space here. Goes for a shot. That's quite surprising.
Well, we've seen a lot of feints that have started to come through where the ball kind of goes through the player's legs. We've seen a little bit of the skill moves kind of creeping in. Arsenal are trying to do stuff differently, which I suppose you can credit them for the fact that, you know, they've identified that it wasn't working the first game, and now they're really trying to change it around in the second. That's a lovely ball.
Sprays it out wide. Maitland-Niles beats Naldo. Lacazette waiting, excuse me. Jean-Kevin Augustin finds Bakayoko. A chance for Monaco to counter. So Diaz will retrieve the ball. Keita Balde. Good pressure from Arsenal will actually lead to a free kick in the end. So pressure still on the Arsenal box, but this is certainly much better from Arsenal that we're seeing so far in this game too. I mean, they haven't conceded 6 so far, so that's obviously a good sign for them. But they will be ending this half with Slimani attacking their box. Keita Balde retrieves. Slimani again, he's been such a talisman, this AS Monaco attack. Maitland-Niles trying to feed it through to Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang. All out wide now to Pepe. Bit of an ambitious one, that. Maybe a bit of miscommunication. Kills you with the block. An updated assist leaderboard for you is Maccabeal. Far and away the assist leader of the league so far. We're only on match day 1, match number 3. But he has 5 to his name already.
Well, you talk about the combination play between Monaco's players. I mean, that, as we spoke about with Lotfi leading the goal scoring, directly feeds into as Maccabeal's assists. So it's all about whether you can put those chances away that your co-op partners are putting in for you. So Aubameyang dribbles it in, it's all away.
Still on here though for Willock.
That's a lucky break.
Get through here to Maitland-Niles. Lacazette. It's going to be the Monaco keeper who has that one covered. But yeah, it is a wonderful economy when you're looking at those performance bonuses, assists, goals, MVPs. The team are scoring lots of goals, as Monaco are.
Yep.
Those come in bunches. Kills you, I suppose you could say, trailing behind a little bit in those categories, but I mean, it's hard to keep up with these 2 world-class players. Here is Aubameyang though for Arsenal. Maitland-Niles. Finding Aubameyang again. That is a lovely ball. About a yard offside. Would have been nice if he had kept level, but a bit of a let-off there for AS Monaco as they will retrieve possession.
I think to break the deadlock here, I think it's going to take a piece of individual brilliance, whether it be a dummy, whether it be a feint, just to open up that small pocket of space to get a shot off. There's opportunities there for both teams. It's just who takes them first.
I think so too. Just looking at the way Monaco like to defend. I'll come back to that point actually as they're fashioning an attack, but when the ball is hoofed up the pitch, they do like to bring their 2 centre-backs quite deep, I suppose, to the ball. Quite up close, so there could be space in behind for runners. That's what they're looking for with Nicola Pepe. Venom there trying to make the overlap happen, and the changes will now start to trickle in. 60 minutes odd, 57th minute, I suppose you could say 58th minute. Any particular changes you want to see here? I mean, they're straight back into the restart, but if you were on either of these sides, what would you change? Would you keep going, or would you twist?
Well, I think Monaco, as we alluded to, Monaco know that, one, they can score goals with the team they have. They have a focal point. They know how to use him. I still think with Arsenal, I think they're experimenting on exactly what is the best course of action. Granted, I wouldn't like to see some of their front line come off because they are causing them issues when they get the ball at the pitch, as we can see Monaco are doing here as well.
Oh,
Silla. Through to Silla.
Lovely.
It's a fantastic finish.
Absolutely wonderful. The left foot on the left side was all that was needed. Monaco are feeling like it's deja vu after the first game. Despite conceding first, they now lead Arsenal FC, and that was a wonderful, wonderful goal.
Yeah, I mean, if you looked at the way this comes out, it looks as though it's going to go to the big man Soleimani again, but Silla just sneaks into the back post. He's completely unmarked, and it's a great near post finish. If you're a goalkeeper, you're not wanting to concede at your near post. Leno would have been disappointed with that. There wasn't any manual keeping it. He does actually get a hand to it as well. He's really going to be disappointed with that. And the Arsenal boys, they will no doubt be disappointed that they've gone 2-1 behind here. But again, it's going to be about how much is your mentality going to be affected here? Can you throw subs on? We're only 60 minutes in. We're seeing the game plan there very briefly, but you can see their changes are being made, and they're being the interesting thing about these is whenever there's substitutions between game 1 and game 2, they're always the same situations, they're always the same times, they're always the same substitutions. So these teams know their teams inside out, and they know what they need to bring on and what they don't.
They know how they want to play, but Leno pushing it into his own net. Had to try and get a hand on it, but unfortunately that hand pushes it into the top corner. So work for Arsenal to do. We'll see the changes they've made and see if they make a difference, but they have to be very wary to not open the dam that is AS Monaco goals. Here is Augustine, kills you. Sila, oh wonderful. Is it still alive? Not quite, as Arsenal scramble it clear, but very dangerous. Again, they don't want to be shipping too many goals, otherwise this one could get out of hand very quickly. Torreira chasing the ball, but wonderful work from the Monaco man, and that's going to completely change the tide of the attack. Augustine to Sila, lovely. Great finish. Absolutely lovely. That's how you counter. That is how you put pressure on from an opponent's mistake, and that is how you play if you are AS Monaco. Wonderful back-to-front goal.
Well, it's like we talked about, they fashioned the space. They fashioned that space. Silla had the smallest opportunity to take the shot, and they took it. I mean, it was great pressure here as well. Gildias, Soleimani at the heart of it again. Augustine finding the sun, and there was the tiniest bit. He couldn't go across goal because there's two defenders. You have to go near post, and again, keepers found lacking. If you look here, there's not that much space, and he's found the gap again.
So direct. From winning the ball to back of the net, just 3 passes. And this Monaco squad, absolutely wonderful. Second goal for Moussa Sia, the Frenchman of AS Monaco. They have found a star in him. Here is Slimani as Arsenal, off the restart, give the ball away straight away. Maybe the heads have started to go. There are still 20 in-game minutes for this one to turn around. Augustine looking for Slimani. Blocked off though. Now it's time for Arsenal to have a little bit of a sense of urgency. As we see Saka trying to get this to Aubameyang. Looks like Lacazette again substituted for Arsenal. Pepe in the box, but that one will never get through to him. Too many bodies in the way. Socrates covering Slimani there, and it's going to be tough here for Arsenal. They have a uphill struggle. They need the next goal. AS Monaco still applying the pressure. Augustine, Gelson Martins, Sia, the 2-goal scorer, the brace owner, and now a free kick in a very dangerous area to AS Monaco. It's really tricky, and I think, as we're seeing here, the formation change, it has to come in.
Yeah, I mean, like we say, we can see there they're pushing on with Pepe. You can see the Willocks moving up. I don't know whether that's enough. They're bringing on well, it looks like they're making an additional substitution. They're bringing on Mesut Ozil, known free kick taker. If they get some set pieces, it might be worth doing. And as we can see there from this possession, or the flu formation there, basically when they're out of possession, they're playing 4-4-2. Or they're playing a diamond, so they're kind of sinking back into a formation when they've not got the ball. For me, that formation is too open because these guys are exploiting this space and they're exploiting that mechanism.
Sia with the free kick, left-footed. Oh, but Leno across. Christopher there with the manual goalkeeping with the save. Otherwise, that one was going top bins, and that would have been game, set, and 6 points for Monaco. Ball whipped in, nothing doing. Gelson Martins finds Slimani. Oh, tried to catch Leno off guard there with a quick shot, but German is very wary to it, and now's the time for Arsenal to strike. Still unable to string together a couple of passes. That's a rare mistake. They need to be the benefactors of this. Pepe in the middle. Aubameyang's trying to make a run. Oh, it's just too powerful. Not direct enough. And that will be the Monaco goalkeeper gladly gathering that one. Time running down. 83rd minute approaching. Pepe. Again, just nothing doing here, and that's a rare mistake. Slimani almost pouncing on that one. Socrates across to cover and send it back to the keeper, but Arsenal, they don't have time for this. No, they need to get this one up the pitch, but look at this relentless pressure. Yes, it's a foul given away by Usman Kabil despite getting the ball in that challenge. That will reset his Monaco team, stop any runs in behind, and this is all Arsenal can do. Aubameyang, though, finds his way through to him. Here's Pepe!
Tucked away for 3-2.
3-2. There is life in this tie just yet. Maybe a point on the horizon for Arsenal. Perhaps a little fortuitous in the goal, but they won't care. They are within one now of Monaco.
Well, it broke down. It was as route one as you can get. Aubameyang challenges, Pepe mops up. It's a great finish as well, especially on the angle. Those shots are quite hard to pull off in eFootball PES 2020, and that is no different. You know, to find the corner, nearly hits the post on the way in. You know, it hits the side netting, and it still manages to creep in. There's a small glimmer of hope here for that Arsenal team, and they'll be latching onto it.
They need to. Such fine margins here in the eFootball.Pro. And Arsenal, will we be seeing some 90th minute magic? Ronaldo, rescue one back to the keeper. He will take his time getting up and pushing this one up the pitch. 4 minutes added on. Monaco have a chance to attack. Maybe they just get this one to the corner to secure the 3 points, which would translate into 6 points. Staffy, he has to do that. 2 minutes gone of the 4 added. And the dream might just be gone now for Arsenal. Do they whip this one in? The left-footed option is here. It is Moussa Sia.
I think they're going to go short here. Yep.
Unsurprising. Thought they might just try for a 4th goal, but that would have been very dangerous. Do have the throw-in though. Just need to tick the time away in the Arsenal final third. Pressure has to come in straight away here from Arsenal. Though Monaco are going to blast this one all the way back. Tick away the final minutes.
Nearly got caught out there.
Almost did, but that will be another win on the board for AS Monaco. After winning the first match 6-1, they had a bit of a tougher time of it. In match number 2, they will come away with the 6 points after winning match 2, 3-2.
Great games, great commentary as well from Harry and Weza there, and it is AS Monaco who are triumphant. And Weza, we're looking forward to this particular matchup. It certainly lived up to the billing, and talk about a statement of intent from Monaco.
Well, it was all confidence, wasn't it? It was the champions defending their crown. Basically, this is their house at the moment. They really, really poured it on that first game to go 6-1 against what was they weren't bad players. They weren't having a bad game. It was just Monaco were just so much more at the races. To be able to have that statement of intent is massive. It's a big call out to eFootball.Pro to say, look, we're back. We've got an extra player. We know what we're doing. We know how to play. And to be fair, it's bad signs for it, as I've mentioned in commentary. It's a bad sign when players are laughing and having a laugh and are smiling, because when players are that free and are that kind of they're free to express themselves, you get goals and you get them in abundance.
In terms of Arsenal's performance, anything they could have done better, or were Monaco just too good for them?
I think Monaco were just too good. I think we saw glimmers of it in the second game. They started to get to the ball first. They started to put in defensive challenges. I think sometimes their tactics may necessarily need a look at. but ultimately you had a Monaco team that were just too good for them on this day. I'd imagine, you know, next match day we might see a different set, you know, a different Arsenal turn up.
And interestingly, they fell behind in both games, but it didn't faze them.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like I said in commentary, you know, you hear the term mentality monsters in football, and I think in eFootball.Pro we have that with this Monaco team. They can go behind. They weren't shocked at any real point. They didn't really, you know, you could have looked at them at any point of the game and you wouldn't know whether they were winning or they're losing. They were just normal. They were calm.
Okay, so let's get some reaction now. We can join Harry in the interview area.
Thank you very much, Mark. I'm here with the boys from Arsenal. Christopher, not the result you guys wanted. Talk to me about your feelings after those two losses.
Oh, of course, you are disappointed, but it's no way because they are the first two games. You play a team that have a lot of chemistry. They know each other since 5 years. You start training maybe 2 weeks ago. It's not an excuse, but it's a fact. And I think you have a chance to get points. You lead 1-0, but you don't keep playing well tactically, but also technically and mentally. And you have to congratulate them. I think you deserve maybe to take points, but it's not a shame if they take the 6 points because they played also well. So congratulations to them, but I'm sure you will have a good reaction on the second game, and the season is so long, so I'm confident for the future games.
Talk to me about how it feels to represent Arsenal, obviously such a massive club. They're here in the eFootball.Pro 2020 season. Must be a great honour for you guys.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said on the last interviews, for me, but also for them, it's a great honor. It's one of the biggest clubs of the world with a lot of story. So for sure, it's an honor and so a big responsibility. And so you have to show more that you did today. And for sure, they can trust us. You will give a good reply on the next games.
You guys have a bit of a break now over the winter. Matchday 2 is in January. Who do you guys face? Are you looking forward to it? And what do you guys fix out of that performance you had just then?
Yeah, it's only in January. We will play Manchester United. It's also a new team. They don't know each other. So you have a lot of time to prepare the game, tactically analyze the opponent. So you have almost 1 month. It's enough to prepare, and for sure I'm very confident. I trust a lot of my teammates. They are great players. We have a great team. You only need to work more. It's only the beginning. So that's all. Congratulations for AS Monaco, and see you in January.
Gracious in defeat, thank you guys. Unfortunate there with the results. We'll bring in the guys from AS Monaco. Lotfi, congratulations, my friend. Tremendous goals, it's got to be said, and tremendous results, really. You must be very happy about the 6 points right there.
Yeah, for sure. We are very happy of this result. We was here for 6 points. It was what we expected before, and the job is done.
Talk to me about how this man on the end fits in between you two. Obviously, you won last season. You are the eFootball.Pro champions, reigning, defending. How does he fit in? Obviously, he had a stunning performance in PES 2019. How is he fitting in between you two?
No, it was a long reflection to choose him, but finally, I think it's the best player for our group, you know, our team. He follow our style in nice way, you know. So I think he's good for us, you know.
Awesome. Matchday 2 coming up next year. You have a bit of a break now. Who do you face? Are you looking forward to it? How are your feelings going into the next matchday?
No, our feeling is good. We will continue to work. Like always, we will work for this game, and we will expect the 6 points like today, and let's see.
Awesome.
What did they say? Big up to his dog. His dog, Nala.
It's your dog. It's Maccabill's dog. It's Nala. Next player for AS Monaco is Maccabill's dog. Guys, congratulations on the 6 points. Back over to Mark and Wes to break down the next match.
Well, certainly they didn't make a dog's dinner of that particular game, did they? They were absolutely magnificent, and in the post-match interviews, full of confidence, just as they were beforehand. They expect 6 points when they play again.
Yeah, I mean, you look at them and you can't, you know, in terms of the teams we've seen so far, you can't see anybody matching them in terms of their on-field chemistry and their off-field chemistry. The way they were moving in between, you know, players, the knockdowns, the way they played through Soleimani, the way they played through Balde, the way they played through Augustine, they knew each other's game, so it wasn't as jarring for them to just come on and just go, yeah, we'll just play.
And obviously they click brilliantly together. We heard from the Arsenal camp, not an excuse, but they spoke about the fact they haven't spent anywhere near as much time together as the Monaco guys have, and you know, that's something that they'll hope will change as time goes on.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you look at the Arsenal team that was there, and you kind of, you know, you look at the individuals, that style will mesh soon enough. You know, there's a month now between, you know, between obviously today's match day and the match day in January. They have time to work on it. They have time to prepare, and I'm within no doubt that they will be a far better outfit second match day than they were in the first.
Okay, so before we move on to our fourth match of the day, we're going to bring you up to speed with all of the results that we have seen so far here on the opening match day of this encounter. We've had some thrills and spills. We saw Monaco just beating Arsenal there, but here are the results so far. Game 1 between Nantes and Boavista was 4-0 to the French side, but Boavista rallied and won 2-1 in the second match, so they both picked up 3 points there. It was very keenly contested in the next match-up between Schalke 04 and Celtic FC. Both won by just 1-0 by the German club, which means they have the maximum points available, as do AS Monaco after their thumping 6-1 victory over Arsenal in the first game, and then that thrilling victory by just 3-2 in game 2. So 3 matches down already, and next up it is Manchester United against FC Bayern München, and here are the 2 lineups for you that are going to be featuring. First up, a look at the Manchester United side. E.C. O'Neill, Kams and Ostravuch are the 3 players representing the English Premier League side, and from the German giants FC Bayern München, Alex Alguacil, Jose and Mestre are the trio turning out for the Bavarians. So they are the 2 players that are back, the 2 sets of players that are on show, and we caught up with both of the camps ahead of kickoff.
I expect the season to be a great one. It's the second season of eFootball.Pro, and last season was 2v2, this season is 3v3. So I expect a lot of emotions, celebrations, and a lot of excitement. I expect us to do well, to be finishing in the top 6, hopefully, and go to the knockout stage.
Well, we expect a beautiful season for us. We worked super hard a few weeks before. And well, we expect to be on top. That's why FC Bayern contacted us. So super happy and excited for start the season tomorrow.
Well, some very familiar faces that are lining up in this matchup as well, just as we saw in the last game, and you'd expect it to be another high-quality affair, Harry.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at the calibre of players individually on both sides, on both the Manchester United side and the Bayern München side as well. You look at the likes of Eldridge O'Neill, who's proven not only to be an eloquent Dutch champion, but also played for Celtic last season, being runner-up in the entire eFootball.Pro season. On the other side, Alex Alguacil, a tremendous individual player in his own right. It's been given almost free rein, I feel like, by Bayern to build his own squad and see how he wants to make this eFootball.Pro roster stick. And hopefully he will be able to repay their faith in him.
Wezza, who's going to be the more confident side going into this?
I would say probably it's going to be the Bayern Munich team. Obviously, the United team are not as well gelled as yet, and you might think, oh, they're not that good. But if you look at just from a chemistry standpoint, you've got 3 players of the same nationality. They are probably already playing against each other in national finals, regional finals. They've played a lot of each other's games. They know how each other function. I think it's going to be the Bayern boys that are going to come in with a bit more confidence.
Okay, well, the moment of truth isn't far away, because the players are ready for Manchester United against Bayern München. Okay, so you can see the two teams lining up there, and got some coaching going on behind the Bayern side as well. Matthias Luttenberger is going to be in attendance behind them. That's something of interest, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly noteworthy. Sometimes that fourth man can really help you see what's going wrong. Sometimes if you're in the heat of the moment, if you're in the middle of a match, you don't know what changes need to be made. You almost become tunnel visioned and short-sighted as to what's happening in front of you because you are so focused on trying to get a result. So yeah, he really could be a difference maker here as well.
Yeah, because the narrow margins when they come in tactically, you pointed out substitutions have been key.
Yeah. I mean, and like we said, you get into a bubble. I think I spoke of this last season. You get into this bubble and this mindset of, I've got to just play the game in front of me. To have somebody like Lutty on those sidelines and to have his experience to back up an already experienced Bayern Munich team is going to be massive for them. On the flip side, you've got the United team, you've got Cams, you've got O'Neill, and you've got Ostrubuch, who are again quality players. So it's just going to be a fascinating game. There is no easy games in eFootball.Pro, and this is proving that.
Two big clubs and obviously two new names as well that have entered the fray.
Yes, of course, yeah. A new eFootball partner club for 2020 is Manchester United, of course, and Bayern München not playing in the eFootball.Pro League last season either. So you're right, two massive clubs moving into the space where the competition is so tightly fought, and I wouldn't be surprised to see the exact same happen in this match, being a very tightly fought affair.
We've seen some very different types of matches so far, Weza, in terms of the way that they've played out. In the last game, we saw a pragmatic approach from Arsenal that nearly got them over the line, but Monaco's quality told in the end. What do you think about this one?
I think if you're looking at it from an outsider's point of view, I would say that it's Bayern that are the favourites here, and I think it's more a case of their type of play. Tiki-taka will lend itself quite well to Bayern's actual squad itself. I think United, they're going to look for more of a counter-attacking. I think we saw from the gameplay there, you've got Chong that's going to be on the right-hand side, who's going to be full of pace, full of running. So, you're going to have a lot of people. You have a lot of people who are going to be looking for those outballs. Outballs have been the key for this. I think Rashford, if he proves to be playing, will be a massive outball, as will Martial if playing.
You can see at the bottom there for the latest eFootball.Pro news, results and more. There's the website address, eFootball.Pro.konami.net. Okay, the lights are dimming, which means I think we're pretty much ready for the action. Your commentary team is Weza, but first of all, it's Harry Channon.
Thank you, Mark. Manchester United versus Bayern Munich. Two debutants of the eFootball.Pro system. A couple of familiar faces on both sides. Obviously, Eldridge O'Neill captaining Manchester United, as we spoke about before. Multiple Dutch champion, placed second last season with Celtic. Do you feel like it's his role in this team to really lead from the front and try and build his squad's morale and momentum around him?
Yeah, I mean, we know from previous seasons and from previous tournaments, we've seen that we've seen O'Neill be that focal point for his own court team. So I think from here he'll will be the heartbeat of a team, and a lot of good things will flow through it. But of course, Cams, Ostrubuch are no slouches in their own regard, and again, similarly with Bayern, you're looking at Alex to be the kind of the leader. But again, Mestre and Jose, no slouches. So it's going to be a fascinating go. As Goretzka just follows its way through.
So we are well and truly into game number one. Game one of two between these two clubs. Bayern Munich attacking in their Bavarian red strip from left to right. Manchester United from right to left. Here is Marcus Rashford. Tackled well by Goretzka, but ball only goes as far as Greenwood. Mata looking for support. Here is Mata. Finds Pogba to Chong. Falls well for him. Marcus Rashford in and amongst them. Ball is everywhere. Is that a penalty?
It looks like it.
I think the referee has pointed to the spot here.
First pen of the season.
Who will guess right? Goalkeeping duty, Manuel Neuer, one of the best penalty savers. Certainly one of the best goalkeepers in the world. Marcus Rashford stepping up for Manchester United. Their first goal is
just tracked in
from Marcus Rashford.
And I believe it was the captain, as we said, O'Neill, in the times that are clutch.
Absolutely dreamland for Manchester United. The perfect start. It was a dog pile in the middle that led to this penalty. So Rashford fouled, stepped up, lovely run up. Oh yeah, so close, he gets the right way, but that power from Rashford. Alex Alcathil not happy with himself, and his Bayern Munich squad find themselves
It looked like a Royal Rumble for that penalty decision rather than a football game.
From the top rope. Bayern Munich then. Let's see what you're made of. Lewandowski to Perisic, lovely. Can they immediately respond? Absolutely they can. Wonderful. The perfect response straight from the kickoff. 1-1, and we've barely had time to settle in our seats, and we've already got 2 goals.
Well, you talk about pass assists. They didn't need one there. There was manual passing left and right, neat little flicks, and it's a great little finish. Managed to just do enough just to get it past the keeper. Went near side. It's a bit of a gamble. If he could have pushed it too far to the left-hand side, but it was an easy strike in the end. But it's great build-up, and it's the exact reply that Bayern needed just to get themselves back in the game.
Absolutely. Wonderful play. 3 first-time passes in a row from Bayern München, and they will make amends for the penalty they gave to Manchester United. Greenwood found by Rashford on the left. Mata once again in support. Pogba coming over. This is almost a mirror image of how they won their penalty. Goretzka clearing the lines, but this is what we want to see out of the opening 15 in-game minutes, attacking from both sides. Manchester United back onto the attack. Javi Martinez tries to get it clear. A nice acrobatic, I suppose, header.
Improvisation there.
Very improvisation. Excuse me. Big bit of improv. Let's simplify it. And that will clear the lines. Phil Jones finds Chong. Who also finds Rashford on this right-hand side. Onside, as you say. Chong in support. Mata there as well. Looking for Pogba.
Oh, that's a super finish.
Wonderful.
It's counts with a header, and he's very appreciative of that pass. You can see there, big smile on the Frenchman's face.
Absolutely. Using the height of Paul Pogba, and the Red Devils are back in front. It was a wonderful find. We'll see it again in just a moment, but the movement from Pogba really to get in front of his man, and with a man like Pogba, who is as tall as he is, you would bet he would score that 10 times out of 10. Let's look at it again here, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great little bit here. Again, Chong with the ball in. It's a lovely find, and again, the defence found flat-footed. Pogba there to stick it away, and, you know, like I said, it's an easy type of goal. When you make PES that simple, goals like that are very simple. And it's, you know, as you can see there, the Man U players very, very happy. Of course, you've also got the almighty DS, who's their 4th player, who's also acting as their coach today. They'll be very happy with how this is going. And, you know, 20 minutes in, it's all action. You know, there's never a dull moment when you see Bayern Munich playing Man United as the ball goes in, and Dyer comes out, claims it.
Jose, the captain of Bayern Munich, it's got to be said, maybe found wanting controlling Pavard for that goal, failing to get into position or failing to mark Paul Pogba at all. Let's see what they can do to try and rectify that. Lewandowski to Javi Martinez. Excuse me, put my teeth back in. Javi Martinez, as the ball cleared up the pitch by Manchester United. Chong now. That's Greenwood out on the left-hand side, and he will be found. Mata with a lovely run through. Pavard in the end able to cut it out. Lewandowski with a supporting run, played smartly back though to Martinez. Oh, well,
Austria with the fashionable clearance.
It's one way to do it. Lewandowski, bit of a jumble up in the middle. Xerxes over here with time and space. Perisic, Lewandowski looking for the man in the middle. Great covering though, it's got to be said. All three members of Manchester United there getting across and preventing that pass with finding any way through their defence. Throw in now in the final third.
Lewandowski's the target.
They do find him, but cleared in the end. Boateng out to this left-hand side. Goretzka. Surprised to see him playing so deep there, but
Lewandowski uncharacteristically on the wing.
Perisic can't make anything happen. They obviously know what they want to do, but for me, Goretzka needs to be in and around that box rather than playing as a deep playmaker. Here is Perisic. They've reeked on this right-hand side. Xerxes, this is a good chance. Lewandowski's there, but De Gea's there first. Good goalkeeping. And the 2-1 advantage still remains here for Manchester United.
Looks the United guys, they're happy for their defence to bend, but they definitely don't want it to break. Not when there's, you know, the players and quality that Bayern possess. You don't want them getting anywhere too close to your goal. I mean, granted, they have David De Gea, who's one of the best goalkeepers on the planet, but you don't want to call him into action too many times.
Certainly not. And they find themselves 2-1 down in this first game, first of two to Bayern München, and they are such a franchise, I suppose, that is used to success. 29 German titles, most recently in the 2018-19 season, which was their 7th consecutive German title. 19 national cups, 12 domestic doubles, but they're on the back foot here. Greenwood to Rashford, can't make anything more of it as we trickle into the half.
United goals, it wasn't Kams that scored, it was Ostrowicz. So I think Kams may have played the ball in, but he's certainly happy, and you can see for the you know, you can see Kams there kind of patting his leg, he's just trying to G up his team.
Any changes you'd make? Obviously both teams getting themselves goals. Manchester United, one from open play, one from a penalty. Any changes you'd want to make? I mean, it's been pretty much split down the middle throughout this game.
It's been a pretty tight game, and it's only been what, 3 shots on target and 3 shots total. So every shot that's gone on goal has been a goal. So I don't know whether there's too much change from a United point of view. They seem to have settled into the game. They seem to have, you know, just kind of relaxed a little bit, and they're into that flow. They've got Chong as an outball. They've got Rashford. They've got Greenwood. I think with Bayern, I think they've got weaponry on the bench. They've got Phil Coutinho. They've got Thomas Muller. They have these players that they can bring on. So it's a case of when do you bring those players on?
When, not if. Great start though for Manchester United. As it stands, they would secure 3 points, but still a entire half of eFootball PES 2020 to play here in the eFootball.Pro. All the way back to the goalkeeper. Controlled there very riskily by Kams. And there was almost a Bayern Munich player to benefit from it. Goretzka looking for Reet. Oh, lovely. De Gea's there first though. So close. Xerxes almost snatching in front, and we've seen a couple of them where De Gea has come to the rescue for Manchester United. They can't afford too many to Bayern München, otherwise we will be seeing certainly more goals in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, looking at the way the game is panning out, Bayern slowly building into it. They're slowly finding the faults in Man United's defence. Is it a matter of time that they find the answer? Is it a matter of time that they unlock the door and make it 2-2? Or will they get caught on a very quick counter-attack with Man United? They have weapons of their own on the bench. They've got Martial they've not used. There's Angel Gomez. There's players there that can be utilised. It'll be interesting to see what they do in their substitutions, if any.
Must be said, the captain, Jose, has been absolutely tremendous for Bayern München, and Lewandowski's open in the middle. Can Perisic find him? Absolutely he can, but can't find the goal. That was a tremendous chance, and they cannot convert.
They're knocking on the door supremely here. Perisic finding his way into the box. Lewandowski, it's a left heel of David De Gea that keeps them out.
Was it even that? It looked like a crotch.
And you've got to say, they are constantly knocking on the door now. Is it a matter of time that they break this down? Corner for the box. He's a big weapon at set pieces. Lewandowski, of course, no slouch.
Corner to Bayern München. Goretzka whips it in. Cleared away by Cams. Now there's a potential break on. Might have to slow the brakes here, Greenwood, and will try and go around the Bayern defender. Nothing doing, but big mistake. Rashford gets onto it. Here is Chong here as well, the Dutch winger. Finding Rashford. Attack still on for United. They have bodies forward now. Can they find any of them? Chong back to Rashford. Pressure building for Bayern Munich. Pogba has room for a shot. Will he go for it? Looks for Chong, but good effort by Alex Alguacil of Bayern Munich to get the ball away, and now it's their turn to come forward. Perisic looking for Xerxes, breaks for him. Slightly fortunate, and that's a foul right on the edge. And a chance now maybe for Bayern to snatch a goal.
Well, you can look at that down one end of the pitch. It was great improvisation from Pogba. Nearly got United in for a third. We can see their changes coming on. Martial's now coming on. McTominay as well. Is that defensive frailty for United? Are they worried about how they're playing, or is it a case that they're just going, we're just going to calm it down? You can see there they've got multiple formations set up. So again, you know, if you hit, I believe it's L1 and down button, you can switch in between tactics without breaking stride. So they may be playing 4-3-3 now. I think towards the end of the game, you'll see a flat 4-4-2.
That's fluid formation used by so many of the top players and teams. eFootball PES 2020, such a good thing to have in your locker. You can switch your tactics up on the fly depending on what's needed. Let's see. On the Bayern side, have they brought anyone on? Who have they got really on the bench? They have Serge Gnabry, Thiago, of course.
Kingsley Coman will cause a big problem for this United defence, I feel. The speed and the dribbling of him, it's a very potent weapon to have. I believe they brought on Thomas Müller as well, so it'll be interesting to see how the German impacts the game as well.
We'll have to look out for Kingsley Coman. Of course, the French midfielder. It's going to be Puissant going in. It's deflected in. Wow. Suppose you could say fortunate, but you still have to get the effort on target. Puissant did just that.
It's a big deflection off the wall, though. But again, if there's a deflection off the wall, if De Gea's already moving that way, the momentum's going to take him. It's a good hit. But it levels the game. I mean, we're in for a barn burner of a last portion of this game.
Is that the goal that Bayern München needed? We will restart here in this second half of just the first game. 4 goals. Here is Kingsley Coman. That's Lewandowski in front of him, but Lindelof will come across to cover. Unfairly adjudged by the referee. So then, who wants this game? Who wants to steal the 3 points away from the other team? I feel we're not done goal scoring just yet. Thomas Müller has Reed there and Coman as well, but just too much to ask for from Reed, and it will be a Manchester United goal kick.
Well, knowing these two teams the way that I do, nobody's going to be happy with a point. So I think we're going to see gilt-edged chances right at the last, and it's going to be that really decisive moment. I think there'll be one really clear-cut chance that will provide an opening, and it's whether either team, whoever gets it, whether they take it or not.
20 in-game minutes to steal some points away. Thomas Müller trying to find Javi Martinez. Martial. That's Nemanja Matic in support. Wants to look for the man up front, but that's going to be acrobatically swept away. Bit of a cagey affair so far since the changes. Puissant trying to find Lewandowski, but again, just a little bit overhit. And now it's potentially Manchester United's chance to attack. Relying on Rashford to try and win that header, instead overturns possession to Bayern. Here is Kingsley Coman. Thomas Müller. Oh, that's a clearance from Osterbuch, which will be a gift for Bayern. Can they grab anything from this corner?
It's one more opportunity to get the ball into the box. It's one more opportunity for a chance.
Look out for Koeman and Lewandowski. Looks like it's going to be Muller to whack it in. Looking for the back post of Lewandowski. Nothing doing though. Pavard looking for Lewandowski again, but cross doesn't even come in. Boateng steadying the play at the back, retaining possession for Bayern, and that's something that they have somewhat struggled with so far in this game 1 against Manchester United. And that's a poor pass. Looking for Koeman, but only finds a Manchester United man. On ball for Rashford.
Oh, bit of improvisation. Is it going to go in?
Wow! Look at what it means to Eldridge O'Neill. He and Cam standing up, and it felt like an eternity it took for the ball to cross the line. I thought there might just be a last gasp clearance.
Neuer is absolutely furious.
That's the problem when you play a sweeper-keeper position like Neuer does. We'll see it again in a second, Wes, but that's route 1. That's tremendous, and Manchester United might have just stolen the 3 points.
Well, it was a great bit of improvisation. It's a hopeful through ball, but it's brilliant for Rashford. It's the lob, it's the manual lob, and not only that, it's like you said, it agonisingly trickled into the net. Like I said, it's a bit of a ball that you're just playing hope. You know, it's you know, in NFL, it's the Hail Mary, and you've done that there, and again, it was the wherewithal to hit the lob. Some people would have snatched at that and just volleyed it. Instead, it was the calmness and peace of mind to be able to just lob it over the keeper. And it's stunning from United. And you can see what it means to these guys.
Frustration from Bayern, but that goal means the world to Eldridge O'Neill. Yeah. Playing for Celtic last season, came so close to being the eFootball.Pro champion of 2019. Fell short at the final hurdle. He wants to get off to winning ways. A winning start here in the eFootball.Pro would certainly lift his spirits and lift his hopes going into next year's fixtures.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, there would have been questions. No sooner did we say at the start of the game when we were talking about which team comes in with more confidence. If anything, United have completely turned this tie on its head, and to potentially be walking out with 3 points in a situation they weren't necessarily the favourites in. Hats off to them for the performance they've put in. They've made subs at the right time. They've made tactical switches at the right time. But still, there is enough about this Bayern team that there's enough weapons there to really, really pack a punch in the final. What, we on 8 minutes? There's enough in the locker there, and there's enough there to be able to really impose their will back on this game. But it's going to be a tough ask.
If there's a time for the Bayern coach to come in and make the difference, it's now. What words of wisdom does he have? We questioned, well, I certainly questioned the chemistry of this Manchester United team. Scott McTominay now on the right-hand side with 4 different nationalities throughout their 4-man squad. Similar to Arsenal, we saw how it panned out for them against AS Monaco. Shipping goals left and right, but Manchester United look like a very strong outfit here in the eFootball.Pro. Rashford dispossessed. A chance now for Bayern München. Can they fashion anything? Sulik just gets it to Cuisson. Koeman to Muller. Tries to nutmeg Matic. Nothing doing. Cam's with a clearance. 3 minutes added on. Can Bayern get the ball up the pitch and try and salvage a point? As it stands,
have to go for it here.
United will be walking away with the 3 points. Reet, this right-hand side, chance for one more attack. Lovely block. Martial on the ball, holding it up.
That's the game.
And that will do it. 3 points in the bag for that man, Eldridge. Manchester United win 3-2 against Bayern Munich in game 1. The Bavarians coming up empty-handed. And wow, that was a tremendous game.
Yeah, I mean, it had everything. It had drama, it had goals, it had skill, it had everything. Yeah, it had everything that you needed. It had both teams scoring, and like I said, the little bit of improvisation to have the presence of mind to lob it at the last minute. It's a great bit of play, and like you said, having an on-rushing Manuel Neuer, it's going to cause its own problems,
Yeah.
because if you can take a touch around them, as we had the penalty, which again Neuer was just found wanting, but looking at the players, they're absolutely over the moon with getting that victory. And again, it's all about the start. It's all about how these guys start this eFootball.Pro season. You've got to get off to a good start, because it will count towards the end of the season. All of these points will rack up. It's a huge 3 points for them.
Of course, each match fixture consists of 2 games, but you only play against each team once per season in a 2-legged affair. So you're right, you will never get these points back if you are Bayern München. And Manchester United know that just as well. 3 points secured for them. And it was back and forth, it really was. I'm personally looking forward to seeing, this was the Pogba header. Absolutely tremendous. Pavard really left wanting. I was looking forward to seeing the goal that trickled in over the line. It felt like years. I definitely aged while that ball was waiting to go in. But either way, we look forwards to game 2. Can Bayern München get themselves 3 points, or will they be leaving with a duck? Don't forget, you can draw these matches. You can share the points. You will, if it is a draw, gain a point apiece, but neither of these teams want that. They want the whole hog. They want all the points. They want all 3.
It wasn't even necessarily a fact that game that Bayern Munich played badly. It was just, it's those very fine margins. It was one really hopeful ball, which, 99 times out of 100, it either finds Rosette or it finds the goalkeeper. And the one time you need it to find the forward, Rashford met it on the volley, and again, it decided the game. And I don't, if I'm sitting there from a Bayern Munich point of view, I don't think they need to change all that much. They just need to get a slight bit of luck. And I know that sounds like a quite a flippant thing to say, but sometimes you do need that bit of luck. Sometimes you do need a ricochet. We look at the free kick they had, which deflected off and in from Suison. You need those bits of luck to go for you. But it was a little bit of skill that won the day in the end.
It was the dream start for Manchester United. The nightmare start for the Bavarians. FC Bayern München putting their faith in Alex Alguacil and his Spanish comrades, Jose and Mestre. Can they get points after match day 1? We will find out. Bayern Munich attacking from left to right in the red strip, and the only chance for Lewandowski will only find its way out to Xerxes. Oh, Goretzka's in a tremendous position, so is Lewandowski, but what was that? Closer to the corner flag.
And the thing was, United had selected a manual keeper there. If could have been a little bit more composure. It's causing the keeper problems.
Just off balance. Lewandowski in the end, no deflection. A lightning start, really trying to benefit off the momentum from the kickoff there. Bayern München. Here is Chong on the right-hand side for Manchester United, attacking from right to left. They win themselves a throw-in. Here is the Dutch winger. Chong to take the throw-in. 4 bodies in the box. This is a very aggressive throw-in. Pogba waiting, wins the header. Greenwood, beautiful knockdown. Looking for maybe another dummy to try and get a shot away, but just crowded out in the end. Javi Martinez. Just, again, a little bit of a lackadaisical touch. Lindelof back to Jones. Beautiful sweeping ball, finds Mata, but Reed is right there. Javi Martinez finds Reed again. Beautiful one touch to Goretzka, looking for Xerxes, still on. Rojo smartly blasts it back for a corner. That was Eldridge O'Neill, the captain, stepping up. Make no bones about it, he wants that one clear. Corner now to come in. And waiting in the box, full for Goretzka. As Martinez, goal facing. And there's Reitz, first time hit. Not enough power. De Gea is there all day. That's very risky from De Gea. And that can't happen too many times if you're Manchester United. Lewandowski here on this left-hand side, looking for Reed. It's a beautiful chance. Maybe gone. Here's Goretzka. Beautiful dummy. And it's still not in. What do Bayern Munich need to do to score a goal?
But they fashioned the chance so well. They kept the chance alive. A little bit of manual passing, a little bit of manual positioning. And as we see there, it's Pogba. He's pulled it back towards Mata, but Goretzka gets the clearance away, and it's now turning into end-to-end stuff.
Yep, just 17 in-game minutes gone. Feels like we've played 5 games of eFootball PES already. Alex Alguacil with the clearance has led to this position up the pitch. Goretzka now with men in front of him, has Perisic on the left, goes down the middle to Lewandowski, nothing doing. Stated assist rankings, I don't think anyone will be catching AS Monaco today. Obviously we still have FC Barcelona taking on Juventus as our final match here of Matchday 1 in the eFootball.Pro, so there is still a chance. AS Monaco with his 6 assists certainly looks like he will be running away with the assist lead out of match day 1. Here is Mata, found by Rashford. Pogba. A lot of time gifted to Manchester United players on the ball by Bayern Munich. Not sure if this is a correct strategy for them, because no players like Pogba can pick a pass. Try saying that 10 times fast. Here is Lewandowski. Goretzka finds Reed. This is good first time passing. Xerxes just a little bit too slow, and De Gea comes out to claim that one. Very contrasting styles there, though, it's got to be said. I mean, Manchester United waiting for the perfect pass. Bayern Munich playing tiki-taka, first time pass and move. We'll see it here again, no doubt. Ivan Perisic to Lewandowski. Now finds Xerxes, but good covering by the Man United defence.
I think part of it is United understanding, one, their own limitations within their team, and also understanding the plus points of Bayern Munich's team. I think they'll probably be surprised to not see Koeman starting. They'll be surprised not to see Müller starting. And ultimately, they're kind of allowed a little bit more freedom. You can see that Man U are being far more direct than Bayern, but it's paying dividends. A direct ball, as we saw from the Monaco game earlier, a direct ball is not necessarily a bad thing. If you have a focal point of attack through, use them. You know, they've got Rashford. You know, like I said, they've got Martial. They've got players that they can utilise with that position.
Such a curious complexion of a lineup, Manchester United, led by Eldridge O'Neill, Cams, Osterbuch, the almighty DS waiting in the wings, but first we have to deal with an attack by Bayern. Looking for Perisic, but good covering there by Lindelof. And the Red Devils, again, another one of those football clubs that is just so used to winning. They will be expecting nothing less here in the eFootball.Pro. Mata covering in midfield. Javi Martinez will be cleaning things up. But scrappy now in midfield. Pass assist one really starting to show its teeth. Another one just a little bit wayward, looking for the Eldridge O'Neill controlled Rashford. Here's Alex Alguacil on the ball. Attempted slide. Won't work. Alex Alguacil back on the ball again. Can he find a teammate? Lovely cross. Xerxes climbs. Nothing doing though. And now Manchester United come again.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, I mean, you're quite surprised, or we're quite surprised to how United have set up, but I think they have exactly what they need in every position. In number 10, they have Mata, who's incredibly skilled. At the back, they're physical. They've got Maguire, they've got Jones, they've got Matic holding it down in centre midfield. On the wings, they've got Greenwood, you know, they've got Chong, who, again, in stat balancing, it provides such a plus point to have those players at your disposal.
Nothing doing in the first half. Not a single shot at all from Manchester United. And like that begs some changes, given that they are certainly wanting to come away with the entirety of the 6 points from these 2 games. They already have 3 from the first match. They're going to want goals here, Wes. They're going to want goals, but the question is, where do they come from? They had Scott McTominay come on in the first game. He was very effective. Do they save him maybe for a little bit later on in the second half? I
think so. I think they'll play it a little bit more with the team that they have, because they know they're comfortable with that team. And then I think you'll see McTominay. You might even see Jesse Lingard up on the stage. I think you'll definitely see Martial before the end of this game.
Rashford bullying Boateng off the ball. Pogba in support, as is Chong. Osterbuch on the ball. We'll find Eldridge O'Neill. Greenwood. Osterbuch and Eldridge combining very well until the very last moment there. And now it's a chance for Jose and Bayern München to come away with the ball. Pogba there, skinned by Xerxes. Here is Mai. Back to Xerxes on this left-hand side. Can a cross come in? Not quite. Beautiful covering there from Eldridge O'Neill. Pressure not done yet, though. Mai to Martinez. Boateng, Perisic. Goretzka now. Xerxes has Lewandowski in the box. Can't quite find him. De Gea again called into action, but very quick, precise passing there from Bayern München. Almost rewarded with a goal. Here is Mata, though. This is a bit of a gift. Rashford. Good covering in the end by Mestre. He will get that only as far as Chong. Mata has Greenwood and Rashford. They're waiting. They are queuing up. Can't seem to find any of the players at all. He had 3 different men on there. And now a chance for Lewandowski to gallop down this right-hand side. Maguire shrugged off. This is really heating up. Phil Jones gets it only as far as Goretzka. Chance for a shot. Right-footed effort, deflects off Rojo. Right is there.
That's a fantastic block there.
Wonderful. Great defending. And now a chance for a counter. Rashford's looking for a run down this left-hand side. Back to Chong on the right. Pogba to Mata. Lots of space here.
Oh!
Just looking for Pogba. Thought he might look for Greenwood on the left. Went for Pogba on the right. Lovely ball. Almost finding Xerxes. It's a foot race between him and Phil Jones. What is that? That's a throw-in the end in the Manchester United third. And now is this where the changes come in? Yep.
Yeah,
Scott
I think so. As you can see on the screen there, we've got Scott McTominay coming on. You can see there you can see that they've switched Rashford out to the right-hand side. You've got, you know, they have weaponry on the bench. They have it in abundance. I think Martial is still the key for this United team, especially when he's coming off the bench. It's just a case of whether they choose to use him or not, which they have done here. I think they've been employing him as the number 9. But you can still see here, looking for the body language, O'Neill and Cam's an Austrian discussion as to where they want their players. Bayern Munich, you can see there's discussions going on there as well. It's interesting to see exactly where they go with this, but from Bayern's perspective, you've got Arp, you've got Koeman, and you've got Thomas Muller that have come on, so it'd be interesting to see how these substitutes really play out. If they're as as vital as they have been earlier on today, I think we're out to see fireworks.
Still all to play for, 0-0, ticking over into the 65th minute. Bayern Munich throw in the Manchester United final third. Lewandowski subbed off, that's a curious one. Kingsley Coman is on as well, so always dangerous here for Bayern. That's a late one. Will the referee pull it back? He most certainly will. It's a free kick in a dangerous area.
It's right where the last one was taken. Will it get the same result? Or have they got something for the training ground?
We all have to see. It's like it's Goretzka standing over it.
It's looking like he's free at the back. Oh, it's Muller.
I mean, it's well worked.
It's well
Finish,
worked,
though, just lacking.
United smart to it.
Goretzka, though, on the intercept. Thomas Muller now. This is better. Koeman looking for Muller.
Corner.
Deflected behind for a corner. Pressure in bundles here for Bayern München. They are pinning Manchester United back in their own half. 67 minutes played. Looking for Arp at the back. Wins the header. Lindelof rises to it. Javi Martinez. Muller looking for Koeman. It will actually be a Manchester United throw. We'll take a look at that. Ostrobach, the youngest player on Manchester United with the 2 goals.
When he burst onto the scene last year, there was nobody really knew of him. He certainly announced himself here, and certainly has been a focal point to finish off some very good opportunities here. It's a lovely ball.
Absolutely.
It's a lovely ball.
Pavard gets it away. Goretzka tussling with Martial. That one will be Bayern's throw. 73 minutes played, and you can see in the pass completion percentage, a little bit scrappy towards the end of this game. Oh, that's a bit of a poor one, though. Koeman can find Arp. Almost found by Muller there. This one, you'd have to say, maybe swinging in favour of Bayern München. Goretzka. Oh, tackled up the pitch by Martial, and now a chance for Manchester United to break. Rashford in the middle.
Rashford's great
beautiful
touch.
Oh, Manuel Neuer still alive with Martial. Rashford in the centre. First man blocks it though. Now what can Goretzka do with it? Finds Koeman via the deflection. Thomas Müller galloping down the left-hand side. Found by Koeman. Up to Reitz. Up. Goretzka. This is wonderful from Bayern. Right. Can he find Arp? Waiting in the centre. No. Victor Lindelof. A rock at the back. He has rarely been beaten across these 2 games.
It's that physicality we keep talking about at back lines. How much is it here? It's Martial. It's a cracking challenge there from Mai.
Absolutely wonderful from Mestre. Again though, Lindelof. Rock at the back. Rashford. On this right side, Scott McTominay finds Martial. He was hacked down late there, but the referee plays the advantage and awards the corner. That was a very late one.
I think if a goal comes here, it's got to be a finisher.
86th minute. What can Manchester United produce?
But historically, we know what this game's like with late goals.
Whips in, looking for Rashford. The acrobatic, McTominay back in.
Oh!
Out of nothing. Actually, that was a Bayern man putting it in behind. Will they look for Rashford again?
Got to say so.
Second corner of the game for Bayern, the first taken just moments before. Whipped in. Maguire's there. Packs away. Arp gets it up the pitch once again though, only as far as Victor Lindelof. Pressure still on Manchester United. He's megged him. Absolutely wonderful. Milo recovers well. Koeman now up to Reitz. Doesn't quite find him. Yes, he does, but oh, that's a big mistake from Nemanja Matic. Reitz has Koeman in support as well as Arp, but that's a little cynical. Needed to be done.
You talk about breaking play up. That's one way to do it.
Matic taking a foul into added time now. Can Bayern nick 3 points? Koeman on the right. Has right in the middle. Müller! Oh, saved by De Gea.
What
the
a
right
save!
foot of De Gea will just salvage a point for Manchester United. Unbelievable. Tremendous 2 games of PES. Bayern will be hard done by that they don't get the 3 points in game number 2, but it will finish Manchester United 0, Bayern München 0.
Well, it finished 0-0, but it was a pretty good game to watch despite the scoreline.
Yeah, it was end to end. I mean, from chances down one end, the ball would go shooting down the other. There'd be a chance down the other end. It was brilliant to watch as a neutral. A save at the end though. The bicycle kick from Müller. David De Gea equal to it. Fantastic save.
We saw in the first match, you mentioned the goalkeeping of David De Gea there. At the other end, Manuel Neuer, he was at fault arguably for 2 of the goals.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tale of 2 goalkeepers. You had one that was pulling off extended save after a standard save. Neuer, I mean, for running out and potentially, costing them a 3 point or at least a point in the first game. I think you question marks would look at it, but I think Neuer will be disappointed. I think Bayern will be disappointed, but I think they'll be back stronger as a result next time around.
3-2 in the first match between them. The next one finishes 0-0. How did we get such a big difference in terms of the scoreline?
Well, I think looking at it from a neutral, you were looking at it where United stole a victory in the first game, arguably with Rashford's little improvisation to make it 3-2. Then maybe went into the second game going, right, let's rein this back a little bit. Let's try and just get a point. Let's just salvage, or at least let's kind of consolidate our position. And I think that's where we got to. But it was end to end. It could have gone either way in that second game.
And we saw some fantastic goals in that first game.
Yes, yeah. I mean, we looked at it was a free kick, but it was deflected. It still was very good. But ultimately, it was a well-won victory in the end. And like I say, it was a bit of a Hail Mary pass for United's third, but it was a great finish to end that game.
OK, nice one, Wezza. Well, let's get some reaction now. Harry is in the interview area.
Thank you very much, Mark. Yes, I'm here with the Bayern München players. Alex, a little disappointing in the end. You come away with a point, but not the result you wanted. Talk me through those two games.
Yeah, obviously from our side we are very disappointed. I mean, we did a good job. It's true that the first game, both teams weren't playing very, very good. It was a strange situation. And the last chance, they sent it a long ball and see what happened without knowing what will happen, and well, they score. I mean, the second game, I think we were completely better. I don't know. It's like sometimes the ball goes in. I mean, for the side of the game style, we play beautiful. We create a lot of chances. We need to keep working because it wasn't enough today. I think, keep working. Let's see.
Let's talk about how you guys are representing Bayern München for the first time in the eFootball.Pro. That must be a great honour to you guys. How does it feel representing such a great European club?
Yeah, this is really amazing. You know, we always dreamed to be a professional footballer, and now be part of the FC Bayern is totally insane. I mean, you never realize that you could have this opportunity in your life, and now is the moment to get it and work hard. From my side, I guess from the side of my boys. We will do our best. We work harder than ever. We need to represent this club as needed. And well, keep working for the next match day.
Let's look ahead now. You guys have a break over the winter and then come back here in January, match day 2. You go up against your former club, FC Barcelona. Talk to me about that match. What are you guys going to do to prepare for that one?
Yeah, it's a different kind of match because the stats or how plays Barcelona is totally different than the game we saw today. Well, it's not going to be a beautiful Christmas from my side, but we will work super, super hard. We need to analyze how they work, what we can improve. Isn't bad at all. I know it's a long season, a long year. If we don't believe in each other, that's not possible, and we do it. And of course, I believe in them. We need to keep improving. That's the beginning only. Keep forward, looking forward. We are very happy on that side. Yeah.
Awesome. Alex, thank you so much for your time. Unfortunate not to get more points, guys. Thank you so much. Give a big round of applause to Bayern München. Let's bring in the Manchester United players and my man, Eldridge O'Neill. How does it feel, my friend? First of all, let's talk about you guys getting 4 points. You won the first game. It was a great game of PES across both games. How does it feel getting as many points as you did after those 2 games?
Yeah, it feels great. We are very happy because Bayern Munich is one of the top teams and probably one of the title contenders. So before we started, we said we want 6 points, but we'll be happy with 4. And now we got 4, so we are happy. So it's a great step into top 6 and a great start of the competition.
How does it feel to be representing this club right here, Manchester United? I know you made the switch from Celtic last season. You came so close to winning the eFootball.Pro entirety. Do you think you could do it with Manchester United?
It's possible. We have a great team, and it's a mixed team of experience and youth. Nikolai, 16 years, comes played for 10 years. Vishal as well. You know, everyone has played on the highest of level, and I hope we can win it with this team. And to represent Manchester United, one of the biggest clubs in the world, man, it's a dream. When we went to Manchester and we were there, man, all of us were happy, excited. We couldn't sleep. Some of us slept 3 hours, 4 hours. It was like a training camp, but it was very busy. We didn't even do that much, but we were so tired because we didn't sleep much because we are so happy to represent this club.
Match day 2 after the winter break is in January. You guys face off against another club. First of all, who is that club? Second of all, what are you going to do to prepare for match day number 2?
I'm not sure. I think it's Arsenal. So it would be England derby, a rivalry between 2 clubs that has been, it dated from 10 years ago maybe, but it will be hard because Christopher is their captain and he's very strong tactically wise. They lost against Monaco, but Monaco is a very strong team. We will see. We will prepare ourselves, you know. We will enjoy this moment for a few days and then we prepare for Arsenal. And there's actually no way to prepare for Arsenal because tactically wise, he always changed something. So you cannot play one formation against them. You have to adjust during the game, see what they do and respond accordingly.
Awesome. Eldridge, Manchester United guys, congratulations on the points you just got. Let's go back over to Mark and Wes to break down our final game of the night.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, Harry. Before we move on to match 5, just some thoughts about the post-match interviews there. Two familiar faces in Eldridge O'Neill and Alex Alguacil. Eldridge, first of all, saying that 4 points beforehand they would have happily taken.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these clubs will be looking at it going, so long as we can finish top 6, I think a lot of clubs will be looking at that as their their minimum. So to get 4 points in the fashion that they did against the club that they did, I think is going to be vital for them kind of later into the season. It puts a little bit less pressure on them going into future match weeks.
And as for Bayern, we heard Alex saying that he still feels that it's a bit of a work in progress at the moment, which I think is fair enough.
Yeah, I'd say that's a fair enough. In terms of team chemistry, they'll be there or thereabouts in terms of how good they are as a trio. And I think getting to grips with the stat balancing or the uniform ratings of Bayern Munich is going to be a task in itself. You could look at some of their personnel choices and go, maybe Koeman from the start, maybe Müller from the start, because they seem to be a lot better when they had those players on the pitch. So you could look at it, and they've certainly got to go away. They're going to have as they said, they've got a long Christmas. They've got time to figure this out and to put that kind of Bayern puzzle back together again.
Okay, one more match left to go, but before we head to that, remember that this season eFootball.Pro has awards for each match day for both the MVP and the best goal. You can see just down there the awards and the totals that are on offer. We'll give them at the beginning of the following match day. But to bring the curtain down on match day 1, a real blockbuster affair. It is FC Barcelona against Juventus, and here are the players that are on show. We're starting with the FC Barcelona lineup. Gui Ferrer, Henriquinho and the Palmer are the trio representing the Blaugrana. Looking at their opponents from Italy, Eterito, Luca and Los Scandalo are the 3 on show for the Bianconeri. Well, we talked with both camps ahead of kickoff, and this is what they had to say.
We want a good result in this season, and we will give our best.
Okay, so I play for the Juventus FC with Luca and Renzo. We are 3 Italian, and I think we can win the competition because we have the chemistry for win this, and we have a good style of game, and I think we can win the title.
Well, somebody a while ago said that Eterito's a bit like the Messi of PES. Where do you stand on that?
Completely agree. He really is one of those magical players that whenever you're watching a match with him in it, similar to as Maccabi of AS Monaco. There's going to be goals. There's going to be goals whether he wins, loses, which isn't often that he loses, but when he does, there's always plenty of goals in them. Yeah, he is a different talent. He is one of the most winningest, and I hate that word, but winningest players in eFootball PES history, and you're about to see why, I feel like, not only in the co-ops but in the 1 versus 1 competitions as well.
I know he's a splendid player, but when I was looking through the facts and figures, this was the match, Wes, that I thought was the most evenly balanced.
Yeah, I mean, if you look, I know we've just kind of spoken about Ettore and obviously that Juve side, but Barca have gone out and recruited some of the, I'd say arguably the 2 best Brazilian players that have come out of South America. Gui Ferrer is just a phenomenal player. Henriquinho is an up-and-coming Brazilian player, but has won competitions over in Brazil kind of back-to-back. He's able to put on performances, and granted, although those 2 normally play against each other, from the conversations I've had is that they're actually gelled together quite well. And the Palmer coming out of nowhere, winning a last chance tournament to get to a world final, shows a bit of grit, shows a bit of determination. I think we're in for a box office main event here, folks. So I wouldn't go anywhere.
Yeah, don't go anywhere because the match is coming up for you now.
Welcome, guys. Shake your hand.
Well, the two sets of players taking their seats then, and one thing you mentioned, Weza, that I wanted to pick up on is the South American players. And when it comes to PES, do you notice cultural differences if players are coming from different continents in their approach and their gameplay?
I think there's subtle nuances that you'll see during the game, so you might find that actually there'll be a slightly more of a passing kind of philosophy from the Brazilian players. But again, you might find that given the players they have at their disposal, they may look to employ a direct approach. It all really depends on what they do in this screen here. This game plan screen is kind of where most games are won or lost. You know, and it's going to be fascinating to see how they set up, whether they set up with Suarez, whether they set up with Griezmann. How are they going to set up here?
Well, just looking at the way that they are tweaking at the moment, what are your early thoughts? We can see them from Barcelona sort of fiddling with the front line at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, you can see there both teams are looking for a little bit more of a narrow 4-3-3. It's been a kind of a staple of competitive PES, that formation, for quite a few years now. But this is going to be made up with, you know, what players they're leaving in, what players they're leaving out. You know, it depends. You know, do you start a Lionel Messi that's stat balanced, or do you go with a Suarez who's more physical? Do you go with Griezmann who might have better dribbling or not? It's all these little choices that they make, and I think it will be won or lost in that game screen.
Cheers, Weza. He'll be back on commentary alongside your main match commentator. It's over for the final time to Harry Channon.
Thank you very much, Mark. And I tell you what, this is a titanic affair. I mean, when you look at these two clubs in the footballing world, very few have won more than these two. And no doubt in eFootball.Pro, they're going to be looking to be doing the same thing. And similar to how we saw earlier on Monaco versus Arsenal, even all the games today, I feel like we're going to see goals in bunches from both of these two teams.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some drama here. I think, as I said, it's box office, it's the main event, and to be honest, I think it's there for either team here. You know, you've got Ronaldo, you've got Dybala, but on the other side you've got Messi, you've got Suarez, you've got Griezmann. It's littered with players of quality. Douglas Costa will probably be called in. Juan Cuadrado on right wing will probably be called in. There's so many good players here, and that's just the squads that are on the screen.
Yeah.
If you look at the squads who are in charge of those players, you've got Guifera, Henriquinho over the Palma, a young unit, but they are looking to be phenomenal players. And then on the other side of it, like we've mentioned before, you've got Ettore, you've got Luca, who is El Destrutio. He's a great number 2 to have for Ettore. He knows his game inside out. And then you add in Loscandlo, who's a bit of an X-factor, and Renzo might come up trumps here.
Kick-off then. And the final match of Matchday 1 here in the eFootball.Pro. Juventus kicking from left to right against Barcelona, the Catalan club. In the bright yellow and blue shorts. From right to left is of Barcelona. Here is Paulo Dybala for Juventus. Can't quite get that one under control, and we did question whether or not you might start a Lionel Messi in stat balance mode, but Barca have started with him. And another player we queried whether or not he might be a super sub or a player that you start with, Juan Cuadrado starting, and here he is. 30 yards out, tackled early, but Paulo Dybala is almost able to recover, but can't quite. Here is Pjanic covering to Sergio Busquets. Paulo Dybala trying to find Douglas Costa. Cristiano Ronaldo, Douglas Costa there again, almost in and amongst the mix. Neto, though, will just about keep it in. And early signs of a threat from Juventus. Obviously have such a solid Italian player base around them, especially when you look at Ettore, heralded by many as the greatest PES player there is. And on the other side, though, the captain, Guifera, is one of the players to have beaten him to a world title back in 2017, taking his opponent down 2-1. So this really is a clash of the titans and a very tight affair, as you and Mark in the pre-game alluded to. Here is Luis Suarez with Guifera. Will just pop out of play for A Barcelona corner. What can they conjure from this? Will be an in-swinger. Might be looking for Luis Suarez at the back post. Potentially Messi at the front. We'll see what happens. Swung in, played short actually to Messi. Finding, thought that was Suarez, but in the end it was Vidal. Dybala trying to find some kind of outlet for Juventus. Nothing doing. Suarez on the ball. Is he tackled fairly? Referee says yes. Douglas Costa. Dybala, Cuadrado combining. And Ramsey even on this left-hand side. This through if they want him. There's CR7 though. Cristiano Ronaldo looking for Douglas Costa. Door shut swiftly by Barcelona, and this is a very attritional affair so far, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, you can see there Barca appear to be the more confident and the more progressive of the two. Here's Messi to Suarez, and again, that rear guard, that stereotypical rear guard of Juve, really holding fast there. And you know, they're not exactly out of this game. These guys can be dangerous on the break, as we see Cuadrado looking for Ronaldo. It's a little bit of a lucky bounce. It's back to Douglas Costa! Douglas Costa puts Juventus 1-0 up. And it was fortuitous. It was a little bit of a knock, but you have to be there to put that ball away.
Goal for Juve, and Il Distruttore will be so happy with his contribution. Luca Tubelli not only clearing his lines and making the tackle at one end of the pitch, is there to tap it home with Douglas Costa at the other. Wonderful. Bit unfortunate there if you're Barcelona, maybe expecting a better tackle to come out, but Juventus won't care one bit. The old lady, founded 122 years ago, are 1-0 up within 28 minutes. How can Barcelona respond? It's going to be tough for them to do so. Vidal lets it run past him. Has Douglas Costa for company. Back heel to Suarez is good. And the combination once again on this left-hand side. Suarez trying to find Carlos Alenia. Nothing doing, but it will be a Barcelona corner. That first goal for Juventus, what effect does that have on the Barcelona mentality, especially when you have the likes of Henriquinho, you have the other players on that squad as well, like Rivera, who have played the likes of Eterito in competition before. When you know they're 1-0 up, does that affect your mentality at all? We'll come back to that as Piqué gets ahead to it. Alenia, Vidal, Umtiti has Griezmann waiting. Regani though with the block. What effect does that early goal have on the mentality?
Well, I think if you're Juve, it reinforces your belief that you don't need the ball that much to go ahead. For Barcelona, you'd be looking at that going, well, have we done enough with the possession that we've had? And more importantly, do we need to make a switch? And I don't necessarily think they need to make a switch at this point. I think they just need to make a little bit more of the possession they've got, the opportunities they've got. Juve, of course, they have a lot of their potency up front. They've got Dybala, they've got Costa, they've got Cuadrado, they've got, of course, notably Cristiano Ronaldo. They have that attacking flair in great supply, and it's what can Barcelona do here? I mean, physically at the back, Rugani and Chiellini or Bonucci, they're physically going to dominate the likes of Griezmann and Messi. So again, it's more a case of how do you find a way past that?
Cuadrado. Pjanic on the inside. Douglas Costa was making a great run. Can't quite find the feet of Douglas Costa. Griezmann trying to make something happen for Barcelona, but the midfield of Luca Tubelli, Lo Scandalo and Eterito is just suffocating. So far, they've had great success in that area of the pitch. Ronaldo finds Ramsey, still alive in the Barca box, finally cleared by the captain, Rivera. Barcelona in this first half really struggling. They've had a couple of corners, but so far, certainly not the attacking presence they would have wanted. Juventus back on the attack. Piqué with a nice tackle. Oh, a bit of a mix-up, though. Will find its way out to Griezmann, but not before the half-time whistle blows. a cagey affair, I want to say, in that first half. Still a lot of football to be played, but it's got to be said, left me a little bit wanting for the attacking play.
Well, when you look at it, I mean, you look at Barcelona's team, there's 3 debutants. You know, that does fall into it. We do sometimes forget that Ettore and Luca have played in this league before, so they know what to expect. And I think that's kind of playing into their hands a little bit. They're kind of able to get their goal and go, right, what have you got, Barcelona? And it'll be interesting to see exactly how they come back from this, because physically they're getting dominated. And it's just a case of whether they can keep their cool enough.
Only 3 debutants, but also a very youthful Barcelona team that the Catalan club have fielded in this season's eFootball.Pro. The eldest player born in just 1999. How scary is that? Bufera, the eldest. Here is Griezmann. Enriquinho now controlling Suarez. That one will go out for a corner. Quickly played. Messi whips it in. Matthijs de Ligt out to Busquets. Oh, it's a true hit there. Very venomous, but too many bodies in the way. Most certainly the one from Szczesny will be the one to push it round for the corner. Messi swings it in. Pjanic there straight away to block Busquets, keeping the pressure on. Alenia. Chiellini, good tackle, but at the expense of the corner. Pressure mounting now for Juventus.
It's a good spell for Barca if they can profit from it. Obviously, Piqué and Titi are going to be their options at the corner.
Here is Piqué, aimed at him, but can't beat out Rugani. Suarez trying to recycle, only as far as Chiellini though. That's a late one. Advantage attempted to be played, and that one will be brought back. A little bit of a cynical one there, maybe a bit of frustration from the Barcelona players. I have to realise still a lot of PES to be played across these 2 matches. Ramsey can't quite find a way past Elena. Busquets winning the 50-50. Here is Elena again. Messi on this right-hand side combining with Suarez. Griezmann coming close, but again Chiellini. It's that main man at the back for Juventus. That stout Italian defence. No one can seem to get past combination of Rugani and Chiellini.
Again, it's been the physicality of defences that's really won the day for a lot of teams here. I mean, is it going to be the same for Juve? Time will tell, but they've certainly been bang at it in terms of their defensive play, and they'll be looking to at least get another goal here to try and shore it up.
Lenglet finding Messi. Chiellini there beaten to the punch, or the kick rather. Rugani recovers. Again at the expense of a corner. Corner count rising here for Barcelona, and maybe time for some changes. You know, half an hour left in game number 1. You're down 1-0. If you can steal a goal, you steal 2 points away from Juventus.
Well, they you know, in terms of players to bring off the bench, you know, they've looked at the player that I would have immediately earmarked, which is Ousmane Dembele, to bring his pace off the bench against some tired legs at the back for Juve. It might just be enough there, but Juve, of course, they bring on Pasha for Douglas Costa. Again, it's kind of renovating that front line.
Oh, that's Perez there. Wide open. Busquets spraying it wide back out to Messi, who is returning from taking the corner kick in an offside position. We'll have to see if Ousmane Dembele is the key to unlocking the door that is the Juventus defence. So far, Barcelona have not been able to find a way past. Messi on this right-hand side is the target. Pjanic covering inside, all the way back to Busquets here, who has Sergi Roberto and Suarez almost the way through, but again, amazing defence from the Italians. Cuadrado now. Trying to find Dybala, but again, there is very few avenues through. Now Barcelona can build another attack. The defence holding strong for now, but how long can that hold? Perez almost got a shot away into the back of the net. Bufera, that was the captain, but charged down again by an Italian defender.
Broke out for him just that little bit, and was just the right foot in from, I believe it was a Torito. Did enough there just to get it out of play. And again, it's this resolve that Juve have at the back. Is it going to break at any point?
Suarez can't win the aerial duel. Dembele will feed it back to him. Combination play on the right-hand side. Crossed in. Perez is there, but unfortunately, so is Wojciech Szczesny. Now a little bit of time for the Juventus players to push up the pitch a little bit from this kick from the goalkeeper, but the pressure is mounting against them, and you feel that Barcelona might just unlock the door very soon. Juventus don't do something to quell the pressure.
Well, I think I'd go out on the limb here is that if the ball keeps going out for corners, I think Juve are very, very happy for that to happen. If they can keep shepherding the ball out, I don't think Juve will mind that. I think Barca have got to find a way here to get back into this, because at the moment there's very little coming from Barca. As we see there, Dybala looking for Ronaldo.
Covered well by the Barcelona defender. Samuel and Titi covering as well. I must say, the build-up has been very patient and calculated from Barcelona. They just have not found that key pass. Chiellini absolutely roasts that one into the advertising boards. 10 minutes in-game left, and now the changes, they have to come in. You have to throw everything at this game if you are Barcelona. Nothing to lose at this point.
Yeah, I mean, if you know, we were talking there about methodical build-ups, and it's great if you've got possession. It's great if you're trying to build up the game. But again, if you're not doing anything at the end of it, there's nothing there to latch on to. I think depending on what type of tactic you're playing in PES, if you're playing with front-line pressure, you're pressuring players to the front. If you're playing all-out defence, you're giving your, if you're playing possession, you're giving your opponent a chance to get back. So, although possession is good, it's not the winner of the game. The game is not who's had the most possession. The game is who scored. Speaking of which, Song
has a man over. Ronaldo is in the middle, but again, great covering the Palmer that was that time. Could that be a lifeline for Barcelona? Perez has Messi through. Can he find him? Gani again covering. Il Distruttore that time. The man covering. And the longer this game ticks on, we're in the 85th minute now, Juventus will be very happy. Suarez trying to hold the ball up to Dembele. Rabiot picking up the pieces, but as does Busquets. Dembele's there, but Torito with the clearance. They are doing their best to try and break this down. Dembele! It was only a matter of time. They finally find the man open in the box, and it's an absolute thunderbolt to get them level.
As we said, it's substitutes again. It's Ousmane Dembele off the bench, and it's finding gaps in the defence that weren't really there when all of your players have got full stamina. It's finding those little gaps in between the lines. You have a look here. I believe it's Messi that's picked it up there. It's Ousmane Dembele, and the defence have shuffled to the right, thinking, they're going to try and place this in the right-hand corner. Instead, they've gone left and just jammed it in. Sorry, I beg your pardon, it was Perez, not Messi. But the point still stands. You found the gap, you found that loophole, and Barca now have a foothold in the game, and there's not long left. Are they going to push for a point, or are they going to push to try and win it? Like, what do they do here?
We will see the game plan screen. You can see the possession and the shots lopsided in favour of Barcelona. 2 minutes in game, plus added time on. We will see what comes of this one.
Looks like Juve may be happy with a point here.
Would you
or
say
either that, or they're going long.
Would you say a point maybe favours both teams, or will we see Barcelona here go for all three? Messi to Suarez, looking for Perez, can't quite get the cutting-edge ball through and out. That allows, or leaves the door open for Juventus.
It's a quality challenge.
That really is a tremendous challenge from the Palmer. Not the first time he did it in that game. Number one, honours even, 1 point apiece, 1 goal apiece between Juve and Barca.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the rear guard, we talked about everything. Yeah, so it was that rear guard that we said would eventually break. So we thought, you know, that all of the defensive challenges, Chiellini and Regani were superb during that game, but he only took one fault, and much similarly for the Juve goal, it only took one fault from Barca because there wasn't a lot of errors on their back line. There wasn't a lot of errors from them at all, really. There was just that one. And, you know, for Juve to take that chance and for Barca to take that chance, everything else in the middle was a bit of a blur. There wasn't really that many chances to talk of.
If you were going to argue that one team had more of the chances, it certainly would have been on the side of the Catalan club, Barcelona. They were heaping loads of pressure onto Juve, but the amount of defensive stances there were made by the old lady, Juventus, it was tremendous to watch. It was almost an art form in and of itself, and they held true right until the 87th minute, I think it was. And it was almost a shame to see them concede, but with that kind of finish from Dembele, you never say that.
Well, like I say, off the bench, its substitutes have been winning these games all day. It seems that the substitutions come off the bench, they change the game, and it changes tactic. And I think that was a perfect example of it. Dembele kind of walked free, wasn't marked, was able to just pick up the ball. And like I said, it only took a misread from the Juve defence to go the other way, that opportunity was there. Had they have shifted the other way, that shot's blocked, it goes out for a corner, and the game's a different game.
Well, it's not been the best year for Eterito by his standards. Obviously, did win in China in the WESG 2019 PES tournament. Took gold there as well as the title, but then fell in the World Finals against AS Monaco's Uzmakabil. He will be wanting to take at least another 3 points from this matchup to make things a little bit better on himself. Has his two teammates next to him as well to try and make that a reality. But we move into the second match between these two clubs, and you have to say, I know it's easy to say this, but if it wasn't for that Juventus goal early on, we might see 2 or 3 there from Barcelona.
Yeah, I mean, there were chances, but it wasn't. There were more chances to have chances than there were clear-cut ones. And I think the blocks there, you know, that we saw in the first game were vital for them to stay in the game. But we'll see how this game breaks down.
So then, Juventus starting this second game after the 1-1 draw in the first, attacking from left to right. Barcelona in their yellow strip from right to left, and here is Vidal trying to find Antoine Griezmann. And Real will make that one nice and easy. Douglas Costa helps to combine to find first Dybala, then CR7, Cristiano Ronaldo. Chiellini, defensive duties covered once again. Cuadrado almost finds Pjanic. Dybala to Ronaldo, just a little bit too early. You're waiting for Cristiano to break away from the defender before you want to try and play that pass down the middle, but pressure was coming. Speaking of pressure, here comes Barcelona. That's a stray one though. Douglas Costa has a chance to make them pay. Dybala to Cuadrado. Almost back to Dybala, but recovering there from the Palmer again. I've been impressed by his defensive capabilities and what he brings to this Barcelona squad so far. CR7 almost latching onto that one. Here is the captain, Gufera, finding the Palmer with Griezmann, but that one's out for a throw-in.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like Barca have very much taken the scruff of the neck with this game. Griezmann trying to drill it into the box again. Regani's there. Ball bounces to Vidal. Ball's bounced kindly, but it gets cleared away again. There's Lenglet. And to Sergio Busquets. Busquets foraging down the line, looks and finds Lionel Messi. Messi trying to dribble into the box. Finds Luis Suarez. He's trying to cut it back for Vidal. Vidal still trying to keep for it, looking for Elena. It's bounced kindly to Griezmann. Oh, it's off the post.
Venomous shot. So close. That would have been a huge first goal to get. That would have put all the pressure and all the onus onto Juventus to attack and really bring the game to Barcelona, and that's where we might have seen more goals in favour of Barcelona, but none of that matters. The ball did not go in. On to Cuadrado. Good control there, finds the Welshman Ramsey.
Pjanic to Costa. Cuadrado is making a great run.
He's onside as well.
He is, most certainly onside. Dybala trying to find Cristiano Ronaldo. Seems like Juventus here always trying to shift that ball into Cristiano Ronaldo's feet. I mean, who wouldn't? It's a great tactic, but it seems like it's being almost repelled by the Barcelona defence so far. They're just crowding Cristiano Ronaldo and making sure he can't have any free time on the ball, and it's working for them so far.
Yeah, I mean, you can see there that, you know, Barca are really applying the pressure to Ronaldo. You could look and say, though, that the attention they're giving Ronaldo is going to free up the players across the pitch, and, you know, the likes of a Dybala. Cuadrado breaks free.
Wonderful, here we go, Juan Cuadrado. Can he get it around Neto? No, he cannot. Guifera bringing the keeper out.
That's two big chances we've seen this game go missing.
Remember that one, Wes. If this one stays even, or even if Juventus lose by 1 goal, here is Messi. Barca coming forward, but Pjanic clears that one. Carlos Alenya. Messi on this right side. This right side has been important for Barcelona. They've enjoyed attacking down this side of the pitch. No doubt because of this man here as well. Messi on the ball, trying to find Griezmann waiting in the centre. We know how good he is in the air, but nothing doing. The ball won't get that far. It will be a Barcelona throw-in though. Late to take it.
It seems like they're playing this out for a stalemate, because they seem to just be equal to each other across the pitch. It seems like every time that, you know, Juve look like they're breaking forward, Barcelona take a challenge and it goes back the other way.
Chance here. Snuffed out quickly once again by the Palma. His defensive contributions to this Barcelona squad cannot be ruled out at all. This is nice though. Cristiano Ronaldo, first breath of fresh air he's really had this entire game. 38 minutes gone. Douglas Costa. Paulo Dybala looking for Ronaldo, but again, trying to force it maybe a little bit too much to the man up top. Portuguese Cristiano is a focal point of their attack, and maybe they should be looking elsewhere for other options. Dybala's made a great run, but Douglas Costa can't find his feet with the pass. Griezmann's making a good run down the line, but then they're out. Seem to be just cancelling each other out so far in this game, Wes.
Yeah, well, the thing that surprises me is that when Juve get into those positions with Ronaldo, we know how physically gifted Ronaldo is. Are they not thinking maybe instead of a ground through ball, are we going to go a lofted through ball? Because him in the air against most, if not all, defenders in this league, he'll end up winning that ball. So when they're in that little kind of pocket where it looks like Ronaldo's going to break free, do you go aerial with him? Ronaldo. Speaking of Ronaldo.
Always finds Cuadrado. This Barcelona defence seems to be one step ahead almost every single time. Juventus, attacking-wise, when you look at the players, not only on the pitch, but on the stage here as well, have really been a little bit lacklustre in the attacking phase of the game. Defensively, they've been near perfect, but realistically, you want to see more attacking gameplay out of these three. We know how good they are together and how well they play, but so far, a little bit sluggish from them, I suppose.
I think it's been a bit of a midfield battle, I'll be honest. We haven't seen a lot of chances or shots. We only saw the shot there at the post, and we've only seen the good save. You're looking at it as there's midfield battles, and it's being won in midfield. The way that these two teams are set up, I think you've got Pjanic and Ramsey as their centre midfielders for Juve. In the midfield for Barcelona, you can see Sergi Busquets, Arturo Vidal. They're both, all four of those players are canny operators, and it's all being won in midfield.
Straight from the kickoff, here is Griezmann. De Ligt and Pagani really struggling to deal with it, but in the end, will actually be a corner to Barcelona. The reason I am being a little bit disappointed, I suppose, with Juventus is the fact that you have to remember Luca Tubelli and Eterito did win the 2018 Co-op World Championship, so they are well versed in this type of game. These are the types of games they really should be bringing maximum points from.
Yeah, well, when we look at that, I mean, if you're looking at talking about co-op, I mean, you had Guifera and Henriquinho that both performed fantastically last year in terms of being a co-op champion. So you've got kind of the best of the year before, the best of last year, and they're duking out here. And I think that's why we're getting kind of a little bit of a stalemate at the moment, because I think they're both equal to one another.
Absolutely. Juventus trying to make something happen. It's like Cristiano has been moved to that right-hand side. A little bit of a loose ball in midfield. Vidal retains possession. Here is Griezmann. Back to Vidal, finds Suarez. Oh, might just break here for Alenya. Pjanic is back. Chiellini, safe as houses, didn't want to take any risks. Puts it behind for a corner.
I mean, I know we talk about players off of the bench, and we mentioned Dembele. I'm surprised that we've not seen a bit of Mandzukic for Juve as a focal point to kind of marry up with Ronaldo's kind of play. You've got somebody to play off then and allow Ronaldo to run. At the moment, Ronaldo's kind of being used a bit of a focal point.
Corner coming in, only as far as Pjanic, but yeah, it's an interesting point you raise, especially when you consider both players' physicality. That might be something that Juventus to employ later on in this second half. Not too much time left to play. 10 minutes gone so far here in the second half. That's an absolute hospital pass though. Pjanic will hoof that one away from danger, but Juventus will be right on the back foot here. Messi on the right hand side. Alenya, is he onside? Doesn't matter, De Ligt will beat him to it. I still don't think that we're seeing the best of either of these two teams, or if we are, it's certainly in the defensive aspect of the match. Cuadrado all the way back to Dybala, but it's really, both teams are really struggling.
I think because we're so used to seeing them be attacking forces that it is a little bit jarring when you watch a game like this where it's, like I said, it's a midfield battle, and I think that is a bit jarring for anybody. And I think looking at this, it is going to be a slice of luck here, a little bit of a touch here, a little bit of something that will change this game. As we can see, substitutions being brought on there. And like you say, you look at the bench for Juve. I know they brought on Rabiot, and they also brought on Pasha last game, but Gonzalo Higuain, could he be utilised? There's loads of different players there, and there's loads of different combinations that you can go with. It just depends on what you're used to. They brought on Song, it was last game as well, Juve. So you'll be looking to see what attacking kind of philosophy they go with in the latter stage of this game, because they've only got, 30 in-game minutes. This is a roundabout substitution time if you're a PES player. We all know about, kind of in terms of like super sub cards and things like that. So all of that comes into play as Ramsey goes through.
Looking for Piaka. Can't find him. Barcelona have brought on the goal scorer from the last game, Ousmane Dembele, playing almost as a midfielder, looking for that counter-attacking opportunity and springing in with those late runs as he did to score that goal in the 88th minute. Mistake though from the Barcelona defence, short-lived by Juventus. Suarez making a run. Carlos Perez though won't use him just yet. Messi's here in support as well. We'll lay it off to Sergi Roberto, charged down by the Welshman, Aaron Ramsey. Messi straight to Carlos Perez, had a bit more space maybe than he realised there. And now that's going to allow Juventus to break. Looking for Piaka on this right-hand side. Now a man over. Can he find Ronaldo in the middle? Oh, great defending there by that man again, the Palmer. Getting across, stopping that pass, and that might have just saved a goal.
It's like we keep saying, it's the defensive sides of these games that are really showing out at the moment. When you look at kind of a 2v1 scenario, it's the decision making. Do you go with the pass? Do you go with the player? And they're timing it all perfectly here, Barcelona as well as Juve.
General will clear. PK all the way back to Neto. 73 minutes gone, still 0-0. The first game was also a draw. What can either of these two teams do to rectify the scoreline as it stands? Clearance from Eterito, only as far as Messi. Both Barcelona players tripping over themselves. Somewhat frustrating, but hoofed up the pitch. The long ball looking for Piaka. Busquets will rescue the ball. Here's Sergi Roberto in midfield. Perez trying to find Suarez, will be beaten to it though. It's been a story of either team cancelling each other out, and you feel like a late goal might be on the cards if either team can crack the code of the other. Pjanic to Dybala. Barla's playing so deep. Pjanic looking for Cuadrado. Ramsey trying to pressure. Rare spell of pressure here for Juventus. It's been an extended amount. I'm not too sure I'm fond of how deep Dybala's playing, but that's a great ball to Cristiano Ronaldo. Looking to try and lob the keeper. It's ambitious. A little bit too ambitious in the end.
It's that little bit of improvisation that they're trying to find something to unlock that defence. It was close. It was cheeky. It was audacious, but ultimately finds the roof of the net as opposed to inside it.
I suppose there's nothing that the partner can do if you are tripping the keeper in that kind of situation, but it's such a tough angle to get that one away and have it nestle in the back of the net. So, entering the final 5 minutes, we will have time added on as well, of course, but getting into last chance saloon territory for either Juventus or Barcelona to take all of the points here in game 2. Dybala again in midfield. We'll come back to him. Well covered on this right-hand side, or excuse me, the Barcelona left. City covering nicely. Just waiting for that final gilt-edged chance to come. It often does in PES. Will it come for Barcelona? Good tackle there up the pitch from Perez, but Rugani replies in kind, and now Juventus can break. Dybala finds Piaka. Has Song inside. They need to cover that to Barcelona. But this pressure, Guifera, the captain, playing so well. 2 minutes added on. 2 players on this left-hand side here as well. Suarez running beyond Perez. Great tackling, but it comes to Messi. Good save, Suarez! Oh! That was the chance. It might not be over yet. Dembele finds Suarez. Messi in again. Oh, no. Perez to Piqué, playing as a striker. Suarez!
Oh, wow! Wow!
They steal it at the death.
The drama at the death.
Luis Suarez! All 3 points going to Barcelona. We need a replay to see what happened there again.
What was it you said about gilt-edged chances? That was, I mean, the first chance, the fact that it doesn't go in the first time, but the looks on the Juve players, they look dejected. I mean, that's like thieves in the night stuff, that is, to steal that away in the fashion they have.
The frustration shown by Eterito, by all of the Juventus players. They know there was nothing really they could do about that one.
But yeah, you can just see dejection just written all over them, and absolute jubilation for Barcelona. And that's the final whistle. It was Sergi Roberto in the end. He's not shy of a last-minute goal in a vital tie, is he?
I thought it was Suarez. In the end, it's Sergi Roberto. Barcelona will not care. They will snatch the 3 points after a 1-1 draw in game 1. Game 2 goes their way. They take all 3 points against Juventus.
Harry, thanks ever so much. Well, the final matchup certainly didn't disappoint, Weza. I thought it was going to be a case where we saw the points split in both of the games for the first time today, but no, the 95th minute, and you thought the chance had gone when it had hit the post, but no, they kept on going. Juve will feel absolutely devastated. Do they have a right to feel hard done by as well?
Yeah, I think in both games, both teams played ridiculously well from a defensive standpoint. You could say the rear guard of Juve, they did their absolute best from start to finish in both games. You know, in terms of the first goal in the first game, you know, you could look at that and maybe say, you know, it was good play, but it was a defensive kind of mistake really that led to that first goal to go the wrong way. And then for the second game, and for the first goal, or for Henry's eventual winner, it's just desire from Barcelona. It's desire to keep the ball alive. It was the desire that the ball could have gone out. You know, the ball could have hit the post and could have gone out. It was the fact that they kept it alive in the corner. They worked it back in. It was PK up as an auxiliary centre forward. You know, just causing havoc in that defence.
Looking at this goal, which made it 1-1 in the first match, I think you mentioned at the time the substitution was key, the energy.
Yeah. To have a player like Ousmane Dembélé, to have him with full stamina going in against a tired-looking Juve side. They had done all they could. Regani was with blocks. Chiellini was blocking. But there's only so much you can do when it comes to things like that. If you have a player with full stamina versus a player that's not that well, hasn't got that stamina, the player with the stamina is always going to win out.
You have to admire the defensive displays from both teams in both of the matches as well. I mean, they were super organised, weren't they?
Yeah, both teams knew their roles really well, you know, and like we said, although it may not have been an attacking masterclass as everybody thought it might have been, the defensiveness and the way that they have constructed both their sides, both of them can take heart from that, because I think, you know, minus maybe Monaco, I think that's the hardest game they're going to have this season.
Yeah, it was a real dramatic climax as well, and you can just look at the disappointment etched on the Juve players' faces. So it's
the fact the ball goes out to Dembélé, and instead of just going, oh, well, we'll settle for the point, they went, no, we're going to work it back in. And again, you know, PK being far forward, PK being in that box, causing that mayhem, and it kind of bounced up, and it was whoever got their header to it first. And again, it was Sergio Roberto, as like I said, he's well versed in a late goal in a tight game. So
yeah, it was thrilling stuff, wasn't it? And you just saw there the confirmation of the scores. Then I think we can get some reaction now from both camps, and we can catch up with Harry in the interview area.
Yes, thank you very much, Mark. I'm here with the Juventus players. Eterito, not the result you wanted. Talk me through those two games. So frustrating for you.
Okay, so basically we play two games so close. The first one we was 1-0 up, and after 1-1 maybe for a problem in defense, because we don't kick the ball up, no, in the attack, I mean. And the second, so close again, 0-0, 5 minutes of extra, and they score. Maybe they won't win, they too, but I think Barcelona, I don't know what to say, won't win, and they win because we did nothing in the game. So I think they deserve it.
Despite the result, you got to represent Juventus and will be throughout this entire eFootball.Pro season. What does that mean to you guys as Italians?
Sure, I support Juventus in real life. I have this jersey, so it's an honor for me. Just need to train a lot with my teammates, and maybe the next match day, I think we will win.
Speaking of the next match day, it comes in January, so you have a bit of a break now to try and figure out what went wrong here today. Who do you face? Are you looking forward to it?
I think we need to change the style of game, because we concentrate the formation and the game in defense, but we are three good players in attack, so maybe we need to change formation and understand how to play together, because it's the first time. So, well, 1 point, it's okay. Just we will see in the next.
Awesome. Eterito, thank you so much, my friend. Congratulations on the 1 point. I know it wasn't what you guys wanted. If you just want to take a step to the side, we will bring in the Barcelona boys. Now, I know they don't speak too great English, but congratulations, my friend.
Thank you.
How does it feel to be here on that stage?
I am very happy with our match and my teammates, because we are prepared for competition, and we will continue training for evolve.
Matchday 2 coming up next year. Are you excited for it?
Yeah, we are playing in the next round with Bayern of München, and they are very good players, and I am very happy for this match and continue training for evolving in this competition because it's long.
Awesome, Guifera, thank you guys so much. Congratulations on the win. Back over to Mark and Wes to break down today's action.
Cheers, Harry. Yeah, top stuff down there in the interview area. Wes, we saw the Barcelona boys looking absolutely ecstatic, as you'd appreciate. But Etorito, being a Juve fan as well, this must hurt him even more than most players today.
Well, again, as I was alluding to earlier, you don't want to see a happy player. You don't want to see an unhappy fan. And I think Etorito and the rest of the team, let's not forget with Luca and with Renzo, I think they'll be disappointed the fact that they came out on the losing end of it on that last game. And I think that'll fire them up for the next match day. I believe they've got Schalke next game. So that'll be an interesting dynamic to see how they bounce back. You know, you've got a 6-point team, as I'm sure we'll go into. You've got a 6-point team versus a 1-point team. It's gonna be combustible elements once again.
And interestingly as well, I thought that Etorito was quite honest in his interview and said that perhaps Barcelona just wanted it a bit more than Juve.
Yeah, and you know, to look inwardly and say, do you know what, we didn't perform. You know, to have that honesty within a team is going to be vital for them going forward. You know, you don't want to sit there and go, oh, we should have won that. You know, at least he's been honest enough to go, actually, we didn't perform enough, we didn't really do enough, and that they wanted more. And it was just in that last phase. So, you know, it's been a fascinating watch to see that game happen. And I think going forward, I think it'll be even more so.
Okay, so that is the last game of the match day, and we're just going to have a look back at some of the highlights of what has been a thrilling match day one.
We completely forgot about Moses Simon on their right-hand side. You can see really good interplay there. Defender loses his man, and the manual goalkeeping, it can always be tricky. If you don't time it right, if you don't get the save right, you can always have that. But it's a lovely bit of interchange from Nantes, and starting off bright and early like we kind of expected.
Yeah, that's going to be the worst possible start, really, for his right-hand side. Oh, no, he's actually found Ewan in. First shot, first goal. FC Nantes with...
Well, some wonderful scenes there. It has been a thrilling match day one. Harry, as you may have heard, was doing some of the commentary there. He's got another hat on because he's going to talk us through the results from today's action.
Yeah, that's right. I have my weatherman hat on for this one. If you see here in the northwesternly region, the first match of the day, FC Nantes versus Boavista. Both teams sharing the points there. It's not really surprising to see. Well, I suppose it was actually, considering Boavista got absolutely blown out 4-0 in game number 1. So they share 3 points apiece. Looking at match number 2, FC Schalke winning both games against Celtic. Just the 1-0 will secure them a maximum 6 points. Match number 3, 6-1 in game number 1 between Monaco and Arsenal, and 3-2 in game number 2 will net them all of the 6 points. Up in match number 4, Bayern München versus Manchester United, sharing points, but Manchester United coming out with more. And then our final match of the day, as we just saw, Barcelona and Juventus, 1-1 in game 1 means 1 point apiece, and then Barcelona snatching those extra 3 points right at the end means they finish the day with 4 points.
Nice one, Harry. Weza, first of all, what was the most exciting match from your point of view?
Well, it had to be the last game. It had to be, with the drama that was there with that last tie. And like I said, it was the main event for a reason. There was a lot of drama in there. There was 2 really good defensive displays. And then at the last kick of the match day, you see Barcelona take 3 points when arguably they could have took 1.
I think I know what your answer is going to be when I ask you who the most impressive performers were, given Monaco's thumping win.
Yeah, it had to be Monaco to come back to their patch, and as I said, reigning champions, they've gone into it. Although I think a special mention does go out to Schalke for their rearguard action. You know, the fact that, you know, as they said in their post-match, it's 1-0 is the best type of result you can have in football. They got 2 of them today, and they were spot on, but it has to go to Monaco. The fact they blew Arsenal away.
And perhaps the most eye-catching result for you, maybe one that surprised you a bit?
I think it was probably the performance from United. I really think that the fact that, you know, again, for large spells of that game with Bayern Munich, they didn't really have a lot of chances, but they didn't really need them. And to sneak a 3-2 victory and then have David De Gea pull off a goalkeeping masterclass in the second game. You know, I think that was probably the most surprising thing for me.
Okay, so we've seen the results, and Harry now is going to tell us how that affects the league table.
Yeah, as you can see, AS Monaco and Schalke right at the top of the mountain after their 100% record so far. A little bit further down, FC Barcelona and Manchester United, both scoring 4 points apiece, means they are in 3rd and 4th. Nantes and Boavista with 3 points means they are in 5th and 6th. A couple of teams on 1 point as well, FC Bayern München and Juventus in 7th and 8th, and then right at the bottom with 0 points. It's unfortunately Celtic FC and Arsenal, so they're definitely going to want to try and make amends next week.
And I guess that will catch your attention, seeing the likes of Celtic and Juventus down towards the wrong end of the table.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the makeups of their rosters, they are littered with stunning players. I think you could probably not really read too much into the fact that Arsenal and Celtic are down there at the bottom on 0 points. They've got time to gel. They've got time to make this kind of points tally back. I think if, you know, as we said, dark horses of Schalke when we first started broadcasting, I think that's a surprise to everybody to see Schalke there. So, you know, whether they maintain that through the season will be a different question entirely.
Okay, and of course we'll have more action for you next month as well with Matchday 2's fixtures, and Harry, you can give us the lowdown on that as well.
Yeah, I say next week, I actually mean next match week, because of course we do have the winter break. We'll be back in 2020 with these matches, absolutely wonderful. An English derby, Arsenal FC versus Manchester United. Bayern München versus Barcelona as well will be a tremendous affair. Match number 3 on that day will be Juventus versus the currently unbeaten FC Schalke 04. Match 4 will be Boavista going up against the also undefeated AS Monaco. And then in the final match, we have Celtic FC taking on FC Nantes. So some really good games. Definitely don't want to miss it next year.
Yes, some cracking fixtures there. Weza, if you had to pick out one from Matchday 2 that you're really looking forward to?
Well, as a partisan, being from England, it's Arsenal and United. It's what we grew up watching. So I can't wait to see that one play out. Again, for chemistry styles, you want to see exactly how Arsenal merge, really, and come back together again, because they feel a little bit disjointed at the moment.
Well, Matchday 2, we saw the fixtures for it. Remember, on the 11th of January, we'll give the prizes for the MVP and the best goal of the match day. You can see down there what is on offer for that, and you can let us know your thoughts about those particular prizes as well through social media too. And remember that there'll be content the whole month on the official PES social media channels, which you can see just below us there, as well as on the eFootball.Pro website. So make sure that you stay tuned across all of those outlets. Well, that is it for Matchday 1. Thanks very much for joining us throughout the day. My thanks to Harry and to Weza. We'll see you in January, but for now, it's goodbye. Bye.